I'm here with Envy's Apollo, who's off to a great start in 2017 after a dominating Week 1 performance.
And at the end of the week, Apollo sits atop the tables with 3 Player of the...
Another team and another dominant season for Reignover, this time without Huni.
이거 우리 못 막는 발언이잖아. 너 그냥 이거 바텀 쭉 밀고.
Top die, Nexus die, Cloud9
has to go.
High with the solo kill out.
FlyQuest with another win.
Off the backs of Ryu and Arrow, an amazing early season for Phoenix 1.
Looper with another huge game pushes Echo Fox into the playoffs.
This move is really working out for Team Dignitas. Someday, it's looking better than ever.
Thanks, Riv. I'm here with Pobelter after leading his team to their first ever LCS finals.
For Darshan, the hard work pays off.
CLG back on top of the North American LCS once again.
Ladies and gentlemen, your 2017 Spring Champions here in Vancouver. Welcome back to opening weekend of the 2017 North American LCS Spring Split here in our brand new Battle Arena. Plenty of fans have packed in for this very first weekend of the North American LCS. Of course, competitive League of Legends is underway across the globe right now. However, earlier today, we did see Matt with his new teammates loading in for the first match of the day. Of course, now Reignover on Team Liquid. They're high in FlyQuest, though. They arrived ready to make the team's NALCS debut. Not the debut for many of those players, though. And CLG filing in to prep for their match against Team Liquid. A big day of games today. Hello, everyone. I'm James Dash Patterson. Joining me today is none other than Mark Zimmerman. We invited you back for another year.
Yeah, somehow. I don't know why you guys did that, but
look,
now
I did everything in my power to keep you away from here.
Yeah, it didn't work, and I'm back, and I'm not leaving.
I like that, though. All right, here we go. We're moving into the season. A ton of new changes have hit the league, including a brand new studio. As I mentioned earlier, here you can see how many people it takes to put together a production like this, and we have an amazing team of people behind us that make this all possible.
And yet somehow you get all the credit. I don't know why it works that way, but
I'm doing my best to give some credit to others right now, Mark.
I was actually in the studio last night watching the P1 Echo Fox series, and it looks great, it sounds great, it's just crazy. The fans are going crazy for P1 in particular. There's the owner leading all the chants. It was really exciting to be there.
Yeah, I love the colors, nice contrast, even the blue on blue here in the way it looks in the arena. Also the fact that the players are facing in a little bit more, so it feels a little bit more of like a
kill
death
someone,
match.
make some eye contact.
Exactly. We got some room for some trash talk and maybe some celebration. Who knows what's coming our way. Let's talk about some of the biggest storylines, though, moving in on the season. Most of these teams should look familiar to you guys at home, with 8 returning from last season. Now, Team Dignitas returns to the North American LCS LCS after a short hiatus and have merged with Apex, while Cloud9 Challenger has joined the league under the FlyQuest banner.
Right, and even though you might look at these rosters and see a lot of returning faces and names, there's actually been a lot of turnover behind the scenes as well, with a number of Korean coaches coming in to help with the Dignitas team, as well as the Korean player imports as well. So there's a lot being tied in there.
Yeah, old faces return. These players, though, have swapped rosters and now play for different teams. Notable ones?
Of course, you got to look at Rainover and Dardoch. I think just the fact that they basically swapped organizations is going to set up a huge clash later in the season when these guys eventually play. But, of course, there's just a couple of switches all over the place. Turtle to TSM, going home. Those kinds of storylines are all great to follow.
Right, having to fill double-lift shoes here. And then, of course, you've got people like Adrian, who's been, on a number of different teams and found some individual success, still looking for that NALCS title, perhaps. Almost every team has picked up new players, and the majority coming in to North America from other regions.
Yeah, and a majority coming into the top lane. I think it's crazy to think that in 2017 we have some of the greatest Korean top laners ever to play just taken to the stage here in NA. It's going to be exciting to see. We got Flame, Looper, Someday, all just monsters in their own right.
I mean, I know a lot of people on entry here are saying that Someday could be in contention for best player in the league, up against the likes of Bjergsen. Hasn't even played a game yet, but that's the kind of pedigree of some of these players coming in from other regions. We do have some fresh North American talent, though, with Acadian, Cody Sun, and Contracts joining the NALCS. What are your thoughts here?
I mean, both Acadian and Contracts had their first games last night. They looked really good individually, and that's really nice to see. Of course, only Contracts picked up the win, and Cody Sun's going to make his debut today, see if he can follow in the other rookies' shoes.
Very much so. Now, before we get into today's action, let's go ahead and check up on the results from last night. Cloud9 bested reigning champions TSM to take home the first victory of 2017, and Phoenix One was able to defeat EchoFox to earn a spot at the top of the table. Obviously, not a whole lot has occurred. We're going to have a lot more standings changing at the end of today. They'll soon be joined by other squads competing today, so let's take a look at what's in store. Counterlogic Gaming faces off against Team Liquid on NALCS 1 before EchoFox plays their second match of the split against Immortals later in the day. Envy takes on FlyQuest in the first match on NALCS 2, and then the Battle Theater plays host to Team Dignitas and Phoenix One. So we got 4 big matches today. What are you most excited for?
I'm looking forward to Team Liquid versus CLG, mostly because CLG is one of the only people playing today who has most of their lineup returning from last season, and they're going to be a good litmus test for a lot of teams over the course of the season, this time being Team Liquid, having gotten Rainover, bringing Golden Glue up, bringing Piglet back. It's going to be a great test to them to see where exactly they stand, because CLG is going to be top half of the split, and that's where you're going to want to end up, so you got to beat them.
Kind of grateful that we have at least one team that has kept their full roster, so that we do have a little bit of a bar, a metric for a lot of these roster moves in determining how good any of these teams are, the relative power level here in the new split. Now, with all of that said, it's about time for us to get and do our first couple games of the day, so we're going to send it over to our casters to get us into the match.
Thank you, Dash. Welcome, everyone. I am Sam Kobe Hartman Kensler, and I'm stealing this introduction to introduce the newest addition to the North American LCS casting crew. This is Clayton Captain Flowers Reigns. Welcome, Captain Flowers.
Thank you very much, Kobe. I appreciate the introduction. Oh, you gotta be kidding. Where's that? Hey, there we go.
All right,
fantastic.
that's enough of that. What is your favorite flower?
My favorite flower? Now, do you mean a type of flower or a flower specifically? Because I'm very, very fond of the one in the League of Legends client itself, the one that's going to be the icon, the rose. I'm a big fan of the rose.
Good answer. All right, let's get into the games then. That's enough about you.
The games themselves, we are gearing up for our very first series of the day here in the Battle Theater. Team Envy versus FlyQuest. Team Envy returned to the LCS for their sophomore split and are coming into 2017 with a few additions to the roster. Sadly, Lady Luck is not on their side today, and this week they're going to be playing with substitute LCS2, which means Ninja is going to be taken over in the jungle.
Exactly. And remember, yeah, he's technically at the jungle spot now. Either one of those guys could play in the jungle. They're both mid laners, though, so whichever one does might be feeling a bit uncomfortable. Envy, though, they've always been sort of a wild card team for picks and bans, and there's going to be a lot of things to keep your mind on. Now, Envy, they did keep 3/5 of their roster. We're going to have Ninja returning, like you just said, and really importantly is going to be Seraph. He's the shot caller for the team, going to have the whole game plan from the top lane. Now, each of them, they also had the most champion diversity, that is Ninja and Seraph, by the way, in 2016. those guys for their roles, most different played champions. Now, under the 10-ban system, as we said, they did a lot of flex picking and some odd champion selects last year. That could work to their favor this year because now there are 10 bans, 2 ban phases. Flex picks in the first phase are very powerful. They could trick their opponents and pull out something special.
This new draft could definitely bring some new surprises to the table, but FlyQuest is the newest addition to the league. But despite being a brand new organization, the roster itself is not exactly brand new. We've got a lot of familiar names here. 3/5 of the old Cloud9 roster, that tried and true team that played together for such a long time, are going to be returning to the LCS with High, Balls, and Elimination all working together again.
I mean, High on your screen there a moment before. We just can't get rid of this guy. He's too good at League of Legends. He's a shot caller. He's played 3 different roles professionally. He's back to mid lane, and he definitely has a lot of fans here in the audience today. Now, also remember, though, that team is being filled out with other post-LCS players. Altec and Moon both have already played in the LCS and are going to round out this entirely North American roster, the only one of those entirely North American rosters.
A true hometown team.
Exactly. Now, Envy, they are going to be playing without their intended jungler, as we said. I mean, Lero is one of the high-profile pickups that Seraph was super happy about. Is a big part of this team. Now, a wrench has been thrown into the cogs there, and they do have to play with their sub, one of these mid laners as the jungler. That may be an opening for Moon, who is a guy who got a lot of flack last time he was in the LCS, to have a big debut here. So we're looking for him to step up.
We'll have to see if he can manage to pull that off for himself and his team. But for now, let's jump right into the starting lineups. First up, it's Team Envy with Seraph in the top lane. Ninja's going to be rocking the jungle today with Alex Each in the mid lane, Apollo bottom, Hakuo going to be supporting him, and of course, the leader behind it all, Dylan Falco on coach.
And on the red side, it's FlyQuest. Up top is Balls. In the jungle, Moon. Mid-high, 80 carry. In the bottom lane is Altec. Support is Lemonation. And Coach ThinkCard is with the squad. Now, we mentioned, High, Lemonation, and Balls. Those guys been together for so long. ThinkCard has actually been coaching them for a while as well. So we talk about 10-ban system. Having that coach for a long period of time, having a coach that knows your players and your champion pools and their personalities, their play styles, does help a lot because you have only 30 seconds for each of those picks to decide as well.
Absolutely. The time for each phase of the new champion select is slightly shorter to make sure that the entire thing isn't elongated a lot, but there's so much opportunity for these teams and these coaches and these decision makers to have so much more of an impact on the game with this new pick and ban system.
I mean, yeah, people are already excited for the champion diversity that we've seen because of the pick bans, but these two teams specifically, High plays, he was the AP Kennen in the mid lane. We've seen a whole bunch of it.
Oh, yeah.
He likes to play a bunch of assassins. He can play some weird assassins as well. And then Ninja last year, as we said, just all over the place. So I'm very, very excited, to see what direction they go with, because they could also just go straight down the tier list and, ban out Camille, LeBlanc, Rengar, just like everybody else has, or we can get a little special flavor.
When you have such a deep champion pool, and sometimes you see criticisms of different players or different teams for not having a deep enough pool. These guys have a champion ocean. We saw Seraph and we saw Ninja in the previous split, in the previous season, have such amazing champion diversity. And being able to flex that diversity here in this new system means all sorts of new doors and avenues are going to be opening up for you. So many different possibilities that might not be available to a different team that doesn't have so much that they could possibly be picking from. I'm really looking forward to seeing how they use that as an advantage.
Definitely true. Plus, of course, both of these teams have had new players moved into the rosters, as Moon was added pretty late since contracts got called up basically to the main Cloud9 roster. So you'll always keep an eye on how the communication is with the new players and how the team synergy is going to be. Very similar situation here. Envy with that pickup, even though Alex was already the standing sub on this team. So he has had contact and play with these guys, but intended role for subbing in is definitely the mid lane, and now we're going to have our eyes on Ninja from the jungle. So definitely a lot of things, a lot of pre-excuses maybe for not performing at your peak right off the bat.
And one thing I want to go ahead and let everybody have a quick update on, whether you're in the audience at home or in the audience here in the Battle Theater, we are just going to be jumping into Champion Select in a few moments here, just taking care of a little bit of preparation there behind the scenes, but we'll be jumping into the action as soon as we possibly can, so hang tight. It's going to be there in just a moment as we continue to build up the excitement for what is going to be this match. I mean, this is, like we said, FlyQuest's first showing here in the LCS. Obviously, you know, we've seen them all before, but under this brand, right? Under that new FlyQuest emblem, this is the
flying
first time
eyeball.
Yeah, the flying eyeball of FlyQuest. Fly high. Leading the team, of course. This is a team that a lot of people are excited about. We talked about, and you've seen the fan reactions. When we even mention High, people are excited. They want to see him play. They want to see this team play, and they're excited to see what these guys can do now here in 2017 to kick off a new season.
Yeah, definitely a lot of veteran players on both of these teams. You know, the Cloud9 guys have a lot of legacy fans as well that have been following them for a long time. You mentioned High, but, you know, Lemon Nation as actually one of the most popular gifts on the internet in all of
Claim to
esports.
fame.
Meanwhile, Team Envy, you know, not only do they have the players that you recognize from last year, but the coach we talked about.
Right.
Dylan has actually moved over. You know, he has a very good record. He coached TSM during a very successful season. He coached Immortals most recently. And even though they, you know, stumbled in playoffs, they had a very successful regular season.
Phenomenal,
so,
really.
You know, the coaching staff that we do have this magnifying glass on for the new pick bands, both of them are well equipped, and both the coaches are actually fairly seasoned as well.
Not to mention Lemon Nation. We've seen his prowess in the past.
The notebook.
The notebook, exactly. Lemon Nation's secret bag of tricks for mastering the Champion Select phase, the drafting process. And like we mentioned earlier, how that's so much more important now. It's so much more complex now. I'm excited to see what he's got tucked up his sleeves to really make that one a home run.
Definitely agree there. Looks like no notebook on display at the moment. I think Card's going to be holding that one, I guess. But yeah, I'm definitely curious.
Lemon's got it all up here.
Because initially we thought that Envy were going to be running Alex in the jungle as their sub, and he was just going to fill in the spot that was open. You know, a lot of these guys, especially mid laners, do have to play an off role, at least in solo queue, because you get autofilled the most.
Everybody wants
as mid lane. Yeah, mid lane is the most popular role or most picked role for mid lane, so it gets autofilled the most. But now they made that last minute switch where now Ninja is jungling. It makes me think that Ninja has a specific champion that he has been practicing. You know, we have seen things like Rumble in the jungle. AP things can be played there as well. Just a champion that he's comfortable on in a different setting.
Yeah, it's something that it should be fun to see if he really does have a trick plan for what's going to be happening there. But for now, we got a little something else ready for you guys.
Thanks, guys. So Jat here with Azale. We wanted to take a moment to kind of go a little bit more in depth on a pick ban phase, just because 10-ban system, a lot is different.
Yeah, there really is a lot of difference. And to me, the most important part really is the inflection point where the second bans do come in. And what makes it so interesting to me is that you can adapt your pick and ban phase, and you can also kind of disrupt your opponents.
Yeah, and we actually want to go through an example that happened in TSM versus C9, the first game of the North American LCS split, just to talk through some of the decisions that both TSM and C9 had to make during this. So if we can go straight into the first ban phase, this is where technically the least would have changed from the year before. I believe it was a Rengar first ban by TSM, and that was the surprising thing. That's the main surprising thing, because a lot of times we're seeing the kind of super OP champions being banned, which is LeBlanc, Camille, and Rengar, but this opened things up just a little bit.
Yeah, it certainly did. And I mean, obviously a respect ban on Lee Sin there, but then we can get right into the first round of picks, because this is where things do start to really shape up. Obviously, the big power here for Blue Side is going to be getting first pick, and Maokai has been someone who has really been highly prioritized so far this split across all regions. But the inflection points really start to come out when you have differences in the drafts. So you have a top laner for TSM, you have an AD for C9, and now they can start to look to squeeze out their opponents in the champion pool.
And this is what we talk about when there's more target banning, so to speak, in this new draft phase, because since there was the Kazakhs picked right here early on by Cloud9, TSM almost had to pick the Rek'Sai in fear of having it banned out here. But with that, that just meant when we went to phase 2, it made it fairly easy for Cloud9 to just ban out 2 AD carries. They banned Varus and Jhin. Meanwhile, TSM was trying to starve out Impact, and this is how you can see people's bigger champion pools. Arguably, the Olaf ban could have been top lane. Also, the Camille's a top lane ban. They picked a top laner. They banned 2 more top laners. They're essentially pushing him to like top laner number 6 and hoping to make him struggle in this game.
Yep, and what he does end up going to is the Shen. And unfortunately for TSM, Impact, even on that 6th top laner, was quite effective. And that is, as you said, the benefit of being able to play all these different champions. And Wild Turtle, on the other hand, he was relegated to the Kalista. And even though he did get some early kills, he was never able to really get involved, never able to kind of put out a lot of damage in these team fights because he just kind of had a tough time on this champion.
Yeah, and I think what's interesting to point out here is both TSM and C9 had a lot of choices in this draft. If TSM would have put Svenskeren on a less favorable matchup, and they would have picked a Varus or a Jhin where they picked that Rek'Sai, these bans would have changed to junglers, and then you potentially would have seen Svenskeren have the poor game. So it's really interesting, I feel like, the choices that these players get to make in the new draft.
Yeah, it is super interesting. I love the fact that it's not only about the roles, but also about the players that the coaches are having to take into consideration. So I really excited to see how this shapes up for the rest of the season.
Yeah, 10 bans isn't going anywhere. We're going to be seeing it for the rest of the LCS split. Hope to like it.
Chat and Azale, ladies and gentlemen, breaking down some of the new behind-the-scenes mechanics to the drafting, exactly what teams are going to be looking to do and what kind of an edge they're going to be looking to find over their opponents before Summoner's Rift even starts.
Yeah, that's what we're kind of alluding to with the extra power that does come with the history of very large champion pools for multiple players in this game. And one of the things that they went over there were talking about those top 3 champions of Camille, Rengar, and LeBlanc.
They're so big right now.
They're actually 100% pick ban for Rengar and Camille in all leagues, and then LeBlanc is 100% pick ban in every league except for the LPL.
The LPL does crazy stuff, though. The LPL, they can be the exception. The LPL is known to sometimes really try something new and innovative, and apparently not picking or banning LeBlanc 100% of the time right now is innovative enough.
And I think that actually Rise is very close to this tier because everybody's pretty concrete on those 3, but Rise also for me is right up there with them. The only problem there is that Cassiopeia is a good champion that you can play into Rise and definitely is not worthy of a ban. So you have to worry a little bit about small things like that. But even in that case, it's not like it's a super hard counter or anything. Just a good matchup into it. So that's another thing to keep your eyes on as well.
And one thing, just a little bit of numbers to throw at you guys during this downtime is that, yes, the Camille and the Rengar are 100% banned, banned or picked, I should say. LeBlanc is very close, and Rise is actually just slightly behind LeBlanc, but the biggest difference is LeBlanc has very few picks compared to bans, still mostly banned away. Rise is about half and half, so he's getting through the ban phase a lot more frequently.
Yeah, he's definitely the one that has been getting through. Definitely a lot of variation that we can see from the mid lane, and it's fun to theory craft about. But as Azale and Jat were talking about, one of the smaller champion pools is actually the AD carry at the moment, because AD carries right now, if they get behind, have such a hard time.
AD carry,
the Ashe and the Varus, as well as Jhin and Ezreal, a little bit below those two, have really risen to the top. So the Ashe and the Varus very clearly both bring a lot of this crowd control. Plus, they're also quite good in the lane. So those two, if you get to pick one and then ban out more AD carries in the second phase, can be a huge swing. And that's one of the roles that you have to watch out for in the new pick ban system.
So many things to watch out for. But while we work out the issue that's going on stage, we're going to send things over to Dash and Mark on the analyst desk. Take it away, guys.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. As can be expected sometimes on the first day of games, there are some technical issues that we got to work through, but that, of course, gives us time to hypothesize about these teams that we've never seen play before. So let's do exactly that. Envy versus FlyQuest here. I think the most obvious topic of discussion is the fact that Alex each will be playing in place of Lyra today, so we're not going to get a glimpse of the full Envy roster just yet.
Yeah, and it's a little disappointing because Lyra really is that big offseason acquisition that they had. Everyone wants to see the impact that he's going to have on that team. He's expected to be an extremely aggressive player, take over the game in the early game, really get stuff going for the team. And without him, it's a little concerning about what's going to happen. But you have to look at FlyQuest and think that this is a great game for them to kind of hit their groove in the LCS, get stage jitters out of the way. They come in kind of as the favorites now, especially with Lyra being out. So I think that's what I'm going to look for, is just see how clean FlyQuest can look. or if Envy surprises, I mean that's the other story too. It's just like how good can this team be once they get their whole roster?
Right. It's an interesting setup because we got Seraph and we got Ninja. We got some of the mainstays of Envy who those guys were solid performers for the team last year, right? And then it's a question of all right, when they do get the new roster with Lyra, they've got Apollo. Apollo's no novice. He's no stranger.
He's been around the rodeo a couple times.
He's no stranger to professional League of Legends. Like this could actually be a very solid roster once they have a little bit of time to sync up with each other. But then on the other side of the table here, you've got FlyQuest, which has 3 members of the old Cloud9 in
the
Balls,
legendary roster. Yeah,
Lemon and High. So like these guys, you have to imagine have so much inbuilt synergy at this point that even if they had taken hiatuses and breaks from playing with each other, that kind of getting back to that gelled point won't be as difficult for them. I mean, you've got Alta, right? You've got these guys who are very used to playing with them. As I'm talking, I've got to welcome in the other stream. That's the CLG Team Liquid game that's going. We're in a bit of a technical break here, so Mark and I are just talking a little bit about the FlyQuest and Envy matchup that's taking place as well today. And in that discussion, we're talking about the veterans of Cloud9, the old Cloud9 now, taking the helm here for FlyQuest.
Right. It just sounds funny to call FlyQuest a new team in that sense, where it's like a lot of these guys have been playing forever. Even Moon, to an extent, has had multiple splits in the LCS, multiple teams, and so even though it is this new team, it's a lot of old players, though some of them their first time together.
Right. Combined experience across both teams is actually pretty significant here. Of course, they're all just working with each other, in these 5-man rosters for the first time. I guess my question to you then would be, given this fact and given the fact that we have not a whole lot of data for these teams prior to today, what are going to be the key elements that you're looking for in both of these teams to kind of prove to you that they can at least compete towards maybe that middle echelon or upper echelon of teams throughout the season?
Right. Well, looking at FlyQuest first, I think everyone assumes, you have High. He's going to be an amazing shot caller. And so assuming that the mechanical skill is there to keep up with some of the higher tier teams that we're expecting to see, that his late game shot calling will win them some games. And I think when they match up against a team like Envy, a team that we expect them to not necessarily struggle with as much as they might against some of the other teams, we want to see them get out of the laning phase, even or ahead, and then really snowball that lead with that shot calling that we expect them to have. And if the shot calling is not there, then that's one of the strengths that we assume they have that they don't. So on the FlyQuest side, that's what I'm looking for, is a lot of good plays in the mid and late game.
Yeah, over on Envy's side, of course, when Lyra does make his entrance into the LCS, I'll be very curious to see how that top trio works together. Because again, with the solid jungler behind both Ninja and Seraph, I'll be curious to see if they can really control that top side of the map and win their games through them, as opposed to having to do it through the ADC position, which at the moment is playing more of a utility role anyway.
Right, and I think, during last season we saw when they had Proxen, the top side of the map actually in the first half of the split looked really, really good, and Law was playing well, and then there were some struggles that happened toward the latter half of the season. But if they can reclaim that form from the first half of the season, and Lyra is an upgrade over Proxen, he's able to get even more done on the map in the early game, this is a team that can actually come out and compete for some playoffs positioning. And I think the problem is, of course, that they don't have Lyra right now, so you can't look and say, how is this going to play with this new jungler? You want to look at the rest of the map. And I think we've seen a lot of crazy counter picks, generally out of Seraph and Ninja. They had the biggest champ pools during the summer split, and so with the 10-ban system, you look at that and you think, that should be pretty good for them.
Right, that makes it very exciting to think that Seraph might have the opportunity to really dig deep into his champion pool and test some other people in their champion pools at the same time. Now, since we've got both audiences with us, we might as well talk about CLG Team Liquid a little bit as well. At the very beginning of the day, you mentioned kind of how exciting it is that CLG didn't make any roster changes, so that we have one team to pair against everyone else and say, all right, how good are they?
C9 TSM played yesterday, so what would be the other litmus test teams? Or they already played once.
Exactly. And so today we've got Team Liquid versus CLG. What are your thoughts on this matchup specifically?
I think this matchup's a really interesting one, just because CLG is a team that they have almost a complete roster in the sense that they have very capable carries. I know people like to bag on Huhi, but I think he's just a great role player. You don't look at him to stomp his lane. He makes the necessary map plays, and that's what he's really good at. You have a great coach in Tony, so they have everything working. They have the synergy from the past season, whereas Team Liquid, new support staff, new, like they got their bot lane back, but they had time apart, new mid laner, Reignover's new, and like Lorlo is going to have to build synergy with all of that.
Right.
So in that sense, you're looking at this like one of the most consistent teams with one of the teams with a lot of turnover, and it's just a great way to see how they stack up.
Well, you mentioned Piglet returning to the main roster here for Team Liquid. I want to kind of expand that discussion to include all the ADCs. Let's talk about a bit of a tier list, maybe a preseason tier list here,
Right,
Mark,
sure.
that you've established. So we're going to pull this up and going to work through it. Talk to me about the ADCs this year in the NALCS.
Well, so I want to start with the assumption that we're talking about the current meta, where utility AD carries are kind of king, where you see a lot of Jhin, Varus, Ashe, and all of them. Not every AD carry actually plays that role well. Some of them, like a Piglet type player, will want to take over the laning phase, and these are not the ideal champions to do that with. So players like him, I would rate a little lower than what their skill might initially make you think, as well as any struggles that might happen with the fact that they don't have any synergy yet. A lot of like someone like Arrow coming over doesn't have a ton of synergy with his bot lane, where he's used to playing in a fully Korean system. So there's those kinds of things that you would need to take into account.
All right, so from memory here, walk me through the list as you would have it. What's your A tier?
So my A tier would be Sneaky and Stixxay. We've seen them succeed in multiple metas. They love the utility AD carries. If it ever changes up back to more carry oriented, we've seen them perform on Callista and things like that. So those two would be my A tier. And then my B tier would be both Piglet and Arrow, both with the abilities to fluctuate a fair amount depending on if Piglet can reestablish that synergy in a meta that he's not exactly comfortable in.
Right.
Whereas Arrow is in a great meta for him, but we haven't seen him kind of in North America yet. He's always been in Korea, and he played with Score and Someday, two of the best players in their positions in the world, and he's going to have a lot more focus on him here. So you see the green indicates a likelihood to move up in my mind, and a red a likelihood to move down. So like I said, Arrow, we saw a great performance out of him last night. As we see more of that, expect him to join the others in the A tier. Piglet, we haven't seen much out of him, but I'm a little concerned based off what we saw at IEM, where he was struggling in lane, having kind of weird picks where he was really trying to force Vayne and things like that. And then as we keep moving down, we reach the C tier. Laud is a player who, when you compare to other people in that C grouping, actually has a lot more carry potential in my mind, where when things go right, I think he can take over games, which a lot of these other guys are more role players in that sense. So I think Laud, if Dig does well and they pull a lot of pressure on the top side, or even if something goes well for them in the bot lane, I think he actually has a good chance to carry. And then in the D tier, it's a lot of unknowns, people that we haven't seen yet, Cody's son, things like that. And
Exactly.
some
We're just
people who
gonna
are
have to
struggling
wait.
in the past, yeah.
All right, but of course, yeah, I think it's very interesting. I think Piglet, we heard Zyrene talk about it in a video package that we watched a little bit earlier, is going to be one of those players that, with the current meta, he's definitely fighting an uphill battle here. The fact that, we traditionally know him as a little bit more of a carry, but you're going to have to stick more to those utilitarian type ADCs, whereas, Sneaky, that's his comfort zone. That's
what
where
he started
wants
on.
to live.
Yeah, he started on Ashe, Zyra bot lane. Like, what's meta right now? What he started on. So I think those kinds of things are going to work really well for him.
All right, so of course, let's go back then to this CLG Team Liquid game, and in the context of the ADC, or rather bot lane discussions, you've got Afromu Stixxay, right? Again, this is a solid duo here, right? If you're looking at last season, you're probably everyone's putting them in their top 3, if not top 1, top 2. I'm going to cut my own self short here because we're going to step away for a quick break while we resolve this technical issue on stage. Sorry for the delays. We'll return in just a few minutes. Stay with us. that figured out. We brought Zyrene in here to help us break down a little bit of the action that's about to take place between these 4 teams up here behind us. And I want to kind of jump back into that ADC discussion that we were hitting before the break. But now I want to distill it down to the bot lanes itself, and in particular, this matchup here between CLG and Team Liquid. We've got Piglet, who you had placed in the B tier. We've got Stixxay, who you had placed in the A tier. But then if you look at the bot lanes respectively, Stixxay, Afromu. Probably at this point, with the loss of Doublelift, a lot of people would say, like, hands down, that's probably the best bot lane duo coming into the split. How do you think Piglet, Matt, one, will stack up against them, and what do you need to see tangibly from them in this series here today that will inspire some confidence, about Piglet moving forward?
Well, I think this might be a little surprising here, but I actually don't want to see Piglet crush them in lane. I think, we know if you give Piglet a mechanically intensive AD carry who's lane dominant, he'll crush a lane. I want to see him be able to play the utility AD carries. I want to see them take an Ashe early and he does his job within the team, not go and draw way too much attention to bot lane, over trading when he doesn't need to. I want him to see him play his role. Because I think even expanding beyond just utility AD carries, we see things like Ziggs popping up. Like, what if that really becomes a meta pick in the bot lane? Will he be able to pick that up? It's not really what you would think, a safe sit back and throw Qs in the laning phase. Like, will Piglet play that? Like, those are the kinds of things I want to see. Less so than is his skill good enough to compete? Because I think everyone here should know that Piglet's a really good AD carry.
Yeah, and do you think that's a goal for today or a goal for the season? Because Piglet, we know utility, he struggles a little bit, and he's good on those carries. So as a coach, this early on in the split, I would personally want to put him on something that he can carry on and then work in scrims and work off stage to actually get him up to speed on those utility. Is that like a goal for today?
Well, I don't think you want to put Piglet on these things to test him, in a LAN environment. I think this is something he should have been practicing for a long time now, because utility AD carries have been around since summer. They were the main thing at Worlds. They're still the main thing. And if you haven't picked them up yet, then you start getting concerned. Because if you can't play them now, like, what, you need another 3 weeks? Is that really going to be the thing?
By then the meta shifted back the other way anyway.
Who knows? Like, you need to be able to play them now. And if you can't play them now and you spend 3 weeks playing suboptimal picks in the bot lane, that's a big concern for me.
Okay, but then, of course, we have to talk about Stixxay, Afromu on the other side being as a complete duo, have a lot of built-in synergy. Of course, Matt and Piglet have experience playing together, but Piglet has gone through a number of supports. He's moving from the main team back down to the challenger team and then back up to the main team. Now, together, how would you like to see Matt and Piglet maybe work together to improve their bot lane synergy?
I mean, I think a big thing would be being able to set things up with the rest of the team. Team Liquid is a team that often plays through bot lane, and you want to be able to see them coordinate with Reignover. So when you have the Ashe and whatever support you're pairing up with the Varus, you want to combo that all with like a TP and Reignover coming in and making sure Matt's following up on all that. So I want to see the whole kind of team come together around bot lane, as opposed to like, oh my God, Piglet solo killed someone.
Yeah, and that was a little bit more of what happened in spring for Liquid. And then in summer, Matt kind of disappeared. Like, I was looking through people who had gotten players of the game, and there was only like 6 people who didn't have one, and one of them was Matt, which was rather surprising to me because he had like standout Bard performances in spring. He was actually wrecking people in the bottom lane and making plays, and it seemed like he lost his confidence a little bit. And I know that when Piglet was coming back to the roster, he was like, I want to play with Matt. I got to play with Matt. I'm not on the team unless I'm playing with Matt. And so he actually probably gives Matt a little bit of confidence there, because sure, they might give each other like a little bit of crap every now and then, but it's like, I do want to play with this guy. It's like, it's a different kind of love,
We want to see them succeed.
It's going to feel good when a former world champion is saying he wants to play with you, and it's going to inspire some confidence, especially from Matt as a shot caller. Hopefully it'll kind of bleed over. Let's talk about another interesting matchup here, is the fact that Reignover has made this transition over to Team Liquid. A lot of people are wondering, will he be just as successful as he was when he had that duo in Huni? Will he be able to establish the same kind of synergy with Lorlo? Because we do know that Lorlo worked very well with Dardoch, so that, if the pairing of top lane jungler can work, it could be successful with Reignover as well.
Right. It's so funny when you look at both Team Liquid and Immortals, where they swap these junglers that are known for snowballing their top side of the map, and then one's still Lorlo, and now you have Flame on the top side. Like, it's just going to be so crazy to watch this, because it seems like the same style that they were playing last year, just on different teams that they're going to do it now.
All right. Well, we have resolved the issue on NALCS 1 with CLG and Team Liquid, so we're going to go ahead and throw it back over there to get us into the game. NALCS 2 with Envy and FlyQuest. You're going to stay with us for a little bit. We got to continue to break stuff down while we fix some stuff that's happening over there. So see you at NALCS 1, NALCS 2. Let's go ahead and now then transition our conversation over to Envy and FlyQuest. We've already kind of hit the topic that, hey, Lyra is, I've got Riv in my ears right now, and he is loud.
He's
as
an
heck.
excited guy.
So if you want to get excited about League of Legends, go over to NALCS 1 where he's screaming his head off. If you want cool, calm, and collected analysis, you stick here with us. All right, so we talked
talked about the fact that Lyra is out for the current moment, and of course that's going to hinder our ability to fully assess Envy's power level. But I do want to ask a similar question to you that I asked to Mark earlier, is that this trifecta of players now on the top side for Envy, when they do receive Lyra back in, Seraph, a strong performer, Ninja, and now with a strong jungler behind them, do you think that that trio will be enough to compete here in the NALCS and maybe make a bid for top 5 for this team?
I'm honestly unsure because Lyra, I know that he was kind of up and down, like he had some really good performances and then it was some really bad performances. So if he finds consistency on this team, that could be a very good thing for them. But when I think of Envy and I think of Seraph and Ninja, I think of guys who you don't know what you're going to get champion-wise. And also, we've heard the saying before, like, just because you can play a lot of champion doesn't mean they're in your champion pool. So we've seen things like Pantheon mid from Ninja. It's like, is that really in his champion pool? Because he pulls it out blind, not as a counter pick, and then he feeds like the most kills that we've ever seen. It's like,
everything's
what is going on, right?
Yeah.
So that's the thing, is it's like a double-edged sword for them in champion pools, but consistency is the big thing. Like, I don't care how many champions they play, I just want to see Envy play well. I want to see these guys play well consistently.
Right. And kind of tying in with what you said about Lyra, the scary thing is you had this jungler who was a little inconsistent previously with these 2 inconsistent solo laners. You get this weird mix-up where, like, sometimes, you know, they're probably going to dominate and look really, really good, even against some good teams. And then you're going to have some performances where they look really, really bad. And it's going to be like, can they find the middle ground and be consistent?
All right, well, we've been on bated breath for long enough. It looks like we've resolved the issues in the battle theater, so we're going to send you back out to our casters to get us into the game. Guys, take it away.
Woo!
Thank you, Dash. The teams are ready. They're on stage, and let's jump right into Champion Select. Finally, Kobe, it's time to get started.
Back again. Champion Select. Yes, we would love that. Here we go. Some volume in my ears as well. Love that as well. All right. Yeah. I mean, these guys, we have been able to work out most of the kinks. Everybody's ready to go here. Just to recap, this is Envy versus FlyQuest now.
Yes.
We do have a lot of returning Cloud9 members. We have a lot of returning Envy members. That guy right there, Seraph. I mean, Seraph is a veteran of the North American LCS. He originally came over to play in CLG, and you know, had a lot of hard work working with different substitutes, different visa issues, people coming in. So he's had to deal with substitute players, and you know, the team doesn't work out right as you want at the beginning of the split before. So he's actually rolling with the punches really well. I talked to him a little bit during the pause here, and he's not fazed by it at all. He has full confidence in Ninja. Like I said, a lot of mid laners have to fill jungle roles in solo queue because mid lane is such a highly prized role. Well, here we go though.
I'm glad to see he's got that confidence in his mid laner slash jungler slash all around teammate, as we're already jumping in now to the ban phase. We've got Kha'Zix and LeBlanc banned away first and foremost.
All right, a jungler focus already here. Team Envy, we talked about, they may have a different look at the bans. Right now, FlyQuest are going with the standard, though. They are the red side, so probably follow up with some Camille. I'd rather let Rengar through than I would let Camille through, so save that one. And maybe there's an off chance, something else goes through. But I would just expect Team Envy to continue with these target bans. Kha'Zix is the first one, and then switching over to support role here.
It looks like it's actually going to be Team Envy that decides to take Rengar off the table. They want to make sure that they don't give FlyQuest the opportunity to move that around.
And it happens. Remember, we talk about, the expected is the Rengar, Camille, LeBlanc from red side. But remember, Envy are playing a mid laner as their jungler. So he might not have a lot of games on Rengar. Right. And as good as Rengar is, if you don't play the champion, if you don't have that history or anything, then maybe you don't feel comfortable first picking it. This is a first pick that I definitely expected from them. Flexible. They love flex picks. They always have loved flex picks, this team, and Malzahar can go mid or bottom.
Previously wasn't a flex pick, but now in this new day, this new age of League of Legends, we've been seeing a rise of him in the support role. He's going to be interesting depending on where they play him. And Rise, of course, is that last ban as well.
Yeah, and the other thing about Malzahar and why I really love him as a flex pick, because one of the supports that you really like to pick into Malzahar, if you think it's going to be that support Malzahar, which is the majority of the Malzahars are played in support role, you would want to pick up your Zyra, right? She's amazing support. She can harass him from long range. She can get past the Voidlings. So she's quite good against him. However, if you flex him to mid, you can then counter pick the Zyra with an MF support, which has to be, picked after Azira and is only used as counter pick. So it's this tricky mind games here. Those are the 1, 2, 3 step process that we're talking about here with the multi-phase bans. But meanwhile, we're going to move along here. We'll revisit the Malzahar after those second ban phase and after Envy decides exactly what role he's going to go into.
In the meantime, it's FlyQuest going to go ahead and decide to go towards that top part of the map first and foremost with their rotations. Balls will be locking in the Maokai for himself as Moon picks up the lead.
And then meanwhile, we're already jumping ahead to Envy on the Jace going into the Malzahar, or into the Maokai, as well as one of those top tier AD carries. We talked about it before the break at the very beginning, but the Ashe and Varus are the top two, and then slightly below them, the Jhin, and then Ezreal starts to come in, and there's those types of things. But if on one of these AD carries, Ashe or Varus is picked up early, I feel like the other team just has to at least answer that role, because there are no other AD carries that get pushed up onto that tier, and FlyQuest aren't going to let that happen, so they immediately answer. The Ashe and the Varus are going to go head-to-head. I think we'll be seeing that matchup quite a lot on this patch.
And you have to expect that answer, considering now, for those of you who might not be used to this new system, might not be used to how 10 bans works, after those first 6 picks, now we're going to be entering into the second 4 bans, and expect these to be heavily targeted towards the roles that the enemy team has not yet selected for themselves.
All right, so that is looking at jungle there for Envy, still yet to be picked up. Actually, since I'm throwing out all the curveballs here for Envy, we can prep the jungle Malzahar. Still a possibility.
Okay.
Was definitely much more popular a couple months ago.
Right.
But if you're definitely thinking about, oh yeah, Envy really want to throw these curveballs, Jace's possibility of going mid and Malzahar's possibility of jungling is yet another little wrinkle. The reason we prep these kind of really far out there flexible picks is because Envy have actually done them, and they did them last year. A lot of those, very less popular ones, let's say. Meanwhile, though, we have finished up the second ban phase. You can see there at the bottom of the screen. It was the mid lane target from Envy, and as we expected, the jungle targets from FlyQuest, resulting in that Corki pickup here for FlyQuest.
FlyQuest going to be grabbing that for themselves, and those specific bans in phase number 2, in case you didn't pick them up on your own, it's going to be Rek'Sai and Elise banned away by FlyQuest, Syndra and TF taken off the table, as Team Envy now has to think about what they're going to be doing for their final pick, locking in Orianna as number 4.
Yeah, so this Corki, because there's already a Varus on the table, you're thinking that that is probably going too high. Very strong mid laner at the moment right now, pushing and can get a little bit of a health and wave advantage. Once you get that package, you can try and make plays across the map. Hai is one of those guys. Yeah, his shot calling has always been highlighted, but he's also super aggressive in the mid lane, just laning phase, and then loves to roam around. He doesn't stay in that lane to dominate usually. He likes to take his presence and move elsewhere. The package for Corki would let him do that. Meanwhile, a very standard pickup there, and he'll be into the Orianna. And we have completed everything. The Malzahar will be standard support here, and Karma was picked instead of the... Zyra was already banned. That's why...
yeah, Zyra got taken out
triple thing
way back at the start. So Zyra's out. Karma is in. Lemon Nation going to be playing that one. And, of course, the last pick that we didn't comment on, the one for Envy, Olaf there in the jungle. Ninja's going to be rocking that in his off role.
All right, so the Olaf, one of those reign over specials, is going to be in the hands of Ninja. And he has a decent amount of games on the Olaf there in solo queue, at least so. Some practice there, and we'll see how Moon can perform on this Lee Sin, because a lot of eyes, as we said, are going to be on him to step up right back in the LCS. He's the newest member of that FlyQuest team that did play through Challenger with contracts, and now making their LCS debut.
For the first time in 2017, these two teams are going to be taking to the field. They both have something to prove. They're both looking to walk away with a win today, go up to that juicy 100% win rate that you can claim after your first game. We'll have to see which one of the two is actually capable of making that dream a reality. As you can see, the coaches shake hands, and we're just about to load into Summoner's Rift.
All right, so we need to catch up a little bit on this champ select because it went fairly quickly here. Seraph is running the Jace in the top side, and that is the champion. Remember, he is the shot caller up there. He's going to be split pushing, and he's always the one been managing that. So he's going to try and keep tabs there. Place Ninja in the correct places so that he can actually apply pressure up on the top side without getting collapsed upon.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. We are on to Summoner's Rift for the first time for both Team Envy and FlyQuest in 2017. Make some noise as these teams make their way out here and show us what they've got in their opening game of the split.
All right, let's see here. Fanning out across to the river, defensive openings. Doesn't look like we're gonna have an early level one. Maybe possibility of a delayed invade. I also like to watch bottom usually if it's just fanning out like this, because the mind games of who's sneaking into the brush first definitely do apply. You don't want to face check a Malzahar level 1, because Voidlings dropped on you can kill them, kill you pretty much all by themselves as they spawn their brethren. Not going to happen here though. Lemonation does check that brush with his Q.
We actually saw some of the consequences of that yesterday in the EU LCS with the face check into the Malzahar and the Voidlings blowing the flash so early. It was really scary.
Definitely true. Lemonation does get his ward, and he's claimed the bush. Also gets that first attack, as well as gold in the bottom lane.
Just going to find a single auto attack there in terms of the damage. Of course, Hakuo's shield going to be blocking out the first part of that inner flame.
Meanwhile, while there was action technically on the bottom side, we did have Ninja sneak over, get that ward into the red buff. So he'll be alerted that Moon is starting red, but FlyQuest, aren't going to be caught unawares, as he had to walk over a ward to place that one. So Moon knows that Ninja knows that he's starting on the red side, and both junglers on the top side. Olaf very clearly definitely needs to start blue. There are some strategies where you can start on a red buff and do something a bit risky early on, but blue is so much safer, much higher percentage start for him, because he really does gain so much clear speed for it. But here we go, that's that aggressive mid lane style we're talking about.
Hai and Alex each already trading blow for blow back and forth here in the mid lane, even at level 1. They're looking to get that early edge over their opponents, just find any kind of an advantage they can take.
Meanwhile, as we track Ninja, Olaf does get low in the jungle, and Moon looking to take advantage of him already, as he has slipped in Lee Sin and stealing the red buff right now. You can't see it, but he's just been able to get it and gets out in time.
Blast Cone, baby, gets himself out over the wall, gonna be perfectly safe. Moon makes his escape, grabs that buff, and he's heading right back into his own jungle, just a little bit better off.
Yeah, straight buff to buff there, want to get that just in time. There's two options there. You can try and go for the kill as well. Olaf, as we said, does get low, and we have a trade in the mid lane. Does burn his summoner very early there for Hai to get some extra damage. And yeah, he did, win that trade, but down the exhaust now if he does get ganked.
Hakuo going to be eating a little bit of damage down here in the bottom part of the map. Elimination now backing himself away, as Apollo and Hakuo doing a pretty good job for themselves so far. They've got, of course, a slight CS advantage for the time being very early on in this lane. Going to be shoving that one up and taking control of the bottom part of the map.
Yep, Hakuo and Apollo have a wave advantage. Malzahar getting that harassment down. Now, we have seen, I'd say the majority of Malzahars are maxing the Voidlings first, but you can also max the E. And a couple of players have done that as well for the guaranteed harass, especially if it is range versus range and you're not expecting super close all-ins, but we'll see here. I'm still expecting Voidling max, as they are incredibly powerful, and that's where most of the support Malzahar power does come from.
See the ping coming out now in the top part of the river from the blue side. Going to be pinging Ninja towards that Scuttle Crab. Moon's already hanging around there though too. Might see a little bit of a contest back and forth between these two over this area. He's going to be the one who gets the jump on Ninja. There comes your Sonic Wave. Resonating Strike. Not quite going to be doing it just yet. Jumping back in. Ninja trying to get himself away. If Moon can find the damage here, not quite going to be there just yet. Hai's going to be jumped on. Get ready, Phosphorus Bomb being turned around. FlyQuest looks to get their guys out of trouble. Alex Each again, this time to be forced to flash away. Sonic Wave, Resonating Strike, Phosphorus Bomb.
One more Q.
Fly needs one more. Can he find an answer? It's going to be no. FlyQuest misses their chance, and somehow Alex is alive.
Chaos there, as Olaf, if he gets caught by Lee Sin down a level with Lee Sin having double buffs, very scary. And you could see he was so close to death there, because Olaf does not run a flash, but man, he was able to escape using that blast cone. That was the only thing that was going to save his life there, is just able to not only get the jump, but he also had to knock away Moon as well with that. Just getting the jump makes it very easy for Lee Sin to land his Sonic Wave. And he actually was able to knock him away at the same time, so that follow-up wasn't there. But man, Alex almost ended up paying the price for that little mayhem that we had going up the river. In the end, first blood's still available though.
Yeah, it's 5 minutes into this game, and we have already seen 2 clutch blast cones. One for each side. One got Moon away after the steal, one got Ninja away after that tussle in the top part of the river. So the Season 7 plans really making their impact so far in this game as Hakuo continues to shove this bottom lane wave up into Elimination and the rest of FlyQuest's faces.
All right, let's see how Ninja gets back on track here on Olaf. Remember, he is a level down versus Lee Sin, and Lee Sin is actually quite good in that matchup. If Olaf is low, you can catch him with the execute damage. Meanwhile, it's all about, extra vision though, because Olaf is no slouch in the 1 versus 1. And if he's heading into it with full health, he can fend for himself just nicely.
Ninja going to be grabbing this bottom lane Scuttle Crab, bottom side of the map, I should say, Scuttle Crab to help his team. Because, if you've got your bottom lane constantly shoving up like we've seen Apollo and seen Hakuo doing, grabbing the Scuttle Crab keeps him safe.
And look at that vision game as we're talking about it. We've got a lot of vision down there. Pink wards included around that mid lane because Alex had to burn both summoners in this game already because of all the chaos. So a lot of extra support here around that mid lane to make sure that they can get him through this phase until his escape summoners come back up and he can try to play a little bit more aggressive.
Team working together nicely just to make sure that they don't put him in any sort of a hot spot that he does not want to be in. Alex Each also now has the ultimate up and running, going to be exhausted. There comes your play. Moon's looking to make it happen. Can they do it? Yes, they can. First blood for High.
Not safe enough. Getting hugged down on the bottom side. Didn't hug by his pink wards, and right in the middle of the lane. Really good heads-up play there by Moon. Revisits the summonerless mid laner. Orianna gets taken out pretty easily as High uses his exhaust for that extra slow as well. And FlyQuest grabbed that first blood.
Great job from Moon. He had the ultimate in time, and now it's going to be Balls in some trouble. Axes cut down trees, and Ninja's going to be finding kill number 2 this game. Ties it all up.
There it is. Ninja answers very quickly here right off the bat. Meanwhile, Moon does have extra information. He just saw Ninja up on the top side, immediately invades down here on the bottom. It was past a couple of wards though, so don't think he'll be able to get much done as Envy do collapse and defend Ninja's jungle.
Envy says, you fool us once, that's our fault, but you try to do it again, this is not going to end up happening, as now Elimination going to be on the wrong receiving end of some of those Voidlings, running himself away as the Malefic Visions tick away. Gets himself back, another Blast Cone usage. Not necessarily imperative this time, but sometimes they're just fun to use.
Voidlings, super dangerous, tongues wagging. Able to get away right there, though. And Ninja still just trying to catch back up in experience. Now he is equalized. Still a little bit of a lead for Moon, but not a full level, so at least he has access to that ultimate and a bit more ability to escape situations where he is surrounded. High being handed over that blue buff, and the skin here with some extra shiny missiles for Corki in this version.
Skin is so cool looking. I really like that Corki skin, and now that he's got the blue buff, now that he's got level 6 as well, those rockets are just going to be pouring into mid.
Mid lane definitely still going to be, hotbed for action. However, Alex's summoners are coming back up, so maybe it is Envy who gets to turn something around. As you can see, the vision is still split with FlyQuest top side double pink and Envy bottom side that High's trying to clear out now. As we said, High does like to roam around quite a lot and wants to use that package, those shining missiles there for Corki, but it looks like it's going to time out, and he isn't able to make use of that one.
It's the problem with the package. Sometimes you just can't find a good delivery spot for it. You got to wait for the next one to come up. But meanwhile, it's actually going to be Moon who looks towards his first Drake, trying to make that happen solo. Alex Each absorbing some of the burst from High here in this mid lane, showing exactly what he can do with that blue buff. And it looks like Envy's going to be none the wiser as Moon picks up a free objective for his team.
Yeah, big pickup there with the first Drake. And High, that aggressive mid lane style we're talking about, is able to abuse it with Corki, jumping in continuously onto Alex. Knowing that he now has his flash back up for High, he's going for these little bit riskier plays. And man, that's
there we
into
go.
the face.
High, very brave, very audacious. As Elimination going to be bound up. Ninja looking to turn things around. Flash away from the shockwave. High's going to turn that one right back in their faces. Envy drops their jungler.
Beautiful bait there by High. catches Ninja unawares, and that's that execute damage we talk about. High got him with the Phosphorus Bomb as well as auto attack combo, and then Moon gets to reactivate Q for a bunch of extra damage. They take him out before he can even react, and that means this mid lane pressure is rolling straight through the mid turret.
FlyQuest doing an awesome job himself so far, but it's going to be balls jumped on yet again topside. Does not matter, though. High's going to grab turret first blood.
They are surrounding him. Hako is headed up. He just uses ultimate in the bottom lane, though, so not really much you're going to be able to get there, and High is actually safe, not blowing any summoners, and able to pick up the last minion wave as well. All right, so let's take another look at this semi-risky play, but as I said, Flash just came back up, so that's why High's playing so aggressively yet again. And he baits Ninja in here, even though they have the Orianna Shockwave, easily flashes it, and then the turnaround combo there. Again, Olaf, main weakness, not a Flash jungle champion, so once he gets baited in, pretty easy to land those, and Moon does land his Q, so able to follow up there and get the extra kill. FlyQuest with a nice early lead for themselves here versus Envy.
High and Moon showing some awesome teamwork there too, always being able to make these plays happen, seeing what they can do, getting themselves ahead, 18.1 to 16.5 thousand gold, so a modest lead 11.5 minutes in.
Now, meanwhile, in the bottom lane, there is still that CS lead. We visited early the pushing power there of the Ashe and Malzahar that Apollo and Hako are using. Slight CS lead for themselves down there, and those are two of the guys. Uh-oh, he does get snared up, though.
As Apollo's going to find himself caught out. Chain of Corruption lands 100%. There comes the counter attack. Hako will not be there in time to keep that 80 carry alive. Seraph looking to make his way in. Not going to find elimination just yet, as that ends up being a 1 for 0 so far. High in the back lines, trying to snipe somebody else off if he can, but that's going to be it for now. Moon. Nope. Gonna go ahead and bail.
And that's actually a really good position for FlyQuest to use the teleports here. Both teleports are burned, but the wave up top pushing into the turret of Envy, so they're not going to lose out there. That wave is going to bounce off the turret, plus FlyQuest have pressure in mid, and they get to push in on the bottom side as well. That being said, Seraph on Jace, as you would expect, he's grinding down this Maokai, he's earning this CS lead, and this is a bit bigger of a CS lead than I would expect even with a Jace vs Maokai matchup, though you do expect the Jace to get that extra damage and extra CS bullying him pretty early on. But let's take another look at this as the 80 carries do trade ultimates after Levination already caught him. And Levination is able to finish the kill. Plus, with that flash, able to avoid the damage, able to escape with his life, and a pretty big pickup right there. Envy trying to fight back, but Moon's already moving into their jungle and laying down these deep wards to see any of those comeback plays that Envy are trying to come up with.
I really like these aggressive moves coming out from FlyQuest, looking to use this advantage they've built for themselves so far. And the biggest thing standing out to me right now, if you look across the bottom part of your screen at those item builds, the first big item we see coming online is Trinity Force for High, and that is a huge power spike.
Yes, sir. Yeah, classic Trinity Force power spike coming in. He's also almost level 11. Moon gets hit with the arrow.
Gonna be finding himself caught out, tries to jump away to safety, but Ninja is just rampaging. Gonna be finding one. Not quite going to be able to make it two just yet. Fly High trying to mount some kind of a counterattack, but not going to get it just yet. Ninja gets himself away alive, but it's going to be a 1 for 0. Moon going down, and Envy punishing some of that aggro with a nice snipe from Altec. From downtown, he secures that blue buff.
Yep, able to secure the blue buff. Going for some harassment on Apollo as well, but not able to land that one. I mean, High does have his package yet again, and he actually didn't use it going into the jungle there because they don't have too much deep vision, but then made a half roam down bottom. Wanted to see if Seraph would stay extended, but Seraph also recognizes and backs off in the bottom lane. Now he's going aggressive with his red buff and chunking down balls once again.
Also thought he was in kind of a troublesome spot earlier. Now that Seraph's got the red buff up and running, it's going to be that much harder. Altec going to be using that Chain of Corruption topside, forces Apollo to flash away from it, so a little bit less safety for him now.
Yeah, always great value there. Nicely aimed and does force the flash. Ashe now a very vulnerable target. Only has the heal to rely upon as Malzahar is also out of exhaust summoner. Could get spicy up here.
see what the junglers decide to do about that. Both of these junglers have opted into a tracker's knife as well, going to be prioritizing a lot of that vision, which you can see a lot of now in the northern part of the Envy jungle.
And we have to keep, reiterating here. Seraph, he's going super aggressive. He's bullying this Maokai and getting his CS lead, but then he keeps backing off as soon as High starts to roam. Because Seraph knows High's playstyle. As soon as he leaves mid lane, looking to make a play on the other side of the map, and Seraph's sort of tempered aggression has been able to keep it safe so far, but now the Drake is spawning, and he's outnumbered heavily on this bottom side of the map. So Envy, I think, 100% give away this Drake, and it's going to have to be Seraph escaping here with his... Oh, he's not going to be able to escape. Cancel the recall, and I might be able to grab it.
Oh, this is not going to be good news. Seraph tries to fling himself up into the air, at least take somebody with him, but it is not happening. FlyQuest, they're going to take the kill and the dragon.
Stays a little bit too long that time. Tried to recall in the brush, but Balls went to go check, found him out, and not only are they going to give up that dragon, which they pretty much 100% already had to give up, but they are going to be trading the turrets as well here. So mid lane push developing for FlyQuest as they want to get even more pressure, and Envy are forced to recall.
It's going to take the FlyQuest gold advantage up to about 2,500 now with a 4-2 kill advantage, 2-1 turret advantage, and of course, 2-0 on the Drakes.
And especially if you look at the team comp here for FlyQuest, they have such an early sieging power spike. That Trinity Force you talk about with Corki is a huge part of it. But Varus, very good early siege as well. He's got this Essence Reaver for a lot of extra mana, and he will be going with the Q-Max build in this iteration, so he's already got that piercing arrow up to level 5, and they can group very early on, use this early gold advantage to try and snowball. Infernal Drake spawning next is huge for FlyQuest in continuing to snowball this game.
Between the piercing arrows and the rockets from Corki and the inner flames from the Karma, it's a lot of stuff to have firing at yourself, and it's going to be very difficult for Envy to weather that storm.
Very true. And we got to look at it from Envy's point of view here. Apollo is the man to make the play. They have to get some pick here. Hakuo, yeah, he does have Malzahar ultimate, but that requires a member of Fly face checking. So most reliable thing, nab somebody with the Ash Arrow and try and get some picks to get back into this game. They're trying to get that first step done with the vision, so you can fire your Ash Arrow from the Fog of War, increasing your chances of hitting so they don't have as much time to react. But Envy now definitely getting a little bit more desperate as they look for one of these numbers advantage picks so they can try and get some gold back in their pockets.
Shoving this far into enemy territory, though, just got to make sure they're careful about doing that. Every chance they push up, they're again putting themselves in danger for maybe Moon or Balls or even Altec with his ulti to make some kind of a play.
Definitely true. They have to be very careful right now because, yes, FlyQuest have a pretty good lead right now, but it hasn't snowballed really out of control yet. Once this next Drake does spawn and the Infernal comes up, if Envy contests it and die plus giving it away, that becomes, and Ninja actually might be sniped.
Real close. Not going to be done, though. The heal from Apollo thrown out clutch to keep that jungler alive. They will lose the tier 2.
That's some more gold, and it continues to grow here for FlyQuest. Very quick game here. As we talk about the returning members, this is a classic of High and the classic of Cloud9 when he was on the team. When they get an early lead, it's constant objective to objective to objective right across the map. Boom. Mid lane secondary turrets down. They meet up with the second push down bottom. This one almost goes down. Huge amount of damage on it, and they are not letting up.
Absolutely not. FlyQuest has no intention of allowing their opponents any sort of breathing room. They're not going to be going back until they're forced back. And right now, that responsibility is on Envy to try to find some kind of a way to force them out. Shock Blast finds its way there, but it's not doing a lot.
Yeah, exactly. The problem for Envy is that they kind of need FlyQuest to lose track of the Orianna ball because the only initiation for Envy is the bottom lane, right? The Olaf running straight at this team will just get melted. So it has to be Ash Arrow and Malzahar ultimate used as, sort of offensive tanking there where you use that crowd control to deny the incoming damage. Not able to find a spot where they can get an arrow past Maokai, so they just try and hold on here, farm up some minions, and we fully expect FlyQuest to push the tempo again.
And as this game is going on, we're starting to see a couple of more items come online. A lot of armor penetration for Seraph. The Black Cleaver into the Last Whisper going to be looking to break through that front line, break through that Maokai, and see if he can make any kind of a dent in these guys.
Definitely think that Seraph and Apollo are the two guys here for Envy that do have a chance to try and turn this game around. Those are the two. There's a lot of pressure on them because Seraph has a lot of the gold, and then Apollo has to make the crucial pick there to try and get them right back. But FlyQuest, immediately, they turn their sights towards the last outer turret. Should be the easiest one to knock over for them. And again, we mentioned the siege. You mentioned all those poke abilities that they're going to be using, and they're coming through here as they focus up on the top side. High, doing most of it by himself, actually, and Arrow misses.
Arrow's not going to be finding anybody. High has to back himself up just a little bit. You saw his package expire there just a moment ago, so that's not going to be available for this fight as Moon looks for some kind of an angle, but isn't going to be finding it just yet. The push continues. This turret, so very close to death.
Yeah, Seraph down in the bottom lane is actually going to trade turrets, I would opt for, because when you're down like this, the best call you can make is actually just to trade objectives. You can't really take that heads-up fight, especially if you're getting poked out beforehand by all of these missiles and arrows that are coming through. This is something that you do have to go contest, though. And luckily for Envy, they've got a ward here, so they can call through the teleport of Seraph. They're waiting a while, though.
They gotta make some kind of a move on this one. TP's gonna be channeled, all tech bound up, ultimate use. Hakuo looking to stop him. Ninja looking to get in there if he can. It's gonna be Hakuo exploded first. Fly winning this fight. Alex Each exploded. Ninja's gonna be exploded almost. One more rocket's got him. A killing spree for High. The last shock blast not gonna be finding anyone. They might not have got that Baron, but they got 3 for nothing.
Oh man, yeah, this is definitely a High shot calling at its finest, right? They don't hesitate. Yeah, it's only 21.5 minutes, right? But they force this because they need to keep the tempo up, and they're just expanding on their lead here. They force the teleport out of Seraph. They pull this Jace back over to the Baron pit. They immediately turn on them as well. Key is that you don't stay DPSing the Baron when you see this. Immediate call there. They get off the Baron. Volunteer on the Maokai, playing that front line, is able to zone off a lot of the damage while they take down Hakuo for the first kill. And even though that was a great ultimate from Alex, he got 3 in the shockwave. Super good kick there from Moon, by the way, on Lee Sin to finish up this team fight. And FlyQuest don't lose a single person in that fight, using the Baron just to bait in Envy to try and have one of those gold advantage 5-on-5s for themselves, and then finally pick up the Infernal Drake.
Infernal Drake going the way of FlyQuest, and like you've mentioned so many times already, no flash for the Olaf. He's got no way to get in there, no way to try to contest that except maybe throwing an axe over the wall, but I'm pretty sure Moon's Smite is going to be keeping that nice and safe.
Yeah, it definitely would be a suicide steal. So many times, too, we've seen Olaf pop the Ragnarok just to run through, because you can pop it and you'd be immune to CC, but you can't go immune to damage, and he just gets burned down. In fact, you take more damage when you pop it, so it would be super duper risky. Yeah, their only option was to go for the fight. They tried to make the call to go for the fight, but well played by FlyQuest, and they are able to keep this ball rolling.
And we talked during the Champion Select and even before the Champion Select about this game, about how these guys are LCS veterans, even if the team itself is not an LCS staple name. And High is showcasing this team's ability to be decisive and pull that trigger time and time and time again, and I'm really liking how cutthroat this team looks.
That's why this is one of the guys that just keeps coming back. Roll after roll, you know, team after team. He's able to play through Challenger, back in the LCS once again. Here's the double pink-warded Baron, starting it up. They do get hawk-shotted.
Are discovered. FlyQuest got to be careful about this one. High's going to be peeling out, providing some kind of an escape. Alex Each eating a couple of rockets, and FlyQuest decides it's not worth it, not right now. Going to be backing themselves away.
That's right. And Envy fans, you know, don't despair. This is definitely you guys playing with a sub. So, you know, not the ideal situation, but some things have gone well for them. You know, Seraph was able to abuse this Jace matchup as expected. And the bottom lane also able to abuse their matchup a little bit in the early game before the rest of FlyQuest did collapse. But aside from that, they have not been able to keep up with the tempo here of FlyQuest. Right after the early invades, they have rolled right through, starting with that mid lane and High pushing. and they've just kept it going ever since. Now we have a moment of respite where they go back to purchase, and QSSs will start to come in. Even that, Ash Arrow and Malzahar ultimate seem less and less likely to turn this game around as Hai got his eye on the enemy win conditions and starts to eliminate them.
It's a great itemization pickup. I mean, honestly, if the enemy team's win condition is stun out Hai, and Hai can no longer be stunned out, got a little bit of an issue there for Envy trying to find some way to win this. Moon, Dead Man's Plate up and running means he's going to have a lot more ability to close distance and position himself properly to make a big kick. The next fight starts, but now it's going to be Baron yet again.
I like how they're just leaving the Scrying Orb trinket there as well. It's turned off by the control ward, so you don't even need to kill it. And it gives 0 warning to the enemy. Even if they had warning, it would still be super dangerous, as we've already seen, for them to go contest. So they give it up, and I actually go for the pick.
Package gonna be delivered, QSS used, Hakuo deleted, and FlyQuest, third time is the charm. They've got the Baron, they've got the pick onto one of the enemy players. Envy running their AD carry and their top laner away for dear life. Moon's looking to follow this, but he's gotta be careful. Rest of the team not exactly nearby if he overextends into this one, but Envy has no response.
Yeah, not even defensive use there. Hai immediately picks up the QSS, maybe 30 seconds later activates it as he goes in with the package. This man definitely still has it. And it looks like FlyQuest marching their way to a very strong victory in game 1. They're looking for another pick, and Seraph gets himself out.
Running away yet again, Apollo again going to be using that heal to keep an ally alive. That time might not have needed it 100%, but wanted to be safe rather than sorry. FlyQuest continues mounting the pressure in this bottom part of the map. Gonna be split pushing with Hai mid lane. One more auto attack from the minion takes down that inhibitor turret, and now the inhib itself wide open.
All right, they've got bottom lane pushing as well. Baron empowered cannon minions are doing their work. FlyQuest taking down 2 points at once as the inhibitor starting to take some damage from Hai's Trinity Force as well.
Hai's got balls there right with him, making sure he keeps them protected. There comes your enchanted crystal arrow. QSS or not, he's gonna be safe. LCS has to flash himself away, just trying to stay alive. Moon's gonna be taken low. Ninja, Guardian Angel is up and running, but he doesn't want to lose it for free. Inhibitor's gonna fall, and FlyQuest finds their mark and gets the hell out of Dodge.
Yeah, a little bit low on HP after that one, so they're going to go purchase after everything that they've just claimed. Remember, they were able to weaken a little bit that bottom lane inhibitor turret, and the super minions going up the mid lane will help them out a lot with revisiting that objective. 1 minute on this Cloud Drake, which they should also be able to add to their collection.
And they have a really nice collection so far. 3 Drakes compared to 0 for FlyQuest. 3 different ones, of course. They're not exactly stacking the same bonuses of any kind, but after the Baron, after that massive push into the enemy base, FlyQuest enjoys not only a dragon advantage, but an over 7,000 gold advantage. They got 4 more turrets than their opponents. Any metric you want to measure the state of this game by, FlyQuest is doing it, and they're doing it big.
Yes, sir. Definitely a good start for them. Remember that it is against a substitute team, but man, really like the opening here. Hai is 4-0-2 on this Corki. He's been pushing all game long, has had control for the entirety of the game. Moon's been, bullying out Ninja as his early wards placed have helped him make some counter plays onto Ninja and take away a lot of the jungle threat, enabling Hai to play that aggressive style. It's really come together quite nicely for them. And that mid and jungle really carrying them thus far.
Here we go again with the 4-1 split push. It's going to be Hai in the bottom lane, being the one who has to fare on his own. Seeing if he can take care of this, and it's not even going to be a question anymore. We're not seeing if he will. We're watching him do it. We're bearing witness to Hai's amazing ability to take over and completely take control of a game. Inhibitor number 2 now under pressure as the top lane tier 2 is going to be completely surrendered. Envy will give that one away, no contest, as now it's their final standing inhibitor turret that will be under pressure top lane as the inhibitor takes blow after blow bottom side. Seraph can't fight for this.
Yeah, it's gonna go down in front of his face. Balls gets ulted.
They're gonna blow a lot on balls, including the Orianna ball itself, but he's still gonna blow it away. LCS deleted. Now can they find anything else? Moon's gonna be popped. They're gonna take down balls as well. 2 for 1. They grab the GA on Ninja though, and Fly's coming into the backside. He's gonna grab Seraph. Looking to make even more happen. All Tech not gonna get the piercing arrow. Who needs it? Double kill for High, and FlyQuest, ladies and gentlemen, they're on to the Nexus turret. They're going to be on to the Nexus, and that is going to be game one in this series. Going to the old school Cloud9 squad, the new age FlyQuest boys. This is a team.
Yes, they are. And the Nexus turret going down. What an explosive victory here for FlyQuest. Just barely over 30 minutes, and they're going to take game number 1.
FlyQuest has got to be feeling ecstatic about that. There was no point in the game where it looked like they were losing control. There was no point in the game where you were like, I wonder if FlyQuest is going to end up doing something wrong with this. It was just one after the other, after the other, after the other. Good calls into good plays.
Definitely so. Kept up the tempo all game long, and a lot of it did, come from the mid lane and from the jungle. There were a couple good plays there from Envy. Visit to the top lane. Seraph was pulling balls. They had Ninja come in. They were able to get a kill there, but not able to put a stop to the momentum that FlyQuest built so early on.
FlyQuest has definitely shown themselves to be the team to look out for in this series, at least. They showed Envy what they were made of in game number 1. And going into game number 2, Envy's going to have to kind of revamp the strategy a little bit.
Yeah, definitely true. We'll see what else Ninja does have in his bag of jungle champion pool, because this one was definitely a little bit risky. And Moon abused him with the Lee Sin, a lot more mobility. Went in there with an early counter jungle, buff to buff. He saw you ward on my red buff. So he knew that the Olaf would be unsuspecting. Red buff to red buff is a very long distance to traverse, the longest for a jungler in the early game. So it's one of the least expected moves. Because Moon did have that ward, though, and saw the entry, he knew that it would be unexpected and a high percentage play, and he was able to pull it off.
Talking about big moves here, we've got a replay of the 22-minute 3-0 Baron fight that Fly managed to pull off.
All right, let's take a look again. This was the Baron play where they just wanted to get out the teleport and then immediately turn. You can see Maokai's tanking the Baron, so they didn't even get anyone low before the fight. Haku goes in and he does ult Altec and had a bunch of Void Leads on him, but no follow-up damage, and he's pretty much by himself, so he goes down first. Good shockwave from Alex, but High is putting out so much AoE damage on this Corki, and no one can really get past Maokai after that. Moon had that pretty good kick there for the knockout, and even though they actually got a couple low there, some good shockwaves on the end from Seraph to hit backline members, nobody was able to get the execute, so pretty big snowball there for Cloud9. And as you said, the shot calling really complemented their early game lead as they were able to take objectives very, very quickly right after that.
And every time they went to the Baron, even though we didn't see them take it until the 3rd attempt, those first 2 attempts, it never looked like they were in any real danger. They always made the plays happen. They always did what they needed to do. And right now, we're going to be taking a quick break while FlyQuest and Envy strategize for round 2. But before we go, Cyrene gave us a look at some of the preseason changes hitting the Rift.
Who will make the most of the changes coming in the North American LCS 2017 Spring Split, and why? Let's start at the top. Top lane tanks are all the rage with the addition of Courage of the Colossus, the mastery that gives a 4-second shield and scales with the number of enemies around you has made champions like Poppy, Nautilus, and Maokai absolute monsters. Big tanks bring extended team fights, so long-standing teams with strong competitive synergy like TSM, Cloud9, and Counterlogic Gaming should benefit from their team fighting experience. But tanks aren't all we'll see up top. With 10 bans on the table, it's only a matter of time before champion pools get tested. Hard carry champions like Fiora, Kled, and the new backline diver Camille offer both precision and destruction, with import veterans like Looper and Someday bringing over their deep champion pools. They'll challenge the newly stacked group of top laners in the NALCS. In the jungle, with more gold per camp and longer respawns, champions with quick clears and early gank potential like Rek'Sai, Lee Sin, and Rengar are top-tier picks. High damage, item-dependent champions like Kha'Zix, Nocturne, and Hecarim are also tearing it up across the Rift. So, NALCS junglers with aggressive mindsets like Dardoch or Svenskeren can spring ahead early with these explosive champions and carry their teams to victory. Whereas mechanically gifted up-and-comers like Inori and Contracts can use them to earn their place at the top. Over in the mid lane, it's all about control. Mages like Cassiopeia, Victor, Ryze,
and Syndra create lots of pressure through their wave control, and skilled mid laners like Bjergsen, Pobelter, and Jensen will use them to translate that pressure into distinct advantages around other parts of the map. It's likely a lot of these strong control mages will get locked out in the new 10-ban system, and then we'll see the hard-hitting assassins. Katarina and Fizz may have a weak early game, but they quickly become powerful enough to pose a real threat. Some assassins, like LeBlanc and Echo, have both ample wave clear and the raw power to obliterate enemy champions. It'll be fun to see the mid laners like Ninja, Keen, and Hai utilize assassins and other unconventional champion picks to gain an edge against the elite control mages. In the bot lane, nerfs to early game builds have changed the landscape for marksmen. There's a heavy emphasis on utility carries like Ashe, Jhin, and Varus, as they contribute great initiation tools while ramping up. Sneaky and LCK import Arrow have a leg up on these utility ADCs, while veterans Wild Turtle and Piglet could be challenged with the move away from lane-dominant marksmen. As for supports, they've got more options than ever. The introduction of Redemption brought major benefits to healing and shielding supports, like Nami and Karma, whereas the new Rylai's changes have popularized some unlikely mage supports, like Malzahar, and bolstered others, like Zyra and Brand. Seasoned support Aphromu has already proven his prowess and ability to carry a game. Now, rising stars like Smoothie, Matt, and Biofrost have the opportunity and the tools to join Afro center stage and skyrocket their teams to victory. More bans, more strategy, more diversity. It all starts here at the 2017 NALCS Spring Split.
Welcome back, League fans. We're gearing up for Game 2 between FlyQuest and Envy. And FlyQuest came out strong in Game number 1 to put up a commanding win. And of course, when it comes to player of the game, there's one man that came to everybody's mind that game, and it's definitely got to be High.
Yeah, I think there's no surprise that we're giving player of the game to High. That Corki was massive in this game. He had mid lane pressure. They were able to snowball right through that turret. Multiple kills all over the map. He was able to even snowball into a very early QSS to be able to negate really any comeback potential for Envy, resulting from any sort of picks that they would try to attempt. But man, such a snowball. Honorable mention though, we do have to talk about Moon. That jungle was something we're going to highlight because Envy have to use a sub here, and they only have a mid lane sub, so they've got a mid laner playing their jungle role. Knew it was going to be a weak point for them, but FlyQuest there, Moon was able to pressure, and that definitely helped out High in getting to the point that he did.
And we wanted to see Moon step up. He obviously had a good game number 1. High had a great game number 1. But now, Envy, they got to reset. Get themselves in the right state of mind and be ready to come back strong here in game number 2.
Exactly. We've got best of 3s here in the North American LCS. Definitely not over after game 1. And if we look at the pick bans from the last time around, there are definitely things that we can change here for Envy, especially knowing how deep the champion pools are. The only thing that we don't really know is how constricted the jungle pool is, because the Olaf here, we're not exactly sure how confident they feel, with having Ninja play the high tiers like Rengar, since they were the ones that had to ban it out. They also had to ban out Kha'Zix. So to me, that says, he just hasn't had enough time playing jungle because he's obviously a mid laner. So it might really hurt them in the pick bans again. And that's a really big advantage considering the new format.
And that's not something that you normally think about is, what do we have to ban away because our jungler doesn't actually play jungle because we don't want to allow them to have it, right? Yeah. Because normally you think, if this is left up, they have a chance at it, we have a chance at it, we'll trade a power pick for a different power pick. But if the power pick you'd be getting in the trade is one that your guy can't play, then you're up the creek.
Yeah, it's just how much are you really going to lose? I mean, the difference between Moon on Lee Sin and Moon on Kha'Zix, not too big, right? Because he's going to be great on both of them. His Lee Sin was amazing. Didn't get too much value out of that one. I would definitely ban the Rengar if you don't play Rengar, you're not willing to first pick it, because that could get really scary. And I guess they were also super scared about Kha'Zix snowballing and getting a bunch of kills and resetting all over them. But yeah, it does leave you with very few options. So we'll see what creative solution they can try and come up with for game number 2 here, as FlyQuest are headed right back out, getting back into their seats, and they just want to repeat. That was a very smooth game for them. Only little hiccups were, Balls was on Maokai and he had to play against Jace. So obviously that was going to be difficult for him, but he got bullied a little bit and then he got dove under his turret. Maybe a little, if they're looking for areas to improve, and you're always looking to improve no matter how well the game goes, even on your victories. These LCS guys are always complaining. Even when they win, they're like, I made so many mistakes. I need to clean up this, and this. That's going to be one of them that they will try and improve on. But look at that. They got smiles on their faces and definitely deserve so.
Yeah, you've got to be happy about the performance. We talked about it at the end of the last game. Just slightly over 30 minutes. And there it is, the Elimination Notebook. Obviously planning on some sort of awesome ideas that he's going to be hatching here in game number 2. But just slightly over a 30-minute victory in game number 1 means FlyQuest didn't only do this really clean, they didn't only do it very effectively, they did it fast.
And that's one of the things that we were talking about a little bit. It's always fun to watch a team piloted by High. This guy is one of the most experienced shot callers. There's been a shot caller through so many different metas as well. When we see them transition from mid lane turret to bottom lane turret to back to another turret, and picking up these drakes, they really don't waste time, and that's how they get to those very quick and early snowball victories. When they have a lead, it's very difficult. The most funny ones are when they actually don't have a lead, though, and you see Cloud9, previous Cloud9, now FlyQuest. I'm probably going to do that a while just because I've been shoutcasting High and Balls and Lemon as Cloud9 for so many years. But when we used to see them on Cloud9 and they would try and make all these crazy, objective trades and sneaking around plays to try and get back into the game, and it would actually work quite a lot. Even if you do get that lead on them, you still have to really check off all your boxes and ward very heavily, or else they'll come at you with one of those sneak objective steals.
Sometimes those objective steals can be what the doctor ordered to get yourself back into a game from a losing position. And of course, we saw some objective trades from Envy in game number 1, trying to kind of eke their way back in however they could, but it just wasn't enough. They were too far behind.
As we said, Seraph is no slouch himself. Seraph is a veteran of the league, been here for a few years now. His English is great, his communication is great. Definitely one of the leaders that has developed very nicely here. And, they are not dissuaded by that early loss. They knew it was going to be an uphill battle coming into this one. And very excited to see, what they do concoct for game number 2.
And, looking at how quickly and effectively FlyQuest performed in game number 1, you got to kind of look at where these two teams are sitting overall in the league, in the North American LCS. Because going into this split, if you take a look at different analyst predictions, if you take a look at different power rankings, nobody's really looking at these two teams and saying, yeah, FlyQuest and Envy, they're going to be right there with TSM. They're going to be right there with Cloud9. These are teams that people aren't expecting as much of. And if you can make a showing like that, that says something.
Yeah, I think these two are two of the teams that are definitely projected towards the lower end of the pre-LCS power rankings. And FlyQuest trying to make a name for themselves here in game number 2. They're actually going to be the ones banning out Kha'Zix this time on the blue side.
Yep, they're going to go ahead and take out the Kha'Zix, take out the Rise as their first and second bans. Meanwhile, Team Envy kind of just playing the hand that they're dealt as the red side banning phase number 1. The LeBlanc, the Rengar both going to be banned away. And I'd be willing to bet my bottom dollar that if Camille is not banned off by FlyQuest for whatever reason, Envy's going to be taking that one out.
Most definitely. I would expect FlyQuest to go for another target ban and Envy have to do the Camille duty and ban her out as well, because I'm going to want to see balls on that champion. And Jace is going to be the FlyQuest answer, as they want to make a small adjustment. As we talked about, that one point of weakness there for them in the last game was that Seraph was bullying pretty hard and getting a fairly substantial CS lead. So pretty much all going to expect it here so far.
Yeah, take out the Jace, get rid of the thing that was causing you trouble, that thorn in your side, just pluck it out. Be good going forward. Camille is going to be banned away by Envy, and FlyQuest goes ahead and picks up that highly contested top-tier support that was banned away last time.
Good pickup here for Envy and Answer as well. Yeah, that Zyra did go over to FlyQuest very early on and is a huge bully, and Lemon is one of the players that, kind of pioneered the champion along with Sneaky on the Ashe back in his Cloud9 days. But Team Envy, I really like their answers so far in the pick ban. Stealing away the Maokai from balls, grabbing that tank after the Jace is already banned, and then getting one of the top tier AD carries, getting that Varus just so they know they can dictate the role. They can pretty much make FlyQuest pick this Ashe, because if you don't answer, again, remember, the AD carry role is one of those ones that's a little bit thinner at the top, and the second ban phase, you can really start to whittle it down.
And it's interesting how you can force your opponents into these kind of avenues that you want them to play to, with the way that the new pick and ban works, with the way that you now have more banning opportunities in the middle of the draft. So it means you don't go in with a concrete plan and say, all right, we're going to do this. You don't cookie cutter it, right? You adapt more so to every single pick and ban phase. Moon's going to be locking in that Ashe, and High, once again, going to be soaring through the skies on that Corki he did so well with in game number 1.
He was definitely flying high with Corki last game, and he's blind picking it again, so still confident there. The Elise, we haven't seen a tremendous amount of it. However, she's so good on the current patch. So many, especially in solo queue, highest rated challengers, a lot of very high play rates on Elise, especially over in Korea. There were adjustments to Leandri's Torment, where guys in Torment are very good early pickups on her. I'm really loving early magic penetration builds for her. That definitely has huge potential to snowball a game. So this is a promising, start here for Team Envy. If Ninja does play Elise well, which is, it's a champion that you need to put some time in on. There are a lot of small mechanics that can make the difference between a great Elise and just a good Elise. That is a champion where Ninja can really have a good impact.
And that's what we want to see out of him, even in the off role. Like we talked about last game, it's an expected weakness coming into this series, coming into this game. But if they can shore that up, then they might have a good shot at coming back here in game number 2. Now, that second banning phase that we were talking about earlier, in case you missed it in game number 1, that does occur after the first 6 picks have been completed. And those second round of bans are going to be taken care of with Syndra and Misfortune removed by FlyQuest, taking out a power mid laner and that counter pick to the Zyra support. And then Rek'Sai and Lee Sin taken off the table by Envy, just getting rid of a couple of those good junglers.
Exactly. This is what happened when you have those desynced roles in the first pick phase. Envy here are trying to flip the table here on Moon and target him because he's now getting pushed pretty far down the list. Now maybe he even delves deep into his champion pool where he's a guy who's super comfortable and known for things like Evelynn that are not high tier champions for jungle, right? But if most of them are getting banned out and the Elise is already picked away, maybe he gets pushed down onto something like that. Graves is definitely one of the farmer junglers, so the lanes might have to do a lot more of the setup work. Nautilus can do that just fine. Ashe Zyra can definitely do that. But we might expect a little bit less presence from a Graves around a mid lane that is Corki because there's no CC from either of those players, coming into effect. So that actually might relieve some pressure on Alex this time around and allow Alex to have a bit better of a game.
And that could be exactly what these guys want to see on the side of Envy. Maybe not make it so high can get off to such a phenomenal start. Even if they're still ganking opportunities in other places, it's not for high, right? Meanwhile, Envy, they're going to be finishing off that draft, grabbing themselves the Malzahar. This time, though, we're going to be seeing a mid lane.
Yep, Alex going to take that one up, and that is a tremendous amount of crowd control here on Team Envy. They have huge pick potential with this setup here, as well as a little bit of that siege with the Varus Karma duo lane in the bottom side. We'll see about this early game, though. Balls this time is going to be piloting the Nautilus. Now, Nautilus versus Maokai is probably going to be a matchup that we do see a lot with these tanks up in the top side. Nautilus can pressure him early, get the shove, try and get some harassment down on Maokai. But Maokai is really just, I think, all around just most solid tank there for the top lane right now and does outscale him and doesn't even get pushed around too heavily in the early game. So probably won't be able to get too much of an advantage there. We'll see. It's really going to come down to the team fighting this time around, I think, as well as timings on those early teleports. So much crowd control in the bottom lane as the new meta is. It's a lot about how much can you gank the bottom lane, how much can you teleport into the bottom lane, because if you get the enemy AD carry behind, they're very useless except for their CC ultimates, and you can get a lot of kills and a lot of Drakes off of focusing that area.
Here we go. We're going to be loading on to Summoner's Rift in just a couple of moments for game number 2. The big question, of course, can Envy rally? Can Envy do what Envy needs to do, come back, tie this up, and send us into game number 3? Or is FlyQuest going to make as much of a statement in this second game as they did in game number 1?
Yeah, I mean, definitely have to watch out for it. We'll see about these early moves and keep our eyes on the junglers.
Ladies and gentlemen, here we go, jumping on to Summoner's Rift for the second time today for FlyQuest versus Envy round 2. This time, it's going to be FlyQuest in the blue trunks, Envy swinging with the red. And we'll have to see how this ends up playing out as, once again, the level 1 looking pretty tame.
Interesting. So first thing, I am going to, even though Ninja, we're going to give him some breathing room because he's a mid laner, I'm going to critique a lot because he is new to the jungle. A lot of Elise players will start with the machete instead of the talisman, even though talisman is recommended in the shop by Riot as the game, because you can get your W start, you get an auto attack reset, you get a bunch of extra attack speed, and if you start on your blue side, or even if you don't start on your blue side and you move over there quickly, you ensure that your blue doesn't get countered. She's just fine. She doesn't need the extra mana regen. She'll get a blue buff and it'll be just fine anyways. And it does increase your clear speed if you have the machete, and you really don't have to worry about life or HP regen either. That's just a small thing, a little bit nitpicky, and of course he isn't a full-time jungler, so let him off the hook a little bit.
Speaking of worrying about life, bottom side, both supports going to be taking a nasty chunk of damage. You saw Lemon Nation actually fall below half very early on there. Needing to go ahead and gobble up one of those biscuits. Hakulo is going to do the same thing, and these guys are not looking to pull any punches early on, even level 1, just vying for that control.
Yep, trading very heavily there, then kiting those minions back. able to secure most of the last hits. Actually did miss one there. And FlyQuest again get the push on the level 2 here. Should be able to hit that one first. High immediately moving over to that important blue buff that we talked about. Gets the ward down, and he'll see Ninja as he transitions over. You can tell that FlyQuest are targeting Ninja because he is a sub, and they're trying to get extra vision on him so that they can... ooh, High actually has to watch out for those Voidling damage.
This is an interesting development. Flash forward, Alex needs one more! First blood, Envy's mid laner.
6 Voidlings right there. I mean, the one thing about Malzahar is you have to really respect the early Voidling damage, and High does not.
He did not at all.
Right there. Just runs head first into Alex, which is exactly what Malzahar wants early. You know, otherwise, Malzahar is kind of struggling a little bit to CS. He's one of the more famously difficult to CS on mid laners in the early stages before you really get enough points in your E to bounce around and get the executes that way. But man, he goes heads up with the Corki, tanks all the Voidlings, flashes late, and Alex has Ghost. Perfect follow-up and completely different story from game number 1.
And without those summoner spells, now both mid laners are going to be a little bit more vulnerable. Of course, Alex each doubly more vulnerable because no built-in escape mechanism.
Definitely true and worth you know, keeping your eyes on. We'll see if High continues to play aggressively because he was using his W last game to go for constant harassment. As you said, though, nobody has summoners in the mid lane, so lots of wards coming out and probably a lot more farming as Alex was able to get a very nice purchase here. Dark Seal coming in as well, so potential for snowball even.
Alex each feeling confident. Elimination going to be forced to flash back. Envy going to grab themselves another summoner spell, this time in the bottom lane. Really flexing those muscles. Elimination's got to be respecting that damage.
Yeah, great check there from Hakuo. Empowered Q there from Karma. Right into another snipe from Apollo, and they got a big chunk right there out of Lemon. On top of this CS lead that they've been able to get on the backswing, they will now have some pressure at the turret and try to 2v1, land that poke. You know, Karma and Varus are very annoying, throwing those skill shots at you while you're trying to CS under your turret. Makes life very difficult for the Ashe player.
Meanwhile, between scrying orbs and hawk shots coming out from Fly, Ninja is having an eye kept on him very thoroughly. They're keeping track of this guy very, very well, making it hard for him to get off to a good start.
And that's the main thing here. In Elise versus Graves matchup, Graves wants to outscale this Elise. As if they keep track of her early on and she doesn't get off these early ganks, she'll lose steam as the game does progress. And Moon right now, he's grinding the jungle, he's farming up, and he's trying to get some of those multipliers going.
Moon hanging around in this top side, seeing if he can make any kind of anything happen with a lane gank, but I'm guessing the answer is going to be no. Gets himself right past that ward and goes back into the jungle.
Yeah, a lot of the early moves from Graves will be clearing most of your jungle and then going for counter gank positioning, right? Not necessarily, expecting something to happen, but being in position for counter ganks is huge. Because he doesn't really have a lot of initiation, but if you face check him or if you overcommit, he does have a lot of damage that he can bring to try and combat someone who does overextend, especially if it's in a lane where that does have CC like a Nautilus.
Altec going to be forced back in bottom lane now as Apollo and Hakuo continue maintaining control over this, constantly shoving their opponents back, constantly shoving them under. Seraph's going to go ahead and use that TP to get himself back into top lane. Balls recently did the same, so both of these top laners' teleports not going to be available as we get close to this level 6 point.
Right, they're probably going to aim to sync those up with those ultimates for the bottom lane. As we talked about, man, those bottom lane champions will be explosive at level 6. Have to worry about jungle ganks at that point. Someone can die in the CC duration of either the Ashe Arrow or the Varus ultimate. So once those do hit and the AD carries are closing in on that experience level, we'll transition down there. For the moment though, Ninja is going to hover around mid lane, and some more wards being placed down for both junglers as once again, each mid lane has a pink ward, one side to rely upon.
And notice how High is just letting Alex shove in now and then hanging out under his turret. He learned his lesson against those Voidlings. He does not want to take a bite out of that again.
Yeah, definitely don't want to experience that one more time. We'll have to track as well how early he gets a QSS this game, because now he's actually laning against the Malzahar.
Right.
And getting an early QSS really cuts into your damage. So it'll be an interesting choice to see if he actually does go for it super early on. Trinity Force is so important, and getting it before Trinity Force really delays your power spike.
Speaking of early items, I actually want to point out something that is interesting. Moon went ahead and grabbed Hex Drinker before any other items whatsoever. No Red Smite, no Warriors or anything like that. Really respecting the amount of AP damage on the enemy team.
Yeah, definitely makes a ton of sense against this team. All of the members do AP damage. Even the AD carry, Apollo here on Varus, packs a decent amount of magic damage that he is going to be doing. Ooh, will he push it out? Nope, nope, push it out of the brush. Able to get the steal once again, and just like last game, escapes with the Blast Cone.
History repeats itself as Moon takes the Blast Cone Express over the wall, this time the Baron wall instead of the Dragon wall, and gets himself out, stealing away that red buff.
That Graves grind is taking its toll. Even though CS numbers are very disingenuous, let's say, this time around this season, because some of the camps are overloaded, like the Raptors and Krugs. He is at a experience lead and a gold lead over Ninja currently. Now, this could change if Elise is able to snipe him here, but so much time Elise is trying to create some action, trying to make something happen. This is what Graves does. Hard farms, eventually gets that experience and gold lead. Now he's 2 levels up, so much more damage. Plus, as you said, he already got that early Hex Drinker, so he's already getting fairly tanky. And has to use some of it here as he's in the mid lane farming up minions.
Yeah, definitely a very scary proposition dealing with that Graves that has the ultimate available. Of course, Elise not exactly having that same wallop when she hits level 6 like a lot of other champions do, so Ninja's going to have to be careful to watch out and think about these counter jungling opportunities and where Moon is going to be when he tries to make a play of his own.
Yeah, and it's actually already at that point where it's very difficult for him to really even answer if Moon goes in and he tries to bully for the 1v1. Meanwhile, Moon also has this Corki with package to rely on. Whenever your mid laner roams first, and Hai has been roaming very quickly, now that he's got an extra mobility spell, he'll get there very, very soon. And there's a lot of damage packed in that duo, even though they don't have a ton of crowd control.
Now, one thing that's worth pointing out, in game number 1, remember the early packages from Hai were not necessarily extremely successful.
Looking for a chunk here as he goes for the blue. Does get the chunk.
LCS.
It forced Ninja to also take the blue there. You see he didn't want to get it stolen. So Alex, not only did he get chunked out there and have to use a potion, but doesn't get the blue hand off. Hai didn't get his either because he was chased out of lane and Moon just went ahead and took it, as Graves will do. I'm on my farm path. You're going to mess with my farming efficiency, then too bad for you. You're not here, then you don't get it.
Ball's getting kind of smacked around a little bit by Seraph right now, but considering this is Maokai versus Nautilus, he's not in the same kind of danger he was in last time, as Hai looks to get himself up here if he can, but the flash away from Seraph is enough to keep him alive.
Yep, gonna flash there. As soon as he sees that, Hai goes right back to mid lane, doesn't want to lose any minions. And so he's getting value out of his roams, even if he actually didn't get to convert on that gank. Does miss one there as he's trying to head back. But should be able to CS under turret. All right, Ninja back at it. He's down. Oh, he's face checking.
Oh, it's going to be both junglers. Here comes the play in bottom lane. Arrow finds its way onto Apollo. Stranglethorn's going to be cast as well. Ninja versus Moon. Still the 1v1 off the side. Altec killed first. Apollo's able to grab that kill. It's going to be Moon number 2. Lemon number 3. 3 for 0. Envy.
And Ninja actually outplays Moon in that exchange in the brush, dodging the Graves damage there. What a good repel. That's one of those things you really have to get used to and time it correctly. He was able to get to the other side. Plus then he sidestepped the ultimate as well. And Ninja, even though he's down experience, able to come out ahead in that one. Plus he had the roaming mid laner. Alex came through. Bottom lane victory there for Envy. And it actually is the complete opposite story this time around in this game. Hai going aggressive to mid lane though.
This is such a different game from game number 1. 4-0 and over 3,000 gold lead. The first Drake gonna be going their way. Yeah, it's still early on in the game. Yeah, we're only 11 minutes in, but everything is coming up Envy left, right, and center. They have got their heads on straight coming into game number 2.
And actually, for Team Envy, you talk about, low expectations a lot of people had coming in. The bottom lane was one of the really overlooked parts of this matchup. So this is Altec landing the arrow and flash in from Lemonation, but Hakuho and Apollo fire right back landing their own combo, and they get the 2v2 kills while all that dodging I was talking about from Ninja occurred on the top side. Both plays happening simultaneously, and Envy won both confrontations. Good roam there by Alex each. We've been highlighting High's roams all game long, but this time around, Alex is having the time of his life.
2-0-0 on that Malzahar, 2-0-1 now on Apollo, having technically the best score on the team, but Ninja's rappel really was dirty. He dodged the second part of the end of the line, walked out of the way of collateral damage, and now he's doing a good job for himself, just farming up this top part of the map, trying to stay close to Graves in terms of the economy department, but it's going to be Moon and Balls setting up some kind of a trap in here, stealing away the red buff. They might end up being able to find Ninja as well, but they're just going to get themselves out.
Yep, they've also got the roaming support of Lemonation here to come, and he's dropping extra wards in this red quadrant of the jungle. Meanwhile, High's made the call. He's moving down bottom lane to go catch this minion wave. He pushed out mid lane first, so High's going to get quite a lot of minions while the rest of Fly are up here on the top side, and Seraph is taking a beating.
They unload
they nabbed
so much into him! You gotta be kidding me! Seraph taken down by FlyQuest. An awesome shot from Alltech.
All right, they commit there with 4 people on the top side. While, as we said, High transitioned from the mid lane farm to bottom lane. Now he's back, and they're teleporting in for another pick.
Balls activating that TP, looking to make something happen this time onto Apollo. Exhaust comes down, Ball's gonna be stunned up. Exhaust backwards onto High. Dredgeline finds its way there. No way out. Adios. Apollo falls, and High's gonna find himself his first kill of the game.
Looks like Hakuo is able to escape off the bottom side, and some reinforcements for Envy coming down the mid lane. Alex definitely fed as well on the team, and he is coming to try and push down mid. Ninja makes his visit, but there's a lot of wards scattered around that they're gonna have to do some cleaning here. Now Envy actually getting their deep wards now as Ninja moves into the red quadrant of FlyQuest jungle. It's gonna mess up Cloud9 FlyQuest so many times.
It just feels different.
Yeah.
It feels different to talk about High or Balls or Elimination on not Cloud9. But hey, man, it's FlyQuest now. They're getting themselves back into the game here. Envy's lead now reduced down to about 1,500 gold. FlyQuest tying them up in terms of turrets as well, as Envy this time looks to hopefully set that mid laner up with the blue buff, get him going the way he wants to be with that, enable some of that spell spam, and put him in a good spot for the next couple of minutes.
All right, so game still pretty close here as FlyQuest were able to get back some gold with that top side play. We'll see who evens it up now, though. 1-1 in the turrets, and Envy still holding on to a decent gold lead due to those early kills. Let's see if the top lane teleports come into play, because Balls is on cooldown right now, whereas Seraph could make a play on the bottom side where there's no turret. High currently sneaking into the brush, but just is going to hold off there as the rest of Envy look like they're collapsing on mid to make a play.
As Envy sets up for this play, I want to go ahead and point out we're seeing a second Hex Drinker on the side of FlyQuest. High going to go ahead and purchase that before even completing the Trinity Force. But Seraph is the one who completes the first big item this game. Going to be going for Spirit Visage first and foremost. As the turret falls in mid lane, Ninja's going to be found by the arrow. Fly looking to grab some follow-up damage. Dredgeline right back into the fight. Balls looking to make it happen. Ulti from Alex each going to be used on that big tank. Seraph soaking as well. Both top laners so incredibly durable as no one's going to be killed, and both teams disengage.
Yeah, those tanks are hitting their mid-game peak right now, and they take a lot of damage, but nobody going down.
Colossus, man.
Yeah, exactly. That, plus they've got a lot of their flat HP items already. Meanwhile, Envy did get that turret, so their goal was accomplished for that move. They were able to get the extra turret, and currently that is going to increase their extra lead here as they go back to purchase. For the time, holding FlyQuest down.
Moon just farming up some of his own jungle here, continuing down that path you were talking about with Graves. Always just trying to maximize the economy, making sure you're getting as much gold and experience into your pockets as possible. Scale up as quickly as you can into that mid and late game monster that Graves is capable of being. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, with Runic Echoes and his challenging smite and a haunting guise completed, Ninja's not exactly going to be a slouch from the jungle either. Like, when he finds somebody, if he can land that cocoon and get that burst, he's going to put a lot of pain on.
Yeah, I really like the early pickup of magic penetration, but as you pointed out earlier, Hex Drinkers are being built super early on FlyQuest, so it does reduce a little bit of that effectiveness. Luckily for all of the early Magic penetration users, the Locket of the Iron Solari was changed, so you don't get that aura that you have to deal with anymore. Meanwhile, though, Envy, since they're so heavily stacked on magic damage, there's a lot of MR being built on FlyQuest independently by each of the members.
I trying to be careful down here in the bottom lane, looking to run away from Ninja if he can. Gonna be forced to flash that cocoon. Ninja tries to make a play, but
he does
get it.
I mean, getting the flash, that is a play.
Yeah, okay, it's still a play. He doesn't get the kill. He doesn't get the play he was looking for. He still gets a good play.
True enough. Not quite the ending he was looking for, but does get the flash, and they immediately transition into this dragon. It looks like it's going to be a little bit hard. Oh, teleport is coming in. FlyQuest contest.
FlyQuest want to make this happen if they can. Drake down very low. Moon's going to be bursted. Has to run away. Going to be killed first. Alex each killing spree. Fly high right in the middle. Having to fly away. Alltech now jumped on Apollo. 1, 2, 3, 4. Shoots him down. 2 dead on the side of FlyQuest, and Envy take the fight.
Meanwhile, they're surviving on 50 HP, multiple members there. They're able to take the Drake afterwards as well. Couple of extra kills, and Envy are looking to make this a 3-game series.
Good stuff from Team Envy. They are not willing to roll over and die in game number 2, Kobe. These guys are really stepping up. They grabbed Drake number 2 for themselves. Not only Drake number 2, but last game, we saw a garage sale of Drakes. This time, it's double mount.
Exactly. Mountain Drakes will be important later on. But let's revisit this dragon fight. As Moon was going in for the steal, he gets ulted mid-dash right there and taken out immediately. So this is basically a 4v5 from that point. Hakuo almost got taken out in answer, but FlyQuest, the main problem here is desynced team fight. They had people coming up at different times. Their main tank, not only was Balls teleporting in, so you have to wait for the channel to complete, but he was also on the other side of the Dragon Pit. This is not the correct way to go about a team fight when you've got 3 AD carries on your team. They have to have this Nautilus right on the front lines and soaking up the skill shots there from Envy. Now they're getting teleported on, and Seraph is looking to pick high off.
This should be an easy pickup for Envy. They grab the enemy mid laner, totally free of charge. Fly, of course, trying to allow their mid laner to make some kind of a play. High wants to grab Hakuo on the way out, but he doesn't have the damage. As Balls is going to be pushing up down here in the bottom part of the map, trying to make something happen, just put down some pressure, make Envy have to answer something else. But Envy instead going to be deciding to rotate towards the top side, take down that tier 1 that's still standing over there, and continue to pile that global gold into their pockets.
Yep, take out the last top outer turret here. As you said, increasing the lead now 3-1 in the turrets, and they get a lot more map control with this. The wards are slowly moving up. They've been able to clear out all of FlyQuest wards on their side of the map, so the options are dwindling pretty quickly for FlyQuest. As we said, they need to make moves where Nautilus is on the front line, protecting those triple DPS from the back line. Even quadruple, actually, as Lemon on the Zyra, definitely a DPS as well that needs protecting. So if they don't have that point man, the front man, they just get annihilated there on the back line, as all the crowd control we talked about from Envy will shine against squishy targets without Nautilus in front.
And that is a lot of weight on Balls' shoulders. He's got to make sure he's always putting himself between these 2 teams to make sure they don't get run over like that. Spirit Visage now completed on both of these top laners, both of them almost at the 200 farm mark. Morello Namicon plus Void Staff done on Alex each means that he's going to be doing a lot of damage whenever he catches out, as now it's going to be Balls, the one who's jumped on Alex each, now under pressure. High looking to make the moves. Exhaust is used. One more rocket might be able to find him, but High is silenced up. Ninja goes up into the air, repels down, flashes over, and he's still going to be killed. Strangle Thorns as a zoning tool. Seraph going to be tanking up everyone. Hakuo and Apollo trying to come in from the side. High's going to be fighting. Has to jump back over the wall. Seraph still tanking. Are you kidding me? There comes your ulti from the Nautilus. Going to be forcing him away. End of the day. 1 for 0.
What a Maokai highlight right there. Seraph was literally 1v3ing the FlyQuest members and chasing them off, as the rest of his DPS was all cut off by Zyra, the Stranglethorns, the zoning from Lemonation and High there. And Seraph was almost able to make a play all by himself, but ends up they do have to abort mission, and it's only the 1 kill after all of that action in the Envy jungle. Let's take a look at how it started. Now, Malzahar Ultimate as you know, does percentage health damage, so it is very good to ult tanks. Definitely viable. Yeah, ulting squishes is great, but ulting tanks also an option. The thing is, High, instant response to go interrupt the ultimate. Jumps in there with the package, and it looks very good for FlyQuest, as this time, they're all grouped up. Moon hits the ultimate over the wall as Lemonation uses that zoning. On the left here, you can see, and High trying to lay down some cover fire to force Apollo off, but there is Seraph. He gets out the Summoner spell in the 1v3, and is able to flash away at the end as well.
That was absolutely incredible. The amount of damage soaked by that Maokai. Damage in the last team
and
fight.
damage done.
Showing on your screen right now, yeah. So much damage put out by High in that fight. 2,000 also done by Moon. Those two, the two big swingers coming out from the side of FlyQuest. You didn't actually see a lot of damage come from the bottom lane of FlyQuest. Weren't able to get themselves in there the way they wanted to, but with how many health bars were blinking at the end of that fight, just a little bit more damage from either side could have told a very different story.
Definitely true. And we talked about, we actually prefaced, you know, what will FlyQuest look like when they're behind? You know, the classic High shot calling from behind. Are they going to be able to maneuver and get these outer turrets? Yes, they're behind in gold, but they're standing gold in these turrets that Envy have on the outer rim. And those actually will topple pretty easily. The mid turret especially is quite low at the moment. The problem is their 5-on-5 team fight is being attacked from all sides with this Envy squad. And Envy have performed pretty well in the last couple team fights. Plus, that double mountain that you mentioned earlier really puts pressure on sneaking Baron. So vision control around Baron pays off very big for Team Envy because they can burn that thing down.
Team Envy now, you are going to see them putting down some wards around that top part of the map in the upper side of the jungle on the side of FlyQuest. Want to make sure they're at least keeping an eye over that entire area. So if they ever do get the chance to pull that trigger, boom, they're right on it.
All right, and Alex, one of the guys we're highlighting this game, right along with Apollo. You know, these two carries for Envy on the backside that have a lot of damage. Alex is on a pretty good spike here, you know, with the double completed items, went for the super early Void Staff due to all these rushed Hex Drinkers and Spirit Visage from the members of FlyQuest. And he's also got 5 stacks for himself since he has yet to go down in this game.
Both 80 carries also starting to get there in terms of their strength. 4, 1, and 2 compared to 0, 2, and 2. A lot stronger Apollo is when you compare him to Alltech. Elimination's going to be bursted. Can't get himself away from anything. Seraph's going to be jumping in. Alltech 2 falls bound up the suppress. Keeps him locked down. Seraph will not stop. He is a force of nature at this point. High having to get himself away. It's going to be Moon killed next. Balls still alive. High running. Tries to get away using the blast cone. Going to be aggroing the red buff for some reason. Another blast cone may just take him out of there. Can't quite find his way out just yet. Looking to take one with him. No, sir. 4 dead on the side of FlyQuest. Envy again finds success.
He doesn't quite get the right angle on that blast cone, so not been able to make it over the dragon wall. It would have just been a delay, and he would have been able to kind of run them on a bit longer of a race, but does end up going down there. And man, Envy, full steam ahead. They just run straight over FlyQuest. Seraph's actually not done here as he tries to chase balls down.
Seraph is just totally fearless on this Maokai. And what do you have to be afraid of when you cannot die? His build, too, he's got the Spirit Visage, but instead of that traditional Sunfire cape that we usually see on Maokai's, Frozen Heart has kind of been the item of choice for him.
Yeah, I mean, Frozen Heart is super popular, super good on Maokai. Gives him all the stats that he does need. You know, cooldown reduction is amazing on him. The aura is so good against triple 80 carries on the enemy team, so definitely expected and definitely good pickup for him. He's super duper tanky at this moment, and that's just what they need. That snare on the front line, they can't get past him. Siege here actually going a little bit awry for FlyQuest as Balls takes most of his health.
Balls in some trouble. Ninja in even more. Alltech going to be credited with that kill. FlyQuest, although they do not find that tier 1 they were wanting, instead they're going to be finding the enemy jungler as High has got the package locked in and raring to go. Enemy tier 1 turret down to about 10% HP. It's only going to take potentially 2 auto attacks here if one's enchanted with the Trinity Force, and they can bring that down.
Yeah, you know, rough for the 1v3 to pull out that tower kill, but the momentum now swinging a little back in favor. They got that kill. They do have a lot of vision here for FlyQuest set up, but Envy still holding on to this gold lead, still very ready to pull the trigger. As you talk about, Seraph has, no worries about running straight into this squad. Full tank build from him, and it's definitely paying off.
Aegis of the Legion going to be built next on balls, likely going towards that locket so we can have that extra shielding potential for the rest of the team. But it's High, who's caught out in bottom lane, the ulti into the Twisted Embrace, and Seraph picks up kill number 2.
Nice little trade there from Envy, as their mid lane was super low already, so they kind of expected it to go down in the near future, and instead go for the extra kill here to pick up on High, grabbing another one for themselves. See if they can actually move into fight that vision fight around Baron here, though, because FlyQuest are weak.
FlyQuest being very, very stealthy, looking for Hako to face check. They're going to be finding him. Balls will soak the damage on the front line. TP's going to be used. Seraph wants in. Ninja's going to be bursted, runs away. Apollo almost dies, not quite yet. Ninja goes next, 2 dead for Envy. High is still dead from before, but he's about to come back to life. Seraph soaks so much damage, but it's not going to be enough just yet. Barely getting himself away. Envy loses the fight. A great trap set up by FlyQuest.
And he's not the only one that barely got away. A couple of members from Envy also sent back to the fountain, in addition to the ones that actually were sent to the graveyard. So that means FlyQuest, they move in with the redemption heal. Actually, that was the wrong redemption to go take this Baron, as Envy actually are fighting it, and High gets a kill.
What in the heck is going on with that one? Alex each getting himself popped. Can't do anything to stop this just yet. Apollo might be hanging around looking to make a miracle steal. Nope, not gonna be happening. Instead, it's Altec who grabs FlyQuest.
Vision always pays off here. FlyQuest, they spent 3 pink wards to get this Fog of War. Look how scary it is for Envy to face check this, and their squishy members are the ones face checking. Immediately delete one, and even though the teleport comes in from Seraph, those longer teleport times, look at Moon on the top side. He's chasing off 3 members right now, gets the burn damage so he knows that Ninja's gonna go down, doesn't overcommit, and then can turn onto Seraph and take down that super tanky Maokai. 4 versus 1, not gonna like those odds, and he's gonna have to flash out and recall. Plus, he teleported into that fight, so he couldn't get back to the Baron. That was a good follow-up call to then force Baron, and it also gave them more kills. So FlyQuest are able to really turn it around here in the mid-game. We're gonna have to track, though, what they get out of this Baron power play, because Envy are now lying in wait themselves.
Envy gonna be setting the same trap FlyQuest did, but it's Balls and Seraph on the front lines. Alex each thrown up into the air, juggled around like the sideshow at the circus, man. Seraph's gonna be next. So much damage poured into that Maokai. Just a little bit more takes down the Guardian Angel. High's gonna be looking for more off to the side. Seraph comes back to life, but it is not going to matter. 2 for 0, FlyQuest marching down the mid lane.
Oh, it's a tragedy for Envy there. Yeah, they did try and counter there and set up another vision play, but Balls, the tank, is the one who's face checking for FlyQuest. That's the one who you want to be taking the damage, and it just went all according to plan. They had the Baron buff, so much extra damage there, and Envy, not only did they lose the team fight, GA was just purchased on Seraph, immediately goes on cooldown. So they lost a tremendous amount in the last 5 minutes here. And FlyQuest, even though they got behind early, pulling it back around with vision control and strong team fighting.
And they take the inhib for it. Here's how it all went down one more time.
All right, so as we said, this is the man you want to face check. Plus, they have a hawk shot going over anyways. FlyQuest fully expecting this one. Even running straight into that Stranglethorns. Both tanks try and kite back a little bit. Altec flashes into the rest of his team. Good escape there, and too much focus fire there. They're able to burn down the tank first, and Seraph gets abandoned because there's no way you recover the team fight at that point. They are forced to recall in enemy territory and give up that inhibitor.
And look at the damage in that last team fight. Again, it's going to be High at the top of the charts. Apollo a very close second, though, and it's Zyra, the second biggest damage threat on the side of FlyQuest.
And the standout bar from that little graph that we just showed, Alex, 160-something damage you got to see from the Malzahar, the mid laner, because he got blasted so early on. And FlyQuest now really getting a lot out of this Baron buff as they siege again.
It's going to be Seraph starting this fight off. Balls underneath the turret, not tanky enough to soak that for very long. Seraph's going to be bursted down yet again, though. A rampage for High. Ninja goes in, has to repel himself out, and High is flying all over the place. Killing spree, double kill. FlyQuest has found 4. A triple kill for Moon.
Oh, and he stays alive too because his teammates kill the turret before it can get that last shot off FlyQuest. This is going to be them into the base, getting another inhibitor turret down.
This game was looking so good for so long for Envy, but FlyQuest have turned things around.
Nice time.
Moon gets taken out. Apollo doing what he can to defend. Falls so very low, but High jumps in and grabs the kill as Lemon, Balls, and High, the 3 age-old members of the NALCS, will end game number 2 unless Hakuo and Seraph can somehow stop them. It looks like they will. Balls is gonna be jumped on, activates the shield, and he is just spider food, man. No, he's got another one.
He takes a while. He's just playing with his food a little bit.
He's got another one. He's got another one. All right. So
I feel bad for you. Envy put a stop to your little 3 amigos ending there.
I had the perfect ending. All right. Anyway, here's the fight. Here's how they did it.
All right. Well, this is the siege with the Baron buff, and actually, really nice focus here from Envy. They get a lot of damage onto Balls, and they force him out. He does flash, though, and then it's a turnaround right onto Seraph. All of this range DPS here from Fly. They do trade Seraph and actually get the kill onto Altec, but man, High saves the team fight here with his package, just annihilating the squishy members of Envy after Maokai got burned down. And then, yeah, there's the zoom in there on Moon as they were able to just barely kill that last turret before it executed him. So that was a much closer team fight than the resulting base from Envy now would tell the story of. But man, FlyQuest have been able to just pry their way right back into this game, and they've got now a pretty sizable lead.
5,500 gold, the advantage for FlyQuest over their opponents, and one more big fight loss like that, one more team fight where you go 1 for 4, it's game over, and Envy's going to be taken down. They've got to realize they are on the last leg. If there's any time for a miracle defense, it's going to be right now, as Baron will be live in just a little bit over a minute, and Elder Drake is going to be the next one on the board as well.
Exactly. If you're FlyQuest, you have a lot of tools at your disposal at this moment. Balls does have his teleport available. He's feeling very confident on the Nautilus, but since he's so important with the squishy members of this team, he's sticking with the 4-man squad instead of being the split pusher, and they're using High to control both of the other lanes. He pushes up on the bottom side, and then he goes over to usher along these super minions and then converge on Envy. Envy, yeah, they have to, pull out some sort of vision play or something. They're hoping that High runs by that brush and they can snag him and get a free kill.
We've seen the trap work 2 different times for 2 different teams so far this game. Envy's hoping they can be magic number 3. High walks by, but he's walking by on the other side of the wall. Seraph wants to catch this, but instead going to be rotating back with the rest of the team towards top. This is the last standing inhibitor turret, but High is bottom. He's going to be working on this inhibitor itself. Those Trinity Force procs will do a lot of work on this. LCS going to go ahead and drop some of the Voidlings. High's going to take care of those very quickly on his own as the push continues in top side. Red inhibitor respawning mid lane. Drops on the bottom part of the map.
And time is not working in Envy's favor. It's a really difficult situation to be in where you have these super minions flooding in, and FlyQuest have all the time in the world to take another inhibitor and get both. So Envy pull the trigger.
Here goes the fight. Ball's gonna be jumped on. Seraph's in the front lines as well. Ninja off to the side, gonna be gunned down by High. Seraph dropping very quickly. LCS first. It's gonna be Apollo second. Altec's got the kill. Goodbye, Seraph. Goodbye, Envy. That's what I'm talking about. FlyQuest, they got the double. They've got the game. I will not be denied my ending this time, and they are gonna take it 2-0.
Ninja has something to say about it at the end, but a little bit too late. Nexus does go down, and congratulations to FlyQuest. First series victory for that team. It is a rough go for Envy. You have to feel for the team. Again, they come into the season and they have to deal with a substitute. But, you know, things in the second game definitely looked up from the first game for them. So moving forward, they will be able to, you know, count on some improvements.
Absolutely. Going in with a substitute, especially one that also displaces one of your main roster players, it's a very difficult situation for anyone to have to play through. Envy's going to have a lot more to work with in future weeks. And FlyQuest, though, made a good impression week number 1.
They definitely did. You know, high shot calling is still there. The gameplay is still definitely there from a lot of these members. And really admirable series from them, able to have a stomping game 1 and then a comeback victory in game 2, dealing with adversity, you know, through that vision control. It was all about the vision play around Baron. That's where Envy lost control of the game, face checking with the squishies, and Cloud9 really took that and ran with it.
And we were even talking about between the games, right? What about High? What about that comeback potential? How does he play from behind?
I keep saying Cloud9!
Yeah!
FlyQuest.
But FlyQuest, yeah, FlyQuest and High, how can they play from behind? How can they do this when they're not off to that phenomenal start? And High just said, you guys want to know? Here it is. That was beautiful. Phenomenal.
Oh, I thought you were throwing to an interview or something.
No, we're not going to an interview. We're presenting it to the camera and to the audience because High just showed all of us in sparkling style exactly how you come back.
Wait in this bush.
Yeah.
Vision control.
Everybody,
fog of war.
sit here. Don't move. And get them.
That's actually what I tell like when I'm playing with lower elo friends and they get really discouraged when you're down in gold. You're just like, don't worry, the enemy team will make a mistake here, right? Because so many times, you know, people will. You have to be so diligent about controlling vision and the risks that you take. If you don't have your tank, meaning the one face checking, then things like this can happen and it can turn right around on you. We could see even when Envy tried to pull the same trick, you know, and they're waiting in the bush. FlyQuest, they've got their tank on the front line. They've got their hawk shot flying over, so they're fully prepared for it. And they took back-to-back team fights. That's all that they needed to get back into the game and take this one.
It was a phenomenal comeback to watch. It really was. FlyQuest showcased that they know not just what to do to win a game outright, but to take a losing game, not get discouraged, not get tilted, because sometimes you can see those kind of mental factors play into a game, especially in a series, right? You can see players kind of have a little bit of a rough time when things go sour. They didn't. They stayed strong, they stayed the course, and they ended up finding what turned out to be a spectacular victory.
And that's what comes with these veteran players. So definitely congratulations to them. Now, for more on that series, we're going to head to the stage where Freak is standing by with FlyQuest's victorious mid laner.
Thank you very much. I am here with High. You've got yourself an audience cheering for you. Welcome back to the LCS. First of all, how's it feel to be back? And just like always, crushing noobs.
I feel like I'm old, man. I don't know. It's been, like, my teammate's like 19 or something like that. My old teammate is 17. I'm not super old, but compared to them, I feel ancient. I don't know. But we're still winning, so.
I'm pretty sure Afro is the oldest player in the NALCS. So you know, until he retires, you're oh, you're right. I'm stupid. What is Lemon? You're right. You're the older guy on your team when you say you feel old. I feel, anyway, sorry. I'll move on to another topic. Coming into the split, I feel like a lot of fans doubted you guys. It's a bunch of old, washed-up people, partially your words. And you come in and get a 2-0 victory. And I want to know, how does it feel to start really strong in the split?
Well, it's kind of a weird juxtapose. When I used to be on Cloud9, everyone always expected us to be first, second, third. Now people are just saying we're going to be 10th. Nice. So, like, I play for myself, and now I don't have any expectations to live up to. People in the past were saying, like, we're NA's only hope at Worlds and things like that. And now that people expect nothing out of us, it's relaxing, you know? I don't have to, like, do good for people. I can just do good for myself, so.
Are you worried about the pressure of doing really poorly, though, and disappointing your fans, or is that not, like, one of the pieces of pressure here?
Well, we can't really disappoint them if they expect us to be 10th, you know? So I'm not too concerned about that. I don't think we'll be 10th. I think we're actually a pretty good team. We just started practice, you know, like a week or two ago, just barely. We just got our computers and everything, so we're a bit behind on things. But I'm confident as time goes on, we'll become better and better.
I'm glad to hear that. I got the chance to hear you because this is a much smaller studio. I was getting mic'd up for the interview, and I hear you yelling to your team during the team fights, and you're just as vocal as ever and just as communicative, and that's great. You feel like your skill set is just as strong as ever. You're still just as sharp a player as back in the old C9 crushing everyone days?
Right. So the level 2 game, the Malzahar thing kind of happens sometimes, you know? I didn't really expect to die. The minions did like 700 damage to me or something like that. So that was kind of my mistake, but I feel like I've worked on my laning phase a lot, and that's what a lot of people gave me crap about. And I think I've kept my shot calling skills, you know? And I think I've gotten better as a player. So, if I can improve upon those two things as a whole and the team works together, I think we'll just be a really good team, actually.
That's good to hear. As you said, it's only been a couple weeks together. You think you will climb up high. Thank you very much for the interview. Congratulations on the win. We'll see more of you throughout the week. Let's toss it over to the analysts.
Thank you very much, Freak. High, no stranger to victories, but finding a victory on a brand new team here for FlyQuest. They're starting off their season with a 2-0 victory. And as High mentioned there in that interview, the expectations for this roster coming in, very little. Most people saying they will be the 9th or 10th place team in the league. Of course, Envy, without the full roster, is not the most formidable of opponents, but to have that solid 2-0 under their belt to kick off the season will feel good.
Yeah, it's really important that they came out and showed that they can beat a weakened Envy, which they did, and they addressed some concerns and not some others. The game 2, they had a relatively weak early game, losing some lanes, but you did see a lot of good shot calling. Like Hai said, they had a couple good rotations to the top side to get a kill on the tank and start trading objectives. They came back in the game from down, which is something that old C9 was always great at, and so you see that they do have the shot calling. There's still those concerns about individual skill matching up well.
Well, let's talk about how they got into a bit of a hole there at the beginning of game 2, starting in Champion Select. I mean, we saw target bans going towards the jungle here out of Envy, relegating Moon down to the Graves as his pick.
Yeah, it's a little weird to think about where you have your mid laner playing jungle and then you heavily target the other jungle.
Right.
It doesn't seem like the most obvious strategy on paper, but Moon did have a really good game 1, and I think they were looking to just stabilize in the early game and hope that they can maybe snowball off lanes, which they kind of did. So in that sense, I did like that strategy where they are forcing Moon off an early game playmaking champion and going on to the Graves eventually. I think that does make sense. You're out of early game options to compete with the Elise, really, so you go for something that scales a little bit harder.
Right, yeah, with the 2 bans and the pick in the first phase of Junglers, followed by 2 more bans coming from Envy towards the jungle, that essentially is saying, Moon, who do you think is the 6th best jungler? He goes with Graves. As you mentioned, you now have Elise up against Graves, which is a very big disparity in early game pressure, and it went in favor of Envy. Our first replay is going to be in the bot lane, 3-for-0 for Envy here, and a lot of this comes from that early skirmishing power of the Elise.
Right, and you see that basically 2 fights break out in the same time. Moon's going to have to fight Ninja while the bot lanes get fighting, and it was really good outplay by Ninja actually on Moon to dodge the Q damage, and then the LCS, nice roam, able to follow up, clean the kill up on top of Moon, and then the bot lane won their 2v2. So you get a quick 3-for-0 out of nowhere, and that starts snowballing the game. And like I said, out of nowhere, huge CS lead for Apollo during this game.
Exactly, yeah. Apollo had a bunch of kills stacking up early on that Varus, and this is where, the test came for FlyQuest. And in a sense, specifically High. When it comes to Phoenix logo popping up behind us, but
Ignore that.
Yeah, with High and his shot calling too, this is where it's like, okay, if he's really going to live up to the name of this shot caller, this great shot caller that he once was, when you're playing from behind is when it's even more important. And we saw the classic decisive Baron call from High come 27-50 into the game off of just a single kill. Boom, let's get to the Baron, let's make this happen.
Right, and I think that's really the most important thing is that a lot of teams can play from ahead. It's not as hard, but when you're able to win fights like this from behind and then know how to not just win that fight but get the next objective is super important. And they're able to do that here where they sit in the brush, they get a fight that starts off pretty well for them, they clean up a couple kills, and they're able to just get Seraph. They kill him off too.
This
takes
forever, first of all.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, getting the kill on the Elise, we saw Moon getting into the backline while the Altac hit the arrow on Ashe on the backline, which was pretty clutch in that fight to kind of
sneak it
stop
through.
the damage.
Yeah. So once they got that and they turned to the Baron, I mean, that's the kind of call that you need to really come back in the game, because winning that fight doesn't win you the game. Getting the Baron does. And understanding that is something that High does extremely well, knowing exactly what they need and getting that done. And he even played team fights pretty well. Past that point, he had a really nice, package play into the bot lane. So all around, like a really good game by them after that initial problem in the early game where they give up the kills and they're falling behind in lane and all that.
So let's talk about that, though, because that has to be a concern. Yes, it is great that they demonstrated the fact that they can dig their way, or rather climb their way out of a deficit and come out with a win. But the fact that they were in a deficit is a concern in and of itself, which is that, okay, if our early games aren't strong and we hand those same 3 kills over to Cloud9, to CLG, to Team Liquid. They might actually be able to close out the game without that Baron fight that Envy lost.
Right, and you think that maybe even the early game could go worse. I mean, you don't want to look too much into a single one bad early game play because it wasn't that bad in the first game, their early game. So you don't want to read too into it, but that was the concern with this team coming in, and I wouldn't say that this series really cleared up those concerns.
Right, absolutely. Let's move on to player of the game. It's going to go to Moon this time around. Specifically for the fact that 5 junglers are taken off the table, you're relegated to Graves. And although, yes, the early game didn't go super swimmingly for FlyQuest, he, as an individual, after he established a couple items, actually started to step up here.
Yeah, I mean, he was put in a tough spot given how the draft went, and he did really well for that. He farmed up early game. Once a play went wrong, he didn't keep trying to force things. They made a couple smart plays, and then that team fight at the Baron that turned it all around, he was basically 1v3ing the backline of Envy and just not being too afraid, willing to put the damage out and following up on that arrow that we talked about that managed to get through the team. So all of that combined with how he finished the game, once again, that bot lane fight, he picked up a couple kills as well. So just a great performance all around, given how heavily he was targeted in the draft.
Granted, it's only 2 games, but it's great to see Moon as a player come out here and put up 2 relatively solid performances. I mean, he had pretty good early control with the Lee Sin game in game 1, and then here in game 2, knowing that I have to play a completely different style and farm up to the late game. Nice to see a player that was kind of the target of a lot of criticism last year open up his season here with a much more solid start.
Yeah, and it's the kind of thing where I don't think he's ever been in a great situation for his team. I think, Energy, there were obvious problems in the synergy with them.
Yep.
What happened with Liquid, he was basically just shoved into that role out of nowhere because the team was falling apart, basically.
Right.
So I don't think it's ever been this kind of thing where he's on a team where everyone understands each other and they get along. And you see that maybe with FlyQuest and great leadership coming from High and the rest of the veterans on that team, that he's able to finally transition and reach his full potential.
All right, well, FlyQuest off to a great start here in the NALCS with their first series victory of the season. We're going to reset for our next series with the revamped Team Dignitas taking on Phoenix 1. Don't go anywhere. The NALCS returns in just a few minutes.
Wait, 11, is this true?
Wait, what?
Wait. Did Sneaky sneeze on you?
Yeah, he sneezed on him like 4 times and his lemon just like exploded.
I mean, legit the first 4 times I'm like, can you come here? And he just never does.
Ooh, High actually has to watch out for those Voidling damage. This is an interesting development. Flash forward, Alex needs one more! First blood, Envy's mid laner. Still the 1v1 off the side. Altec killed first. Apollo's able to grab that kill. It's going to be Moon number 2. Lemon number 3. Fly High right in the middle, having to fly away. Altec now jumped on Apollo. 1, 2, 3, 4. Shoots him down.
Malzar dead. We're fine. Fight.
It's going to be Apollo second. Altec's got the kill. Goodbye, Seraph. Goodbye, Envy. That's what I'm talking about. And they are going to take it 2-0.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the North American LCS. Excited to be casting some more. My name is David Freak Turley, joined here with Isaac Azale Cummings-Bentley, former world champion.
Different game, Freak, different game.
Doesn't matter, still an incredibly intelligent and wonderful gamer here. Also caster extraordinaire, and we've got more matches coming up, so stay tuned. Team Dignitas facing off against Phoenix One. Phoenix One had toppled Echo Fox last night, so a good start to them. A 2-0 opening.
Yeah, it was a great start, but we did see some areas of weakness. I mean, they were falling behind in the early game against Echo Fox, and that's something that they're not necessarily going to be able to get away with against a better team, and that's why I think Dignitas will be a really good test for Phoenix One early on.
Absolutely, and on the other side, it's almost like Phoenix One is a good test for Team Dignitas. Yesterday's interview, Reginald said that teams haphazardly throwing Koreans together like Team Dignitas and Echo Fox are going to be bottom-standing teams, and this is now the new look for Team Dignitas. The name Team Dignitas, you guys will remember, this was an acquisition they took over from Apex, and you've got Keen in the mid lane and Xpecial at support staying together. The rest of that team is new.
Yeah, and I mean, Someday is one of the best top laners in the world coming in. I think this is the best form we've ever had a Korean import come into North America, and so I'm very excited to see how he is going to do in particular. I really think he could tear it up this season.
Someday could be the best player in the league today right now, and his first test is going to be up against Zig, who did well against Looper. We know is normally a good top laner, so it actually makes it a pretty reasonable test for him. But we're going to get ourselves into this match very quickly, so let's check out these starting lineups for both these squads. On the blue side, playing their first North American LCS match is Team Dignitas. Someday in the top laner, maybe the best one in the entire world. Chaser in the jungle, Keen returning in mid, bot laner Lod returning support, Xpecial, and their coach Jung-Soo Kim rounds out the lineup.
And on the other side of the rift, it's Phoenix One. In the top lane, Zig. Jungle, Inori. Mid laner, Ryu. Bot lane, Arrow. Support, Adrian, with Coach Fly here to help out.
Absolutely the case. And yeah, we've just got to see what can happen here. There's a realistic world where what Team Dignitas looks like is just 1v5, Someday smashing the entire Summoner's Rift open by himself. Man. This is a realistic possibility depending on what your expectations are of players like Lod and Xpecial, and what your expectations are of players like Someday, who we know comes in as an incredibly talented player.
Yeah, certainly. And I think it's also a lot down to the draft too, right? If this is something that you're really worried about, if you're saying, okay, you know, Someday from scrims, he's smashing us or whatever, you can ban out carry top laners. You can put him on a tank top laner, and while you can be still very, very effective, you are not going to be able to do that kind of 1v9 play style on Poppy, for example, right? It just doesn't really happen.
Nautilus late game.
Exactly. So it's one of those things, while you can be extremely effective on the tanks, if you force someone onto that, then they do have to play a team-oriented game. You can't just Fiora split push to death. You can't kind of do that sort of thing.
Yeah, and that's going to be kind of interesting to me is, I wonder, even if you can dedicate 5 bans in a first pick against a certain role, like, how deep do you want to grow your champion pool? Like, it's just thinking of fervor of battle use. Like, okay, Fiora, Riven, Kled, like, maybe we start seeing Tryndamere. Like, if you really need to play this style, and this is what's going to work for you, you know, like the Jace is in there, we know is popular as well. I'm actually very curious to see how deep into various roles these players go. And
yeah,
it's always difficult because if you actually do the math on how much teams are able to practice, okay, solo queue you can put in like 10, 15 games a day if you really put your time into it. But scrims, you're getting, okay, 9 per day, 5 days a week. Like, okay, you're getting like 40-something games in, but you've got to practice all the permutations of your team comps, and you only really ever run a single comp once or twice by the time you bring it out of the LCS. You've maybe seen pieces and bits, and you can gel these things together like you're playing Tetris or something, but it's always going to be a little bit rough, especially now that you're playing more and more different champions.
Yeah, I agree. And it's something where your team has to have a lot of confidence in you to be able to know when, hey, maybe we haven't played a lot with this in scrims, but I'm confident playing this new champion. I can bring out the Tryndamere, the Fiora, whatever you want to say.
Right.
And it'll be interesting to see how much faith this team has in Someday and has in the rest of their team, because it is a newly formed team. And while it is, you know, some of the kind of pieces of Apex who were back there, you know, that was a team that played certainly a top carry style with Ray, right? And they're famous for the game last season.
And it was Lod on the receiving end of top carry, so.
Yeah, funny enough, the top lane Jarvan in full damage. But, I mean, Someday's a guy who can play it all. He can play tanks. He can play champions like Fiora, even specifically. You know, he was something like 8-1 last year on it. Did very well on that. Top lane Echo, you know, that was something that he was really good at. But I don't know what we're going to see. And really a lot of it's going to come down to also how he's working with Chaser.
Absolutely agree. And of course, those two at the very least are both Korean, so they speak the same language, and that coordination could be really solid. It's Team Dignitas, where the entire top side of the lineup is Korean-speaking, Keen bilingual, and the bot side of the lineup English-speaking. And we will see how this lineup goes. We are now into the picks and bans here for Team Dignitas' first match of the LCS. Of course, Phoenix 1, again, do come in with a match win, but this series 0-0 to start. Camille, no surprise, I'd ban against Someday even on blue side at this point. Syndra, Lee Sin off the table trying to pinch down onto a Nori, and so far Team Dignitas inviting maybe let us play Rengar. Chase might like to play the champion.
I mean, the question is, does P1 just kind of go the tried and true Rengar, Camille, LeBlanc bans? I do like when we do see innovation in this, and this is something where Phoenix 1 yesterday left it all up, and this is what they're going to do now here. They're going to try to force their opponents to ban out one of those. If they ban one, they will ban the other. If they do not ban one, they will leave both open and they will do a trade. So this is what Phoenix 1 prepared yesterday, and it worked great against Echo Fox, and I do love the variation.
Yep, specifically Phoenix 1 traded, you take LeBlanc, we'll take Rengar, and you see Team Dignitas, we're not going to bite on that just yet. We will ban the LeBlanc, and Phoenix 1 can say, you're right, Rengar's too scary. That's the believed first pickable best jungler in the game. That's everyone's minds right now. Or they say, you know what, take it. We'll set up the other roles like ban Misfortune, take Zyra, you know, things like this where you can create power picks.
Exactly, that is an option. I think if you are going to leave the Rengar open, you can do something. Okay, so Varus ban. So they may be trying to get an early pinch on the AD carry role. We'll see where they're going to go here, but there's a lot of power picks available. We still have, you know, things like the Rengar, the Ashe, the Zyra, Ryze has been popular in some regions as well. So I'm very excited to see where they're going to go. This is a permutation of the pick ban we have not yet seen.
Sure, of course, and in fact, it's not even gonna... Okay, he hovered for a second. Someday, I was like, your NALCS debut better not be Maokai, and it's not just yet. Rengar is the first pick in for Chaser. That's gonna be a fun one to watch for. I guess we might see top Rengar. There's always a chance, though I doubt it very highly. And power pick-wise, you'd expect to see Ashe, Zyra as the next ones up, but Phoenix 1, it's up to them to decide what really is important for them.
And it's also tough, you know, with MF still on the board, they didn't ban that out. Do they want to go that route? The Varus ban to me is interesting because it kind of does say you want to pinch out the champion pool, but Jhin is still available. They may feel that the Ashe Jhin matchup is pretty favorable, but they could go for another support. They could go top lane, mid lane, other kind of options, and make Dignitas react later in the draft.
Yeah, of course, keep in mind Phoenix 1 gets last dibs on champions here, so they can wait on Zyra MF. If you go Zyra, we take Misfortune. We take neither, we take Zyra, then ban Misfortune, so it's actually even more advantageous to wait on that pick. So, you know, Phoenix 1, of course, knowing better than I do, and Ryze will be the pickup here, which means you would expect, tier list-wise, to see Cassiopeia as the matchup against it.
Yeah, certainly, and I do think that Maokai has been the clear kind of S-tier top lane so far across the competitive regions. We have been seeing it getting picked time and time again. I do feel that it outscales pretty heavily as far as its other tank counterparts like the Nautilus and even like the Poppy at this point.
And it's going to be the Maokai, of course, locked in. So someday will make his NALCS debut on a tank, but we know Maokai can definitely carry games if he does it right. And yes, there was the Cassiopeia as well for Keen. So Team Dignitas have locked in the top 3 champions of the map. Phoenix 1, is it going to be the Zyra into support ban's pinch, or they have something else in mind here?
Yeah, they definitely have that option now because there are no more picks in this phase for Dignitas. We're going into the ban phase after this. They decide to go for Kha'Zix, and we'll see if they do lock that in. It's going to be the Kha'Zix, okay.
So the highest profile jungler left open with Lee Sin off the table. The top 3 tend to be Rengar, and then it's kind of up to you among Kha'Zix, Lee Sin, and maybe Rek'Sai. Seems to be everyone's sort of A tier that's right behind it. And Kha'Zix, of course, on the table, and it means that Nori 3 games in a row is playing Assassins in the jungle. It's fun to see players who are so confident, so aggressive, and find fun things to do. Unless I'm misremembering a game, I'm pretty sure it was Rengar and Kha'Zix for his first 2 games against Echo Fox. First ban comes through, actually Phoenix 1 banning the Zyra, not allowing Team Dignitas to grab that for themselves, even though P1 does have dibs on the first pick in the second phase.
So it looks like Dignitas is going to try to pinch out the top lane champion pool. Already Camille and Fiora were removed by P1. Now the Shen ban on the table. They may just be trying to put him into this kind of, you know, Nautilus versus Maokai matchup where there's not any big difference between the 2 champions, but Maokai is kind of just better right now. And that is something that they could try to do. Jhin going to get banned out. So that does mean we are going to have Laud kind of relegated to a lower tier AD carry, or at least one that is not kind of these traditional supportive role AD carries.
Everyone seems to love playing the utility marksman, I believe, in the bot lane. Ashe, Jhin, Varus being the three obvious ones. We've seen a couple Sivir games, but no one really seems to like bringing it out. And to be fair, she is quite a bit riskier being short range. Either way, yeah, we'll see maybe a Caitlyn or Ezreal. Final ban comes through. It is Nautilus off the table as well, so 2 tank bans actually from Team Dignitas means Poppy, Sion, I guess the last remaining tanks that are popular, or maybe we get like a Trundle or something else, and we'll have to see.
Trundle, if they want to go for that kind of split push style and have a better lane matchup for Zig, I think would be a strong option. If they are looking for straight up team fight, you can go something like Poppy. The front to back team fighting for Dignitas is already looking very strong though, with Cassiopeia, consistent backline damage. Maokai is the strongest front to back tank in my opinion. Oh.
Well, hovering things, we'll see what it ends up actually being.
Locked in, my mistake.
Worth noting, we have seen some people in solo queue play Cassiopeia as the bot lane role. Okay, it's not going to happen. He's picked Ezreal, but when we saw Vel'Koz, like Vel'Koz mid has some good matchups. We're going to ignore that, though. It's Ezreal for Laud.
I was also going to say, I've actually seen Vel'Koz support as an answer to the Malzahar. It's something that works well against Malzahar in mid lane, and you can kind of play it in that supportive role. It's not traditionally seen in the LCS, obviously, but any of the kind of long-range poke mages who can consistently poke off Malzahar's shield with his passive can kind of have a nice little lane advantage there. Karma is another one who can do that just fine.
And Karma, it's going to be so a bit of extra shielding to help the team stay alive right here. Of course, you've got plenty of damage output with a Rengar and Ezreal and a Cassiopeia. A nice tank in the top lane for Someday and the Karma to round out the lineup. Phoenix One needs themselves a top laner at this point, and looks like it will be Sion after all, so trying to match tank versus tank. And the Malzahar support will come in with most of the obvious answers being banned away already with the Zyra off the table. So it should be a pretty good support pickup for Adrian.
Yeah, I'm actually really excited for the Sion. I mean, you did mention it, but I was kind of like, what are you talking about? When's the last time we've seen Sion in the LCS? Certainly not at all last year, I don't think. In EU LCS, I know it got played as support, like one game. That's the only time I can remember it in the last year between EU and NA. So this is actually pretty exciting, and Sion does have a lot of kind of roam potential on those early bases. You can do things like alt bot lane, alt in mid lane, and it works well, I think, very well with the Ashe. You can shoot down your arrows, Sion comes ulting in, you follow up with Malzahar ult.
Heck, a flash Malzahar is a guaranteed Sion connection.
Exactly, like CC from the Rise as well. So this is a team with a lot of CC. I think that Keen is going to have to play very carefully in the mid lane, because that is somewhere where you can make those easy rotations. And on the other side of things, Dignitas, their comp is looking strong. They have Karma for the speed ups. They have great front to back team fighting, as well as pick potential with that Rengar.
And we get to see Chaser in pretty high-profile Korean pickup. He's definitely one of the better LCK junglers we had seen overall. Had a bit of hype around him. Never quite the explosive season like someone such as Peanut, but we may see him do very well. The 2 high-profile Korean pickups here, Team Dignitas, Someday on Maokai, Chaser on Rengar. Those seem to be the ones to really watch for here in this game. And Nori, he's already made the name for himself. We know he's a good player, and he's up against Chaser, playing Kha'Zix himself. It's very fun that we get to see Rengar versus Kha'Zix repeatedly. That's just a nice lore matchup, and Nori hoping to play the Kha'Zix side of it well. So we get ourselves into the first game of this series. Team Dignitas making the 2017 North American LCS debut against the Phoenix One lineup, who's already taken a 2-0 victory earlier this week.
And to speak about Chaser a little bit more, obviously a lot of the hype rightfully around Someday, but Chaser is a guy who, as you said, did very well in the LCK. And in the last year, he wasn't as hyped up there. But 2 years ago, a lot of people were talking about Chaser as if he was the best jungler in the LCK. And this is someone who's looking to come around, have a resurgence. But we have a little bit of cheese being set up here in the bot lane. We'll see if Xpecial does fall into that trap.
Not quite as much.
Playing pretty safely, though.
You saw the trinket come down, yeah. And he's a good enough player to click it and know that Zig's the one who did it. Trinket wards specifically turn invisible much slower than Sightstone wards and conventional wards, so it's actually very easy to click and see who put it down. And he's like, okay, Zig roamed down here. We know there's at least 3 in that brush by that means, because of course the duo lane's there, and says, all right, you've got free reign topside if you want it, but no deep wards from Someday.
A nice little start here from Ryu. A lot of times I do see when you go with the mana crystal that they actually start with the refillable potion.
Yeah.
So this is interesting. This is kind of a little bit more power now, just buying up the straight health potions. You can have the extra health potion there. Obviously, it's a bit of more of an investment into that lane, and it could speak to the fact that he thinks the Cassiopeia Rise matchup can be pretty tough, and traditionally it is considered Cassiopeia favored.
Yep.
Ooh, unlucky.
Oh, did I actually Q a little bit too early? Oh, I actually missed it. I was making sure my
Didn't
game
get enough
was synced up.
scrims in there.
Yeah. He's used to that 50, live ping, and that 0.05 seconds is what he missed by. Unlucky there. Nah, I don't know. It's just, it happens, whatever. We're going to see the jungle starts here. Both junglers starting on the top side, getting leashes from their top laners. Chaser doing quick blue into Gromp, and the Kazakhs, meanwhile, from Inori running all the way down to the bottom side of the map. He's going to grab buff to probably Scuttlecrab that's going to be up in time. Should be.
I'd be very interested to track this top lane matchup a little bit, though, because there is, even though Sion, yes, it's a tank, tank battles, wet noodles, ha ha ha, blah, blah, blah. There is actually a fair bit of mastery in this champion, even just in canceling your Qs early, because the range actually goes a little bit further than is indicated. So skilled Sion players can actually catch people with the edge of their Q much more often than expected. And this champion can actually do quite a bit of damage and does have some chase down potential if you can catch them with the Q. You have the E slow follow up, and you can actually kind of duel people out of lane sometimes.
And Zig's actually gone for a slightly aggressive mastery build here. It's 12-0-18, and he actually got the first blood mastery, I believe it's called, where your first basic attack against a champion deals some bonus damage once every like 12-15 seconds, and he's triggering it on Someday. He got a decent chunk out. He's actually forced some of the potion usages already, so a fair bit of work being done by Zig. We'll see how much more he can get, but he's got the early push, but there's plenty of minions left for Someday to kill. Either way, neither jungler's on the side of the map, so it won't be much of a gank yet.
Yeah, certainly not. And they did see Someday place his Trinket Ward, I do believe, in the river. So that is something that is going to be there. And when you are having these slow pushes, you do always have to be somewhat wary of where the other jungler could be. And as Someday moves forward, you can see Zig is kind of respecting the fact that Chaser could have done a weird jungle path and could be up here. So you want to really kind of shove it all the way to the turret or hold it closer to your turret. But now that they spot out Rengar, this is going to give them the freedom to do that.
Yeah, and you can count kind of the CS and look at Chaser being level 4 and say, I'm pretty sure I know all the camps that you did, especially with that mark being 19. It's like, yeah, that's all of Krugs, that's almost all of Raptors, a full clear of the jungle, and it's a half-level lead right now for Team Dignitas' jungler. Nori slightly behind, and of course, there's no Krugs to poach. And again, if you count and you press the scoreboard, you almost know better.
Yeah, this is actually something, Dig.
Flash. Flash chase, Q's gonna land, one more shot, will do it! Lands the shot over the wall, Ryu with the first blood on Keen at 4 minutes!
Counter matchups, be damned. Ryu gets the solo kill so early on, and that is just brutal for Keen. It's gonna put him really far behind.
And he's already gotten the tier, like he took an early back, came back to lane and said, I'll kill you right away, and it's Keen trying to catch back up. Chaser gets to absorb lots of XP, and you can see he's not making it free. He's gonna take all that farm.
Oh, and it's just a greedy back, and Ryu actually checks it. He's gonna find him. He knows he has the flash to follow, lands all the Qs, and Keen just gets popped.
I mean, yeah, like Ryu walked into him and Keen was like, all right, I'll jump on you, let's do this fight, and just loses it outright. So, hey, good stuff by Ryu either way. That said, look at the gold overall. You got a 400 gold first blood, and the gold's practically tied. You're seeing these matchups pretty top and jungle favored right now. You're seeing the gold differences.
Yeah, certainly. And in this bot lane, although it's looking pretty even now, you can see Adrian's Doom, Xpecial still does have a fair bit of mana, and this is something where it can be a tougher kind of lane matchup for Adrian because it's hard to really kind of get in and land your poke, land your damage against an Ezreal and a Karma, who can consistently kill off the Voidlings, poke you from out of your range.
It's worked okay for him. You got quick cooldown boots coming in for Ryu. Gonna give his Ghost and Flash nice short cooldowns, and he can just keep spamming, keep stacking the tier. Mana should not be an issue for him. He just wants to scale up into the game, and you can see Keen has to play pretty far back, pretty defensively. A minor freezing attempt where Ryu pulls the lane to his side. And it means that Keen will have to overextend to go for farm a little bit. Another trade in. Someday, over the course of the shield, takes 0 damage from Zig, and he's up 10 CS.
Yeah, he certainly is doing very well for himself. And Ryu, a player who played great yesterday too, and this is a guy who I think is overlooked a little bit as one of the imports, maybe not as hyped up as some of the other guys coming in, but he had a solid Worlds and is a player who really can take over. It'll be interesting to see him, on this new team. Can he really flourish? Because if Ryu's really dominating, this is yet another threat on P1, and they have quite a few of them.
I definitely agree, but there's threats on Team Dignitas making things look good in the laning phase. Again, despite the first blood, it's a gold lead for Team Dignitas. Plus 300 in the jungle, plus 300 almost in the top lane. This is actually pretty big. as Someday and Chaser in their debut are actually early, to be fair, but outperforming their opponents by a significant margin. Chaser's already 6, and Nori just hit 5. Get ready for Rengar.
Yeah, and I mean, he's power farming, right? He's trying to get to that 6 as fast as possible, look for those ganks, and if you want to see these two guys pair up, they really could look to go top lane and put Zig very far behind, because Someday's already doing very well on his own. Maokai has incredible gank assist. That is somewhere you can go. Keen, another one he could look to kind of help out, because Ryu has no flash, and if you could land that Bola as well as the Cassiopeia ult, it's probably going to be a dead rise.
Scary things to look out for then right now. And Nori going to get his second round of buffs as red respawns. Similar for the blue of Chaser. Likely to hand that one over to Keen, and Nori waits for the smite, gets it taken down, and we'll see if it gets donated or if Chaser really just wants all of the gold. Quick hot shot from Arrow says yes, he is in this side of the map. That's one of the nice things about Ashe, is it really helps you track assassin junglers. No surprise on the blue buff. The game even tells you when it's coming up, so make sure he hawk shots at the right time and says yes, that is where he is. Watch out top side of the map.
And obviously Dignitas is going to find out exactly where Nori is, as they're going to see the blue buff donated over to Ryu. So good tracking to be had for both junglers.
Ryu looking to maybe stop some recalls. Keen back onto his side of the fountain and his side of the lane. He's going to recall back. Ryu building towards the catalyst to go towards what I assume to be Rod of Ages. Negatron picked up now for Keen. Arrow's going to land. Good flash by Xpecial. If that connects, he was probably going to die. And hits the button in time, but that is still a longer cooldown for Xpecial. It's advantage P1.
Yeah, definitely an advantage for them, but that was really fast reactions there from Xpecial. I think most players would have died in that situation.
Yeah, just sometimes you're just not ready for it, and it just catches you unaware, and you don't make the play happen. Ryu into the jungle, trying to carry Phoenix 1, kind of by himself. Look at that. Chaser pushed off his own red buff. It's going to reset, and that's several seconds lost. Chaser gonna have to recall, heal, get back into the jungle.
Yeah, and Nori is 6 now. He knows his counterpart just got pushed back. He could look to invade, take away this red buff, and perhaps even look bot lane where they know Xpecial has no flash. And Adrian is gonna be 6 here pretty soon, so there are some options here for Nori. We'll have to find out where he's gonna go. You can see Chaser is heading towards bot lane. I think he's expecting them to look for that dive on the flashless Xpecial.
Yeah, potentially so. We'll see what happens. We know Arrow has no ulti. Adrian not yet level 6, but Nori, thankfully for him, is on this side of the map, but doesn't know exactly that Chaser is there. He'll realize, he hasn't checked his red buff yet. That's maybe a little bit curious. That ward just spots Chaser, so now they know what's going on. I don't know if the Kha'Zix himself was seen yet, but they do know what's up with Chaser. And Nori hoping that the Rengar face checks into his own red buff. Ryu coming down as well.
So far, though, Chaser is actually giving him a lot of respect. He's just assuming that it's gone. They have spotted him out on this ward now. Are they going to go for it?
Warp comes in. Where do you even go? Nowhere! It's Ryu and Nori making it happen.
They want
and
the
now
dive.
the bot lane's in danger. Can Someday teleport? It's not likely to happen. On to Lotta. Double kill for Nori. No TP stop. It's going to be Xpecial. That's a triple, but here comes the re-engage. And Nori goes down, and Keen wants more damage. Sig face plants in a wall. Probably should have canceled the teleport. Ends up being a double kill for Someday, but advantage P1 3-2 overall.
And my mistake there, Someday does come through. It actually ends up working out very well. Arrow has his ultimate available, but with the arrival of Keen, him flashing in, it worked out very well. Someday TPing down, and they do make it 2 for 2 at least under the turret. But still, such a nice play here. Great setup. They have him warded out. Full commitment to it. Go right around. No chance for Chaser. And then they look to execute on the dive. Malzahar opens up with that passive on him. Even eats the first turret shot, which is that much better. Xpecial gets cleaned up, but he did land the root on Nori. They're able to follow up as Keen flashes in. Zig gets caught out here.
Yeah.
Still a nice play overall for P1. It was 3 for 2.
Yeah, long term it was an advantage, though maybe bit off a bit more than they wanted, because the actual turret dive itself was a 2 for 2, and yeah, maybe that could be played a bit differently, but still advantage.
And I mean, honestly, I think Zig could have maybe just stayed top lane and kept pushing, because he didn't really contribute to anything there. He was obviously hoping that the ensuing fight would have gone heavily their way, that they would have been able to pick up more kills. But in retrospect, had he stayed top lane, it might have worked out even better for him.
Yeah. Always hard to make that call live in the game. If you ever turn that fight around, you're like, why wasn't Zig there?
Exactly.
What an idiot. And you know, again, smart to be part of your team. Either way, Nori 3-1. Got some help from his team. Ryu's mid-pressure's been huge. And Nori finds Chaser. Look at the damage output. Quick heal, jump over the wall. And Nori's here, and he's going to take him out. And the matchup is snowballing. Kha'Zix here to get even further revenge on the Rengar, taking more than his eye.
Yeah, 4-1 now for Nori, and he is just been on a tear to start off this NALCS season, looking so good. Chaser, funny enough, is still up a level because of all his power farming, but Nori is going to be terrifying.
Definitely is. 4-1. He's even got the Hunter's Potion, so he has infinite health and mana for the entirety of his jungle career. It's, yeah.
Infinite.
I mean, essentially, right? Every time you kill a camp, you get a bunch back, and it stays forever. So the Nori will have supreme uptime, and we'll hope to continue pushing things forward. But you've still got to say, this is a 100 gold difference game. You've got a 26 minion lead in the top lane, and Chaser, I think, still going to be in a pretty good gold-wise spot against the Nori in that jungle role.
Yeah, I mean, Someday is up 1,100 gold in the top lane. He gets a double kill in the bot lane. He was already winning the lane. He's up 20 CS, and even in this tank versus tank matchup, he is really showing his mastery. And the pick ban, you have to say, has been working out pretty well for Dignitas because of that. They pushed Zig way down in the champion pool. He wanted to go for the Scion, and he hasn't looked completely comfortable on it so far.
Yeah, not exactly. He's doing the best he can, but I mean, who, for what it's worth, like, who would beat Someday in lane in this matchup? Like, pick a player that exists in League of Legends. Like, take Marin. Someday probably still wins to a certain extent. So.
Yeah, but I think you could also go Trundle, right?
Of course.
There's like other options that you can
right.
do, and it was something that he picked into.
Yeah.
But anyway, Ryu is moving down. He's looking for the ultimate.
And Team Dignitas
here.
In some danger. Arrow flashes away. Okay. Law done at 1/3 health, and that's going to be the retreat. Not a ton of important summoner spells burn. Ryu did get rid of his Ghost, and Adrian burned Flash. And I guess they denied a wave under the turret.
Yeah, they get Laud's Flash there too, so they can look to come back once more. Adrian still has his ultimate available. That arrow is going to be up relatively soon. And Ryu has really been doing well this game, has been a catalyst to a lot of the good plays that Nori has been able to set up. He's been roaming with him. He pushed Chaser out of the jungle earlier, kind of allowing Nori to set up for some of these kills. And
yeah,
those guys are looking like an incredible duo right now.
Ryu looks super duper sharp, and Nori's just been smart to capitalize on the openings he's gotten. I gotta say, it's been low risk, high reward plays for the Phoenix One mid jungle duo. They definitely look great right here. Keen keeping up in farm, just hasn't been as quick to roam as Ryu has. Ryu's done some really good things here. Quick red buff take, and Nori's going to continue to grab more of the jungle away. Of course, he knows Chaser's red buff timer. Looks like Ryu is going to be pretty safe to take his own blue. Running out of mana, but looks like he'll be just barely okay. Adrian's going to help. Good guy, Adrian.
Yeah, we'll eventually get that. That was a struggle. That last auto attack coming in made me a little bit nervous.
Yeah, right. It's like, well, he was not terrible at Malzahar, but not what you really wanted, absolutely.
No, certainly not.
All right, well, Chaser was able to safely grab his own red buff. The amount of pressure seems to have waned here for Phoenix One, and they're not able to get into his jungle anymore. Bit of attempted damage, not really coming out from Adrian, as they're going to fight over control ward control, and good job, Chaser. You got it.
And while P1 has been doing very well, gold is almost dead even. Laud has been going a great scaling build. He's going into the Triforce. His Cull is stacking away. His Tyr is stacking away. Maokai, I say, outscales in the top lane. Keen is going to be extremely powerful in the Cassiopeia and team fights. So Dignitas is by no means out of this, but P1 wants to continue pushing that advantage and really kind of get something more for what they have earned.
They can get a fair bit in the bot lane. Turret finally going below half HP.
It's coming down.
Yeah, still a good number of hits coming through. It's worth pointing out that Someday has brought top lane outer to about 2/3 himself, so not as injured as Phoenix One has done to bot lane outer, but actually have Dignitas, Team Dignitas I should say, has created some pressure up there, and one proper roam could fell that structure. Once again, the roam down for Phoenix One, and Nori and Ryu going to kill off the control ward, and their own will reveal this trinket, and that's probably too much vision to be able to make the dive safely, so back they go to mid for control, but next time there won't be vision in the way.
Yeah, Someday was even kind of starting his base there. It looked like he was getting ready to base and TP'd in if he needed to, but does see the player show up, so he is just going to elect to stay in lane.
It's actually interesting watching Zig in this match, of course. He's going Courage the Colossus here on Scion, which unless he lands the charged Q skill shot, he doesn't trigger it in a laning phase matchup. Turret will be going down, nicely played. Enough pressure was there, and Nori revisits the lane again and again, and this time a 1,000 gold surge puts Phoenix One in a pretty moderate lead.
Yeah, they're finally starting to kind of get the benefits of that bot lane advantage that they had, of the jungle advantage that they had, those kills on Nori, and are really looking to kind of get more work done there. And now this is where it can really start to get tough for Keen, I think, because you're going to see Arrow rotating to the mid lane. You're going to have Malzahar there with his ultimate. You're going to have the Ashe Arrow you already have locked down from Ryu. And there's a lot of opportunity here to be able to catch Keen out. And if any of that CC gets overlapped, he can get taken down.
Right, and even though he does have cleanse and you can get out of a Rune Prison or an Enchanted Crystal Arrow, you can't do it to Malzahar ultimate, and you can't do it to 700 damage from Nori in a second. You can't cleanse death. So you've got to be a little bit afraid of what P1 can do to this lane. With bot dead, you will see them. You can see the movement on the map right now. There's Ashe, there's Malzahar on the minimap heading towards this mid lane. And it's also kind of just worth looking at Adrian and seeing where he puts the wards down. Now he's not tethered to keeping the bot lane controlled. Now he's warding for the next major objective. Ocean Drake's in 45. It may still be bot side, but it might be mid-outer. We got to see.
Yeah, just look at them stacking up here in the mid lane. They're looking to make something happen. Will they be able to pull the trigger? Not just yet. So, Ocean Dragon going to be coming up here pretty soon, and P1, you know, they haven't been able to really kind of crack the game wide open, but they'd love to grab another dragon, start to continue to work on those advantages. They got the early Mountain Dragon, and that is going to be able to be pretty helpful. I would say that Ocean Dragon is not as impactful 17, 18 minutes into the game. It is still obviously very nice, but you really love to get those early in the game for laning phase.
Absolutely agree. It's not my favorite mid-game Drake, but we'll see what they can get for this one. It is alive, and looks like there's a lot of red icons on that side of the map. Zig is happy to just have Someday chill. And if he can stay in range, he can always channel Q or even pop his ultimate to stop a teleport. Zig does have the power to prevent Someday from joining the team, and the Phoenix 1 4v4 is much stronger than that of Team Dignitas. Ocean Drake does not deal AoE damage, makes it even better for Voidlings to tank, and that's a quick pick up there. Okay, bit more mana for Nori to have in his jungle roots, and back to the mid lane they go, and look at all this pressure. Look how far back Laud never has to play. This turret getting whittled down pretty low.
It certainly is. It's down to about a third HP there, and P1 is really playing to their advantage as well, to your point. You know, Zig, he's worth much less in a team fight right now than Maokai, so he can just stay up there, and sure, Someday's ahead, but he's not ahead enough to just randomly solo kill a tank Scion. So that's one of the problems of playing these tank champions. If you get a huge gold lead, you're very effective in team fights, but it doesn't really have as big of a difference in a 1v1.
Right, there's more you have to do in order to use your advantage. If you're ahead Fiora versus Riven, you just solo kill the Fiora and all is well. And it doesn't happen here. So more that Someday has to do to make this carry really happen. They did want to pick him Maokai. They wanted to give him the considered best champion that was left up in the draft.
And that also does show that they have a lot of faith in their whole team, right? They're not trying to play the kind of old Apex Ray 1v9 type style where everything is funneled into the top lane. And the fact is that Maokai is a fantastic meta top laner. Putting Someday on this champion is a good choice as long as the rest of your team can contribute. And they obviously have the faith that they can.
And of course, this game is very close. 1,300 gold difference, not a gigantic lead to be certain of this one. The double Drake certainly helps, and in fact, that second Mountain Drake being next up in 5 minutes will be really good. If P1 keeps the lead, they can shut this game down pretty quickly. No one's gonna get ripped throughout this game. Mid lane outer will fall. Enough damage comes through from Arrow. Adrian helps a bit, and Phoenix 1 now 2-0 in turrets, 2-0 in Drakes. The only kills they've given up were part of a tower dive. Team Dignitas, despite the first pick Rengar from Chaser, have been unable to make a single aggressive move themselves.
Yeah, I don't even know if Chaser has ulted this game.
He did, trying to run away when he died in his own jungle.
Okay, so I mean, he has yet to really have the confidence to make an aggressive move, and I'm surprised that he hasn't at least tried to do something top lane or mid lane. You know, I understand bot lane would have been kind of hard to gank for with the Ezreal and the Karma. Maybe they don't have the best gank assist. You don't want to fight into a Malzahar, but still, you would expect him to be looking to make something happen. But for now, they've been very happy to just farm it away, and I'll be interested to see what P1's next move is. Do they go top lane and try to force down that last outer? Because Maokai, while he is strong, he's not going to hold up against a 3-4-man squad.
Yeah, he's not that durable just yet, although I know in one of the earlier commentaries, I think it was Jat, talking about the impressive farm that Lorla was getting over 10 CS a minute in his top lane matchup. Well, Someday's in that same boat right there. Ton of farm. 210 at the 20-minute mark is definitely a quick clip. Arrow and Ryu in the exact same boat there, where they're getting plenty of gold as well. The minions are dropping left and right. Question is, though, what else can you kill aside from that? 2,000 gold difference here as Phoenix One are sending lots of resources topside. Mountain Drake still not for another 3 or so minutes, means only one objective left to play for as Arrow holds the mid lane.
Yeah, and Arrow is just going to be farming that up, and will eventually have to probably go bot side and collect that wave. That is going to be pushing, I think, towards his turret, and at the same time, it's pretty even, actually, so you do not have to. Either way, we have had a lot of very, very powerful Maokai games. We had Lorlo get a player of the game on Maokai. Zig yesterday actually had a player of the game on Maokai. We've been having this champion just be so effective, and it has drawn some bans, but it has been one of the champions that's really getting picked much more than it is getting banned, although it is kind of agreed upon that it is really king in the top lane.
Yeah.
And I'll be interested to see if and when people have the confidence to start bringing out picks like Fiora more against it.
We'll see if it comes through. Keen played the wave clear duty, and it's still Phoenix One grouping up in this side of the map. Arrow once again scouts the top side and sees if anyone's in the jungle. Sees, yes, they are. Is going for the more utility Ashe build, by the way. Essence Reaver Hurricane means lots of hawk shots, lots of cooldowns to throw out, and we'll continue to see more of that happen as time goes on. Phoenix One have removed all of the wards from the river as well. There's one more in this jungle they can kill off. They actually see that Rengar's waiting in the wings, and no risk still.
Yeah, both of these AD carries are at a very strong point in the game. 2 completed items. Obviously, Laud would love to kind of finish that transformation on his Muramana to be able to be kind of at his peak power for Ezreal. And that may be where Dignitas looks to try to start fighting, because they have 2 items on Someday, they have 2 items on their mid laner, 2 items on their AD, and they have really farmed it out. They know they're close as far as gold goes, and these are big power spikes for them.
Yep. Muramana just turned over about 5 seconds after you mentioned that he wanted it. The Trinity Force, the cooldown boots are in. This is the biggest, I would say, power spike available for an Ezreal. This is the highest the curve goes for him, and then it's going to get worse over time as Arrow goes towards an Infinity Edge later on in this one. Zig running for dear life. Yep, Someday's getting plenty of damage on him. Another root is in. Thankfully, there's no turret to block, and ooh, with the Q blocks some of that. Now over with the Satchel Plant. Phoenix One know they've gotten rid of the wards, but look at that. Laud says, hey, I see what's going on. Also, Chase has popped his ulti. He knows someone's around, sees a Nori, and look at the damage up, but can he heal enough? And Nori flashes away, but that is Summoner down for a Nori.
Oh, that was very close to being a disaster for P1 as Adrian almost got sniped out by the Baron after Laud was able to tag him with the ultimate, and then Ryu was obviously, he's in mid lane. They're trying to 3-min it. It's pretty risky. Could have been big if they got it, but it seemed like the Voidlings weren't able to tank much.
Yeah, they got popped pretty quickly, it felt like, and now we see Team Dignitas finally with the tempo lead. They're in the mid lane first, and that turret down to 1/5. Finally, an aggressive move allowed the, I don't want to say misstep, the risk taken by Phoenix One does not pay off, and suddenly Team Dignitas now with the pressure. See how much more can happen.
And that pressure could net them their first dragon, right? It's another Mountain Drake on the table, which they would love to grab, keep the dragons rolling, unlock the Baron even further. With double Mountain, you can really kill that so fast, especially with champions like the Malzahar and the Kazakhs.
This is going to be the team fight setup. Some days in the front line, Ryu waiting around the wings, 5,000 health on the Drake. This will be the team fight.
He's kind of low.
It's going to set up the timing. Still waiting, back and forth. Laud going for poke, Adrian the same, Voidlings back and forth. Team Dignitas could just take mid. Instead, they really want to fight for this. Someday can finally use his gold lead and play in the front line. 3,000 health left on the Drake. They're going to go for the smite fight. Goes over to the blue team. Chaser grabs it. Someday in the front line. Dropped down to half, though. Ryu has good damage up here on this rise. Arrow's going to go in. He's going to get field gold. Zig misses as well. Goes for the stun. And Laud kills off Ryu. Someday still tanking the front lines. And Nori has no way out. And it's 2-0 for Team Dignitas. Chaser not going to land the root, but still going to get the damage. And now it's Zig dropping 3 kills now for Team Dignitas. And they've got control. And they can take down mid.
Just as we said, Dig hits their power spikes. 2 items completed for all their big players. They get the dragon as Chaser wins the smite fight. They crush the team fight, and they are heading for Baron to crack this game wide open.
Ooh, looking for the even riskier play, but it could be great. 15 seconds still on this fight for Chaser.
This is gone.
I think it is just gone. Very little chance of anything stealing. Volley's not in range. That's going to be the Baron. Nashor picked up for Team Dignitas. And off an early deficit, win a team fight and take a lot, and now it's a 1,000 gold lead.
That just felt so forced for Phoenix One. They really wanted to fight that. Their jungler was a little bit chunked out. The mid lane was pushing against them. Dignitas had hit all their power spikes, had the stronger team fight in my opinion, and it shows up big time.
That's huge. The Baron minion is going to do enough damage now that the champions recall. Nope, just kidding. Arrow shows up and keeps the turret alive just for now, but it's okay. Team Dignitas wanted to play the long con. They'll fight it again later.
And here it is again once more. Nori felt pretty good to go for this as Kazakhs with the Q plus Smite generally can do that, but Someday was just so strong in the front line, so hard to get through. The arrow gets flashed over, the rest of the team dodges it. Zig is in the back line, and look at all the damage being pumped into Someday. They can't take him down. The team collapses completely here for P1 as their front line is just not going to hold up nearly as long as Someday is.
And you had mentioned actually that they were over-eager. Realize that during the first Drake kerfuffle or whatever, Someday popped his ultimate, and it was channeled and only lasted 20 seconds. They had 5 seconds left in that duration. Wait literally 5 seconds, Someday cannot ult in the fight. The entire reason Maokai is so tanky would have been on cooldown. Pull the trigger too early, they can't kill him off.
Plus, I mean, it's committing your Ashe arrow and your Malzahar ultimate both to try to kill off the Fed tank, right? Both of those are used on Maokai. Winnick Special has a lot of shielding, which adds even more tankiness to that Maokai. His ultimate's still up, so I do think it was definitely a mistake from P1, and they're going to be regretting that one big time as they're now behind.
They are now behind, but it's only as much as Team Dignitas was behind before, and if Team Dignitas could have made that comeback, Phoenix 1 certainly could as well. Top lane Outer had stayed alive. The push wasn't completed from Team Dignitas, and top lane Outer will be killed off for Phoenix 1. They finally complete that third Outer turret kill and get a bit more gold for themselves. That said, it's a bit of a race because Team Dignitas also already down on the bot side. They've taken the identical mirrored turret as well and are ready to keep pushing. And in fact, no one's here to defend. This should be, I think, a 2-for-1 in turrets, as there's not enough of Phoenix 1 to defend this. And that will be a 2-to-1 turret trade. Gold lead grows to 3,000.
And they can even go straight to mid lane here. They still have the Baron buff. Top lane turret goes down as well there from Someday. So Dignitas making the rotations, cleaning up so much of the gold off the map that P1 already had taken earlier in the game. And that gold lead really does start to balloon.
Yeah, I believe they've taken actually 4 turrets during the duration of Baron, as mid-outer wasn't yet dead when they had grabbed it. Now to mid-tier 2, looking to make that 5 turrets during a Baron buff, just really playing it appropriately. Someday split the top lane. He's back to mid for the impending team fight, and you can see Phoenix 1 having to play defensively, not able to go for much, but this turret down to 1/3 HP, really Laud whittling it down properly.
And I like the fact that Laud grabbed a QSS, giving respect to the pick potential here. He's the guy who has to be kind of up there sieging, poking at the turret, and having that QSS means even if he gets like flash ulted or whatever, he gets flash rooted by Ryu, he can kind of get out of there.
Definitely the case, and there we go, turret number 5, gold lead up to 4,500. Team Dignitas now with plenty in their pockets. About 2K per person, probably should recall and actually spend the money lead they've got. If they actually fought item for item, Phoenix 1 actually has more in their inventory just for now. But clear of the Krugs, Zenori tries to stay relevant in this game, but is a level behind Chaser despite his incredibly strong start.
Yeah.
As Keen moves toward the Void Staff and is really quite big this game.
This is one of the things that sometimes junglers do kind of complain about. The fact that sometimes kind of just doing nothing and power farming is actually more effective than going for the kills, even when it does work out, because the fact is, Chaser, yeah, he didn't have a great start, but he was so far ahead in the early CS that even when Nori had 4 kills, Chaser was up a level. So that's one of the things. He played the kind of more moderate approach. He played the safe approach. He allowed their comp to scale up, and it really paid off when P1 kind of took that team fight.
And we'll see if the next team fight continues to go the way it did before. We're going to have Mira Drakes right here with Dignitas having the map control. You expect this Ocean to drop in for them, and they're all going to have the same buffs overall here. 50 seconds to go till that one spawns. Of course, the Baron buff has timed out, but the end result has already happened. It's that 4,000 gold lead here. Team Dignitas more in their coffers, more in their inventories. Ryu looking for the play, actually trying to get onto Someday, but yeah, he's not going to get much.
Got the wave, Freak.
He got the wave. Victories. Buys a little bit of time. You can see that gold graph, exactly what this game has looked like. Moderate early leads turned around by one big team fight into Baron, into several turrets.
And this has been something that we have seen before, obviously, even just this weekend. You know, earlier today, Piglet playing Twitch, playing late game comp. They have Oriana Twitch, they scale late game. You get to the point where your team fighting is more powerful. Early leads don't always net you victories.
You guys got to push those the rest of the way through, especially when you've got comp mismatches, such as a much better top lane tank, a much better team fighting tank at the very least. One with the gold lead, a player of the caliber of Someday, and some misplays as well. So there we go, Ocean Drake not going to be an issue at all. Lots of damage coming through, not even a problem. Smite not needed. Chaser equalizes the overall Drake score now, Mountain and Ocean each. And now we'll see what breaks the tie. Baron and Nash are only 1.5 away, means There's going to be more that Team Dignitas wants to control. Top side of the map's going to be important. We'll see them move their wards over soon.
That certainly is, and with Chaser going very tanky himself, there's like a lot of items that these guys need to pick up before they can kind of deal with this front line, right?
Yeah.
Rio needs to complete his Void Staff. Arrow does have Armor Pen, but he doesn't have his crit, right? He doesn't have his IE. He doesn't have Lifesteal to kind of deal with some of this as well. So there's a long way to go, I feel, before they can really start properly dealing with this. But that said, if it does start to go super late and we see Adrian starting to complete more items, if he can get to his Leandries and stuff, he can really start to help punch through that front line too.
Yeah, ooh, and Arrow actually going for a risk-averse build. You mentioned maybe he needs a bit more crit to get some damage out, but goes Quicksilver Sash instead. Afraid of, I guess, the roots and the flanks from Someday, maybe a chance ulti from Keen, but that could have been a Zeal, and that could have been a significant damage bump, or a BF sword going towards that Infinity Edge.
Yeah, and it's tough. I mean, they may be saying, hey, we just need to stay alive and get the damage out because Adrian is going to add that extra DPS with the Malzahar to get you through that front line. This could be a conscious decision. We'll see if they're ever able to actually crack this front line in these team fights, though.
Blue Elixir chugged for Adrian. Didn't want to forget it during the team fight, but he's going to lose some of the duration because nothing was dealt during that time. A lot of the red buff does plenty. It pokes the third of Arrow's health bar off just from the Mystic Shot. Trinity Force definitely a nice thing. Mercurial Scimitar all the way finished now for Lot. Pretty gold efficient when you've already got the Quicksilver Sash, so it's kind of the right choice. Minions figured back and forth, but it's really just Team Dignitas playing for the control. If you look at their vision, they've got blue wards scattered all throughout this area, and there's not a lot really that Phoenix One can see. Yeah, see, that's the Team Dignitas view. It's much darker for the Phoenix One view right now.
They have things everywhere, and this Baron is going to die so fast. They do have the mountain, has been spotted out. Will they go for the finish here?
Knocked up by some time. Zig is around on one side. A lot of bit exposed. Special kind of trying to zone out two of the melees of Phoenix One, but there could be a fight. Look to the play. Someday tanks it, gets stunned, and takes all the ultis, and they might just take him down. But Lod first picks off Adrian, and Someday healing all the way back up already. Too many heals, and the rest of the fight's going to go even better, I think, for Team Dignitas. Zig rooted up, running, can't go far, goes down. It's 2-0. Another team fight win for Team Dignitas, and back they go to the Baron.
Yeah, and they just cannot punch through Someday. He is way too tanky. They commit so much to him. Oh! Chaser gets a GA pop. Oh, Nori, though.
Has to run away from Lod. The assassin actually forced to run for the marksman there. What even is 2017? Blue team takes down Baron Nashor. Chaser secures, and Team Dignitas even farther ahead, 6,000.
Yeah, they're up a lot, and that was... I mean, it's tough to think. How do you kill this guy? They had a pretty nice setup. Zig comes in. I actually think Zig did a great job here zoning out most of the damage. And it looked like Someday was going to be able to get taken out. But then he goes in. Look at all the shields from Courage of Colossus, from Xpecial, the Redemption lands. He heals up to full during this fight with his passive.
Yep.
What even is that? He's full health.
He's full health. Well, you know that trees need water to flourish. Apparently the blood is... good fertilizer as well.
They're in the river.
Nitrates are there. It's perfect. Just his natural habitat, really. I don't know. Floodplains for some reason working well for him. And yeah, looks good. Team Dignitas now really feeling great about this one. And you saw there's some decent damage coming out, but Ryu got killed so early. Only 900 from that fight is remarkably low. Adrian as well. Just his damage is going onto a tank. It's just not enough being done here.
Yeah, and Ryu, they can just dive forward onto him, because their front line is so tanky that they don't really have to care too much about it. You know, Someday flashing forward into the team, Chaser flying forward into the team. They force Arrow out, they force Ryu out, and that is the only way you kill those tanks. Kha'Zix does not burst down a tank. No. Support Malzahar, while he can hold him there for you, does not kill the tank. And neither does Sion, so that's the tough part for them now.
And it's rough for Inori. The root lands, turns invisible in time, and jumps to the wall to get away from Chaser, but really low on HP, under 100. Slinks away. Lod's ulti already down, so they're not going to find that just yet, but close call.
Yeah, thank goodness for Hex Drinker if you're Nori, and down 2 levels now, and really having a tough time getting involved in these team fights as Dignitas is just grouped up, and he's full damage build. Dignitas going to be pushing in. They want the turret.
And it's going to be theirs. Easy peasy. The lemons are squeezing. We're going to see more coming in here. 2-kill lead, but the gold is much better. And we look for the flank. They look for Zig. He's taking up what he can, but Someday just way more durable. Lod is now on a killing spree, taking down the opposing tank. Chaser cutting back a bit, but playing this appropriately. He's invisible for now and can't quite find more to do. Sion passive drops all the way out, and Team Dignitas 5v4 for 35 seconds. Easy inhibitor.
Yeah, they make the smart play. Zig goes for the flank. It's a desperation move, but Dignitas just collapses on him, takes out the tank first, and then,
Okay,
gets caught!
They get the one pick. Nice ulti in. The arrow's gonna land, but there's no follow-up for a special. Even though he shot his own name, it just meant nothing there. And it's okay, a 4v4 on the map. That's nice. It's enough, though, to force Team Dignitas to recall away.
Lane's gone, though.
Just kidding. They're gonna go down to the mid lane. They're still too durable. Enough health for them. The Ocean Drake keeps them topped off, and that is now 2 inhibitors down. Now they can recall safely.
Yeah, and they are going to be able to walk out. Zig is coming back up. They know his TP's on cooldown, so there's no worries there. It's a level 18 someday to the level 15 Zig, and this Maokai has just been insane for Dignitas this game.
Looking good. Really, really looking good now. Team Dignitas 9,000 gold up. Phoenix 1 looking for maybe a bit of a play, trying to rush in past the wards and jump right onto this Elder Dragon, hoping to rush it down before Someday can arrive. But there's a ward put down, and they've got to be so afraid of this. Will they stay on Drake? That answer's no. They go for Someday. Good chunk of damage. He can pop his ulti, but he's back to full HP thanks to shields. They're trying to burn him down. Arrows kiting for dear life, and they pop the Guardian Angel. So phase 1 is done. Quick cleanse out from Keen, and here he goes. Looks for Adrian. Goodbye to Adrian, but they still get the kill on a Someday. That's a good trade, to be honest.
Ulti coming in.
Chaser, who can he find? Right now, it's going to be Ryu, the available target. He's going in. Misses the Q. A big double man stun. Chaser doesn't land the root either, but they're still looking for Zig, the tank, running back. On top of the ward is Team Dignitas. Bit of damage. Keen looks forward. Can't quite kill off the mage, and Chaser sweeps out the ward. 4v4, breathe room, but not just yet. Chaser can land the E, gets slowed. Not gonna land the skill shot. Arrow's gotta be careful. The jump in for Lod! Ooh, one hit away from getting the kill off. That was dangerously close, and the chase is on. Can't quite land the shot, though.
He's gonna have to jump out of this bush.
The flash, the push towards Ryu. Is the damage there? He's looking for it. Can't quite take him out either. And no, it's actually Lod who does make it happen. Arrow falls to Expecial. I should correct myself. And that means a power play. It's 4v3 on the map, and Nori healthy. They get 4v2. Keen wants more. Poisons up 1. Inori, are you gonna have the hero play, or are you gonna just wait a little bit longer? For Alive. Someday does not have teleport when he respawns, but there's minions. It's basically a 7 versus 2 at this point. Now the big play to Ryu to save the game. They pick off Chaser. 1 left alive. It's still Keen. It's Expecial, and the Nexus goes down. Game 1 to Team Dignitas.
And what a game it was. P1, they got the early lead, but Dignitas was way too strong in the team fighting. They played to their win conditions, hit their power spikes, grouped up, and really, from there, took complete control.
Yeah, 1 death all game for Someday. Yeah, things are going to get brighter for Team Dignitas with a player like that on their roster. Honestly, winning in the laning phase doesn't mean you automatically kill the turret off, but he played the team fights very, very well, refused to die most of that time, and P1 just couldn't get through him.
And you have to say, I mean, this is with the early game jungle going pretty heavily over to Inori, right? What does this game look like if Chaser has a better game, if Chaser gets involved? Because he was pretty much non-existent for the first 15 or so minutes of the game on the Rengar, which is considered that S-tier jungle pick. And you know, Inori had a good game, but they got outclassed in the team fighting, and I think they got outdrafted.
Yeah, sure. I mean, sample size of 1, we can, of course, see more happen. You're right about getting outdrafted as far as projecting Chaser as a player, death leader on his team, lowest kill participation. Certainly not a good scoreline to look at, but there's more to see. Some of that was Ryu winning in the mid lane.
Yeah.
And you can look at pros and cons of both sides, but I agree. Team fight execution in favor of Team Dignitas. That Maokai is certainly working really well for Someday. Even if he's not on a traditional hard carry, it still looked good. 1-0 Team Dignitas, still a best of 3. We might see more, so now let's check in with our analysts to see what Dash and Mark think of that.
Thank you very much, Freak. Dignitas with the comeback victory here. So no stranger to comeback victories here in week 1 of
a whole lot of them
of the LCS here in NA. But you know, for this roster that a lot of hype, was around coming in. Yeah, you bought into it. I've bought into it. I mean, you've got Someday in here for a discussion of best player in the league before the league even starts, and they start off their series with a victory. It didn't come incredibly easy, though. So let's kind of break it down. This early lead established by Phoenix 1 off the back of Ryu and Inori.
Right, I think that's really an important thing to point out. I mean, it might look really bad for Chaser, like getting kind of controlled really hard in his jungle, but after that solo kill happened, that basically opened the entire jungle up because they totally lost mid control. So Ryu and Inori just keep invading him and over. His team really can't come to collapse and help. And from there, I mean, P1 did a good job for most of that game. or the early part of that game, snowballing that lead. The dive in the bot lane wasn't quite as clean as it could have been, but overall a good idea, and it looks like it's all coming together really well. But then the later the game gets, the worse it looks for how their team comp overall works.
Yep, Dragon fight, 25 minutes in. This is where Dignitas turns it all around on the back of Someday. Very stellar play out of him in this fight.
Yeah, just watch Someday. I mean, they're contesting the Dragon. It's going to be a little slow to start here, and ultimately, both junglers are going to kind of go for this at the last possible second. And then after it, they get it here. Nice smite, of course, by Chaser. They start backing off, and Someday takes about half his health, but once he dips into this bush, drops out of vision, he flashes and gets right onto Ryu, which sets up the follow-up from Keen. He gets the kill, and then Zig's on the back line, but now he's just running away. He used his Q, that's his only disruption ability, and after that, Someday, after taking a ton of damage, peels back onto him, sets the kill up to be on the other tank. So Someday carried this fight really hard in terms of setting up the first initial kill on the big carry for Phoenix One, tanking damage before ultimately going back and helping his backline. Amazing play.
Yeah.
On the flip side, what's so weird to me is when you look at the pick ban, Poppy was up. And
Right.
like if you take the Poppy in that team fight and he gets on the back line kind of like the Scion did there, you get the knock up, you're pushing someone into a wall, you generally deal more damage, and it would have been a huge disruption that could maybe have turned it back, losing your mid laner at the beginning of a fight, very hard to win, but
Yeah.
I don't understand why you would opt for the Scion.
Their pick of Scion is a little curious, as well as Dignitas's banning strategy in targeting the top lane with Shen and Nautilus in phase 2, but while Poppy is still up. So it didn't really seem on either end that these teams had a clear grasp on Champion Select, which after yesterday, Phoenix One was looking very good in Champion Select.
Right, and I don't think that the Champion Selects were horrible overall. Both these team comps are actually really good. The question is, what Poppy probably would have been better there.
Yes.
And then, of course, there was a heavy focus on trying to ban out some of the carries of Someday and limit him, as well as targeting some of the AD carries to get Arrow an advantage by having the only utility AD carry. Those are both fine ideas to me. The question, of course, is just the Poppy.
Right, and in that team fight specifically, I love the fact that Keen followed up so quickly on that flash route of Someday. And this is where a lot of people coming in were like, well, it's another mixed language team. How are they going to do? Well, guess what? That top three, that top triangle, they all speak Korean. So there was a very quick follow-up. Lauden, of course, Xpecial, have experience on teams with mixed language. And so far here in game one, didn't seem to have too many issues with communication. Still many more games to come to determine that. Player of the game going to Someday this time around. A lot for that fight right there.
Yeah,
I mean, that's it. Without that fight, they don't get a Baron on the back end of it.
And right, it wasn't just like that was one great fight by Someday. The whole series, he was playing team fights amazingly. There was the one near Baron where he just, walks back to Baron at full health, basically. Like, he played most team fights immaculately as a tank, which is something that I think is a little underrated in how hard it is to play a tank correctly and knowing exactly when you should peel back and help your carries and when you should keep setting up their carries to be served up to your team. So he seems to understand his role extremely well, and I'm going to assume he can play the carry side extremely well because he is getting banned out already.
I was going to say, you have to make that assumption with the Fiora and the Camille bans coming out from red side for Phoenix One in that first phase. But with Someday, the pressure's on, man, because this is the expectation, right? Like, he's coming in and he's doing what we expected him to do, and that is perform at a high level, but he's now got to do this the entire season long.
Yeah, and I mean, based off game one, it looks like a good investment and something you can kind of bank on, especially if he starts getting a little more help, because his bot lane, while not getting smashed, was definitely under fire. His jungle got controlled, his mid laner got solo killed, and he was up CS the entire time. If he's not getting controlled and Chaser can actually start doing stuff on the map, like, maybe he can influence the game a lot earlier and maybe on better picks for that kind of style.
Yeah, and in a strange way, this game is tough to analyze from the perspective of Phoenix One moving towards game two for exactly the reason that they did get out to a good start, have a solid composition. This is a composition that can find ways to win. It's just that one lost fight, which nets the Baron, kind of completely flipped the game on its head, and now they're on their back foot. So, without that fight and maybe one correction made in Champion Select, it was also a relatively good game out of Phoenix One.
Yeah, I don't think there's too many points you would say, oh, they really played this stuff bad. It was one team fight where they just, Ryu got popped. And whenever you lose one of your primary carries at the start of a fight, it's going to go bad. And especially if you're not, especially in close matchups, like just having a slightly worse pick in the top lane where Maokai is clearly a better tank than the Scion, it does become difficult to win those close situations.
Game one of this series is in the books, and while Phoenix One and Dignitas reset for round two, we're going to take a quick break. Don't go anywhere. The action continues after this.
This is actually something. Oh, dig.
Flash. Flash chase. Q's gonna land. One more shot will do it. Lands the shot over the wall. Ryu with the first blood on Keen. Bot lane's in danger. Can someday teleport? It's not likely to happen. On to Lot. A double kill for Inori. No TP stop. It's gonna be special. That's a triple, but here comes the re-engage. Inori goes down and Keen wants more damage.
I'm on Sion. Go Baron. Nice job, guys. Okay, nice.
Now the big play to Ryu to save the game. They pick off Chaser. One left alive. It's still Keen. It's special, and the Nexus goes down. Game 1 to Team Dignitas.
Basically, all the infrastructure is there, and like all the players are there for this to be like a top team. And so, if I were to fail on this team, then like it would be completely my fault. It's basically up to me to like make sure I perform for this team to do well, and I think it'll be like a really big test for me.
And so far, looking at this game, I think Lod performed just fine. Of course, we know Sunday's a monster, and he was that. And the rest of the team backed him up well enough to take that first game home.
Yeah, I mean, I think Laud played very well, especially in the team fight phase. That said, it is very easy to look really good when your front line is invincible and your team is winning. But I think he played it well, and he played a scaling build. They played lane not to lose because they were the ones who were getting targeted in Big Ban.
Right, and mid lane was under pressure the whole time, so we kept just seeing the roams come down to that side, and a lot of the deaths weren't his fault early game, but we are ready and back to go for game 2 here between Phoenix 1 and Team Dignitas. And as we mentioned, Someday had a great game. He won his laning phase. He was up CS, he was up gold, and he had a really important turnaround in the bot lane when that dive happened. He got a double kill, which meant he was farther ahead. And as you mentioned, the guy was practically invincible. He would tank several ultimates and end the fight at full health.
And the Dragon team fight, which really decided that game, right? He's the one who he dips back into the bush. He flashes over the arrow from Ashe. He gets right onto Ryu. They eliminate him. That pretty much won the team fight right there. Yes, P1 decided to kind of move too far forward and take a fight they probably shouldn't have, but he capitalized on it right away, and it's those kind of split-second decisions that decide games.
I absolutely agree, and that's just always very tight, but it was well played. Now, Phoenix 1, on their side, I want to give the most props over to Ryu and Inori. Yeah. Ryu solo kills his opponent at 4 minutes into the game, has lane pressure the whole time, which means Inori gets to go run into that southern jungle, and that was just a 1-2 punch that kept taking pieces away from Chaser, that kept preying on him in that matchup, and that worked well. It just unfortunately didn't push the rest of the way through.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, while we did see a really good early game from Inori, it's very hard to get involved in these team fights late game as a full damage assassin build, right? You're playing the Kazakhs, your only frontliner is behind, they have a special on the Karma who's going to shield and exhaust when you jump in. It's very difficult to actually team fight on a champion like that when you're not quite a bit ahead. So, Chaser was behind early, but he went tank Rengar, he went warrior into tank, and that meant that he's going to be able to have easy participation in team fights.
And
he
it's
just jumps in, he roots people, he adds what damage he can, and that's going to be very effective.
And effective he was by the end of it all. Didn't have the cleanest game because of how the early game went for him, getting assassinated a couple times in his own jungle, but by the end it did happen to work out and all went well. So yeah, thinking about how the next game comes through, the pick phase will be reversed. Phoenix 1 gets first pick here. We know that they're another team that's going to just blindly triple ban Camille, LeBlanc, Rengar. They don't do it red side. We'll see if just Team Dignitas does it for them for their blue side picks, because it seems like they're happy to pick all these champions. And I guess the questions I have is, can Zig play a fighter like Camille and it's still going to work for him against a player like Someday? Does Inori get to play his Rengar and try to break the game open even farther? And maybe what does Ryu LeBlanc look like if he gets one of these champions here? And we'll have to see. The pick ban phase has begun, and Malzahar is off the table. Phoenix 1 not going to let a special play it, nor will they let LeBlanc be picked.
And I definitely think Zig is the kind of player who can play those fighters. He was a guy who was spamming Kled a lot when he came out, felt that it was a strong pick, playing a lot against some of the guys who were at Worlds as it was in North America, and having some success there. Got an opportunity to talk to him a lot, actually, in some of those alternate streams for the top lane streams, and I definitely think he is able to play a wide variety of champions. And I mean, the Scion is not a meta pick, right? That was a new pick. Obviously didn't work out in this game, but he has the confidence to try these things out.
Definitely agree. Meanwhile, you're seeing what they're not willing to try out, which is letting the Fiora go over to Someday yet again. That ban is mirrored. Another one for Phoenix 1, and they've got one final ban to go here on this phase. And let's see what they want to pinch down. No junglers yet off the table. Rengar would be the last one up.
Fiora is something that definitely can work in the meta. It's not really super common, I would say, right now, but Someday is known for his incredible Fiora. It's good into tanks. You don't want to let this guy take over a game and just win purely off of split pushing. So they have to give that respect ban over to him.
You see Phoenix 1 almost forcing the Rengar ban, saying, hey, if you don't get rid of that, we've already dropped off Kazakhs, we can be a tier above you. But that means Maokai is up, and that is one of the faster locks we're going to see here in this matchup. No surprise at all. And the counter pick, not locked in yet.
No.
But it'd be cool to see.
We did see a Darius game, I think it was from Amazing J, actually.
Yep, and he beat Camille with it really hard.
So it is something that, like, if this is solo queue, and you're playing Maokai and you see the other guy with Darius, you're like, oh god.
Yeah, this is not what I wanted.
Time to dodge.
Yeah,
but it is something that can be preyed on in competitive play with more organized teams, and it's a risky pick, right? It's something that has to play aggressive, has to bully, I think, and really smash lane to be able to do that.
Interestingly enough, the ban that was left up from Phoenix 1 this time around, they had banned Varus in the first game. This time it's being left up and is actually picked over the chance of playing Ashe. Most teams would rather play Ashe, but Laud really wants his Varus. There's a chance it's key in the mid lane that we don't see it flex there very frequently. 6 seconds ago, Team Dignitas is going to pick up the unseen tank from the previous, and looks like Poppy will be locked in as time dwindles down. So Poppy Maokai is going to be the matchup that many probably wanted to see Zig play, but now we will see it happen here.
It's interesting because Nautilus has been prioritized by most people over the Poppy so far. We are going to see someday playing that Poppy, and we'll see how effective that he can really be, because it is something that has a lot of playmaking potential, right? Even super late into the game, you can win a team fight by yourself with an effective ultimate, knocking the right people out of the fight, stunning the right carry. There's always playmaking potential, and that's the kind of champion you want to have your best players playing.
Definitely agree. So Elise for Nori hoping to make the plays happen as well. Of course, some of that can be blocked out by Poppy W. And yeah, they're going to go for Ashe after all, realizing that the AD carry bot lane marksman pinch could have happened. Instead, we'd rather take it from the tier list. And they'll wait for mid and support Phoenix 1.
And the question here now is, does Dignitas have to lock their jungle? Do they have to do that? Because you can get double banned on the jungle. If you don't take something like the Lee, it's going to get banned away. The next tier is going to get banned away. And that could relegate into a further down pick. So they are going to do that. They're going to match picks.
Yep, mirrored roles right here. And of course, Team Dignitas gets first dibs on champions in the second phase here. And there's basically mid laners and supports left up. Now, do you ban the counter picks, then pick the champion itself? Or do you go to different sides of the matchup? You can see Team Dignitas putting in mid lane bans saying, hey, you know, Syndra off the table may be really good for picking up a Corki first pick, something like this if you want to go for this. We've actually seen several teams go for that Corki Varus actually as a combo. Happened over on the other stream earlier in the day.
Yeah, both mid laners actually were playing Corki at the same time in 2 streams earlier. So definitely an option. Rise still on the table. Ryu did have a really good game on Rise. Yes, they get run over late game, but he was great in the early mid game. And now Rise is actually going to be banned away there by P1.
Yep.
Perhaps because Dignitas has that next pick.
And that makes it 3.5 mid lane bans right now, as Malzahar sometimes is one. Team Dignitas with their final ban of the draft phase, and Orianna also off the table. Orianna typically seen as a soft counter to Cassiopeia, and Keen had a reasonable Cassio game last time.
Also a fantastic combo with the Maokai, right? The Orianna Maokai combo is a classic, and they're not going to be willing to give over that powerful of a team fight to Phoenix 1.
I'm wondering if you see, actually it's going to be Cassio ban. I could have
There's
thought
a lot of mid lane bans.
Another option was to ban Misfortune and trade Cassio for Zyra and play that draft a bit farther down. But you're right, the entire phase is dedicated to mid laners here. And again, if we think Zyra's queen of support, it means you get the last pick out on Team Dignitas uncountered.
Certainly can. I don't think that Phoenix 1 is going to kind of blind pick the MF, but the problem would be then if you do not select it now, Phoenix 1 will probably just take it and play it into MF. So they are going to elect to do that. We'll see if Adrian has MF up his sleeve. If he wants to play that, it looks like that will be the choice.
Yeah, Phoenix 1, of course, can buy as much time as they want. They get 30 seconds for this pick, 30 seconds for the next. If you pick this one and lock it in sooner, you just give up time you could have had for your second pick right here. MF will be locked slightly early, and yes, they would rather play the Zyra side of the matchup that we all saw coming, and it means that Keen gets counter pick here in the mid lane. And looks like it's going to be Corki as the blind picked mid laner. So a triple marksman team. The second we've seen today, actually. We saw FlyQuest play it. It was Graves jungle. This time around, it's the marksman is Misfortune in the bot lane. And the counter pick to Corki might just be Twisted Fate here for Keen.
Interesting to see if he does elect to go for that.
Oh, Azir!
Wow.
Azir, I am surprised to see that pick come through. I know he's had some buffs after the Riley's Crystal Scepter nerfs, but have not seen much of this champion, but he is back in action.
Yeah, I haven't seen Azir in a really long time, and I was going to say, part of the reason I think Corki is a nice pick is not only because it's safe as a blind pick, it removes the Corki Varus comp as an option. So he's going to be there on Azir. Very excited to see how this does go. Obviously, late game, Azir is an absolute monster, but people kind of had stopped playing him because they felt you don't get to that point. He's too weak in the early game. You get smashed in lane, and that is going to be a concern. So we'll see how he's going to be able to play it out in this lane, if he's going to be able to avoid pressure from a Nori and from Ryu after getting solo killed in game 1.
And I want to see if Keen actually sticks with the Summoner Heal if he does switch over to Cleanse, because you've got Elise, Maokai, and Ashe who are all great at stunning and picking down onto an Azir. And as the game loads up, we'll be able to see what summoner he actually went for. But that's going to be really interesting. Seeing an Azir in the mid lane here for Keen, we knew his champion pool is very, very large. He's one of those players who had popularized Urgot a year and a half ago or so. This guy has definitely played a lot of things that other people don't.
we are ready to get ourselves into the second game of the series.
Yeah, I mean, Keen was even a mid lane Graves guy.
Yep.
He was
Hecarim.
the first Hecarim guy with the home guard boots upgrade right off the bat. So he has his own way of playing the game, very flexible player, and he did swap to that cleanse as expected. Even though the heal would have been better for the 1v1 against Ryu, the game is not all about the 1v1. And especially late game, which is supposed to be your strength. Okay, great. You're 6 items Azir now. You got hit by a CC and you died instantly. That's a little bit unfortunate.
Yeah, that can be how it goes sometimes, but we are ready to go and get into the action here, ladies and gentlemen. Game 2 is about to begin. Team Dignitas in their first North American LCS match of 2017 facing off against Phoenix 1. Team Dignitas did win game number 1, as you can see on the scoreboard up here, but Phoenix 1 can make the comeback as you get into Summoner's Rift.
We've been having a lot of 2-0 sweeps so far. I think every series has been a 2-0 so far, so it would be fun to see something go the distance here.
Yeah.
Two 2-0s yesterday, TL 2-0'd earlier today already.
Yep. FlyQuest 2-0'd on this stream, and I don't know how the concurrent one is going on the other.
But it wouldn't be over either way, so.
20-minute victories both times.
Oh, there you go.
Always a chance.
That's
That's really unlikely. But you're right, every series that has ended in North America has been a 2-0. We might see them diverge. Phoenix 1 could look for this to be their comeback. They did take away the Maokai. Zig could feel better about this one. Or we could have just as hard of a time as he did before up against Someday.
Yeah, I mean, Someday really was who won the game last time. His TP bot lane was fantastic, got the double there. He was the big winner in that Dragon fight, the fight by Baron. He was unkillable. He really was what made the difference, even on the Maokai. So, you know, if you're Zig, there has to be still some sort of kind of intimidation factor there too. You know you're playing up against one of the very best in the world, and you know he's going to make stuff happen regardless of his champion pool.
And stuff's going to happen right now. You're seeing the jungle invade. Nori and Zig now being attacked by Chaser and Someday. 3 triggers in the same brush. There's a jump on already. Want to do some damage. Thunderlord's triggered, yeah. But Nori does the same over to the Lee Sin. Chaser gonna look for the smite fight, and it's got to go to Chaser. He gets it now. And Nori smited early. Actually able to dodge away the Sonic Wave, but that is a huge steal away. Chaser up a level, up a blue buff.
Yeah, and Nori is actually having to show so much respect that he just has to leave his entire half of the jungle. He knows that Chaser can come, meet him at that wolf camp, and Chaser checking on that. Now he'll just counter jungle likely this and the Grom. So I'm going to be very interested to see how Nori plays this out. I think the best choice for him here, take the red, try to go immediately over to his opponent's blue and get something back, but there's risks there too.
Of course, and he's going to be smiteless for the next 40 seconds as well, so can't heal back up, can't secure against a Lee Sin.
And look at this, Keen is checking for it.
Yeah, Keen puts the word over the wall, so say if he shows up, don't worry, we can back you up on this. And Ori finally level 2, but Chaser already starting his 3rd camp. It is going to be a slow road ahead.
Yeah, it's pretty brutal because I don't even think that he's going to get level 3 off the Krugs. I think he's going to be still on level 2 and then have to do another camp after that.
Sure.
So, you know, he's definitely been delayed a ton. Chaser is already going to be hitting his level 3. So he's level 3 and Nori still has a camp and a half basically to complete before he hits 3. Like he is super, super behind.
Yeah, even if Chaser AFKs for 20 seconds right now, he is a full camp ahead of a Nori. 2.5 right now on this Elise, and he's actually going to go for the early recall. Just too low on resources. Someday and Zig fighting back and forth. Someday actually has the wave going towards his own turret. He can pull in Chaser in about 30 seconds and maybe even look for a gank play. Oh, buff Lee Sin, of course, is very scary.
And this is going to mean Keen gets donated the blue buff because, you know, Chaser doesn't need it. He already got a blue. He's already high enough levels that CDR is not that important, energy regen, etc. Not really going to be that important. And this is going to be really nice for Keen. It allows him to have actually a lot more poke, safer wave clear because he doesn't always have to get in range for autos. He won't go
That's going to be big stuff right there. Smite comes through, Chaser doing plenty of damage to the Gromp. Close to level 4. Inori still not 3, although this camp, I believe, should give it to him. 2 non-buff camps should get you there. As the Gromp's patience runs out, he was pretty close to losing out on that, but gets it in the end. 86 gold, and oh, hello, little lone wolf. But yeah, Chaser, half a minute away from level 4 right now, practically a full level above Inori, and the gold lead for Team Dignitas as a whole, 600 right now. Gotta feel good for these guys, +7 for Keen. Obviously, we know Chaser's been winning, but you can see on the scoreboard at the bottom right there how everyone's doing quite well. Someday up 200, who's surprised?
Not me. But I like the confidence from Inori. He gets counter jungle. He's level 2 basis. What does he buy? Dark Seal. He just grabs the Dark Seal. So we'll see if he can actually start getting some stacks on this. He is level 3 now, and although he is obviously behind in pacing, if he can make some ganks work, he can be right back in there. But I just think Chaser has played this out so intelligently. Keen covering his blue, him clearing the weak side of the jungle, and he can look around and really try to make something happen here, because right now, Inori has nothing to farm. He's just kind of wandering around.
He's got exactly Raptors up right now. Chaser leaving the Wolves the way they did meant that they're not going to respawn for a while as well. Of the last little dangling one waiting around. Bot lane push another chart. You're not going to dive a couple level 4 champions as level 3 Elise. And Nori just really, really set behind. And that is smart by Chaser for how bad game 1 looked for him. And again, some of that being Keen's fault by losing the lane so hard. Chaser is massively outplaying Inori here, putting a lot of good things happening.
And just look at the mid lane. I mean, Ryu is super low on health. You know, he's down quite a lot of CS. Keen is really battling back, and thanks in part to that donated blue buff. So the early game going fantastic for Dignitas. I think their scaling is better than their opponents, and they're already, you know, out to a lead. So they're going to be very happy about that, and definitely looking to kind of avoid any risky fights right now, because they've shown they have great team fighting and they know they have good scaling. They can play it safe and they can look to try to compound those advantages.
Yeah. It's just interesting seeing how many different factors have gone into this game. Of course, again, Chaser with the great level 1 made things happen. The blue buff donation helps with Keen, but also exactly how many times has Ryu played this matchup in the last 4 months? Probably literally 0. And Keen brings out the Azir, feels really fresh on it. It's got a massive lead for himself, a nice quick back for the Berserker's Greaves, and I think just is going to feel good continuing this one-on-one advantage. And as you mentioned, the Team Dignitas scaling is good, and this looks like the beginnings of a 2-0 if they can keep going this way.
Certainly, but we're a long ways away.
Yes, we are.
It's funny to think how different the game could look if Inori just won that Smite fight, right? You know, if he hits that, he gets level 2, he chases Chaser out. Chaser maybe has to base, he takes his rep up, and it shows the confidence that they have to make those risky plays, because you have to be pretty sure you're going to be able to win that Smite fight if you go for something like that. It's definitely a risky play.
And now Ryu has some better wave clear tools. Of course, playing a mid-range champion against Azir is very hard, but now that he's got rockets and the Q, the wave clear is much easier. And you know, you see a nice aggressive ward there by Keen saying, hey Ryu, if you try to roam out of your lane, I'll see which way you go. I know when you're going to blue buff. By the way, that's spawning soon. And Chaser looking for a tasty morsel, maybe some spiders to kill.
A Dark Steel on Zig as well, interesting. So
that's okay on Corrupting Potion because it's practically health. You get about 100 HP out of the extra healing coming out of that. So.
Yeah, I'm just so used to seeing double Doran's Ring, because that is something that can give you a really good wave clear and lots of mana regen. And Inori level 4, I don't even think he wants to go in on that.
Well, he makes, woo, look at that fancy plays that a Keen. Chaser did have to grab the blue himself, it looks like, so that's not going to Keen just yet. But now Adrian going to take some plant hits, a nice double up shot, hits a special in the face, and no ulti up. Either way, yeah, a nice blue buff take, and okay, cleanse burn, but still feels like advantage Team Dignitas.
Yeah, and that's just Keen showing respect to their team, not knowing who else is there. There's no way Inori is actually going to be able to kill him there as a level 4 Elise with no real damage to add, but he doesn't know where the other teammates are. He doesn't know if there's someone following up, so he just cleanses it really fast, and he's going to look for that. Meanwhile, Chaser going to be pretty close to 6. He is 6 now, has Flash available, and that is kind of playmaking time here for the Lee Sin, but you can see the P1 bot lane moving up here. They're trying to get vision down. They're trying to make something happen and perhaps be able to kind of set up for this Infernal Dragon in a couple minutes.
Yeah, maybe so. We know that both these champions are capable of soloing it, and neither actually have the best ward control, that theoretically Inori could just go for it. Actually, okay.
No wards in with 3 people walking in there.
Right, so, you know, the chance of just making that little cheeky play. Now, it puts you behind an XP. The Drake's worth basically nothing on that regard, and he's already down a full level under Chaser, but either way, it's just not going to be the case, and Chaser continues to just stymie every move that Inori tries to make right here. Arrow's going to land onto Lod, plenty of damage there on Varus, but literally no follow-up. Adrian doesn't even ult for it. Seems a little
that was strange.
Wrong to not hit R at some point, but
seems like he just wasn't even expecting it or something. I'm not sure if there was no communication there or it was essentially a harassing Ash Arrow. Right. There's enough lifesteal on Lod. He's probably playing Warlords. He is going to be able to heal that back up, so definitely not worthwhile. And that is kind of the strength of the Ashe MF combo, is you hit the arrow, you ultimate over that, you have them slowed down, and that's kind of how you get your kills.
And that one didn't happen just yet, but Ryu has the pack. She picks it up. This is the time he says, all right, in the next minute, I can make a big play and look for something to do. Unfortunately, that Enchanted Crystal Arrow is down, so he doesn't have that as a better dive tool. Maybe they can track which way Chaser goes. Hawkshot comes out, sees that he was taking the Wolves.
And it is at least fair to mention that Law did expend his ultimate too, and did whiff that. So they're both down on the ultimate. It's not like they have a big disadvantage off it. Not the play they were looking for, but not the end of the world either. And this time around, you know, Zig pretty close in CS in top lane. Package available for Ryu. We'll see if they can try to make a play here. They're trying to move forward down, but Keen is on the way.
Yeah, it's a known 4v3. Again, they can click and know that it was Chaser's ward. They could assume anyway based on seeing the other two bot laners, and it's just not enough for Ryu to pull the trigger on this one. 500 gold difference. For the early lead that Chaser's built, it's at least stagnated now, and P1 are laning about as well as they can. Zig only down 7. Really not as bad as the last matchup was, but that's because he first picked the Maokai, and Nori not going to land the Cocoon. Especially knew to play far enough back to not be tagged up.
Yeah, certainly did. And I've just been so impressed with the way that Chaser has played this out at this game. Is really been looking good. But I am waiting for him to kind of pull the trigger on his first play, because I do think that he should be looking for it.
And he looks again. This time around, it does force the flash. He would have died for sure.
Yeah, Nori was there. Yeah, definitely would have gone down. So a good flash by Laud, but you know, he is able to force that out, and Arrow pulling the trigger with those Ashe ultis pretty quickly, and I do love to see that. It's something that you should be going for. Anytime you can get a summoner, anytime you can do something like that, you get a positive trade, because your cooldown on your ultimate is much shorter than the opponent's summon.
Absolutely agree, and even just bottom lane in general for Phoenix 1, I think is performing very well. For how rough the jungle is, for how rough the mid lane is. Arrow is up 18 minions right now. Even Agent's got 11. And I know Malzahar boardlings don't count. I don't remember if Zyra plants count for CS or not. I'm assuming they do with the 11 CS that MF has. So some of that's a little bit inflated, to be completely fair, but it's still a lead. It's turret damage. It's summoner pressure, and we might see P1 get something out of this bot lane.
And Arrow has been playing really well so far, not even just in this game, but in the NALCS. Yesterday, he played great. I even think in the earlier game, he played quite well. In game 1, I thought he was kiting very well. He was able to actually get out a lot of damage, even while under pressure, and without his front line kind of there to support him. So it's very tough to play an AD carry when the other team has a massive front line and yours is kind of collapsing. But he was able to do an admirable amount of damage, and I've been very impressed with him kind of across the board so far.
Yeah, I think Arrow's definitely good, and most people have him as at least a top 3 bot laner here in the North American LCS.
And I think he could end up being the best.
He could end up being the best, absolutely. You just got to wait and see what happens. He's also building a more aggressive build, whereas he went for Essence Reaver over in game 1 with the snowballing Kha'Zix. He's now going for the Infinity Edge build on Ashe, which will mean a significant increase in damage to the tune of maybe 25% or so over the other build. So definitely much more teamfight DPS for him.
And he's got that arrow available, so if they do see, you know, Chaser somewhere else on the map, they know that they're safe to look for these all-ins, they could go for it. You know, Laud does not have his flash. They have double ultimates available. Will he look for it? He's kind of inching on up.
They're hemming and hawing a little bit because they really just cannot find where the Lee Sin is. Hawkshot was recently used on their own wolf camp, just seeing where the heck is Chaser, what has he killed. That camp's already gone. He got that earlier.
And Lee Sin is moving down here. They have spotted him now, so they'll back off.
Good ward staying up. Adrian gets his sight stone in time to remain safe, and no real major losses here. Quick red buff could be grabbed by Inori, and that should be safe as well.
Yeah, and Inori, you know, he had a tough start, but he's actually up in CS now. Keen, okay, good. Valkyrie out there.
Yeah, Keen almost got into that one. Here comes the trade of blows. Exhaust is on Cleanse to get away from it, and that's going to be enough damage. One more shot could pick off Ryu. He's running here for dear life, because Chaser wants in, can't get the Sonic Wave, but the first blood still lands. The long-range Q, and suddenly it's Zig. Knocked up against the wall, does have flash, pops it, and Satchel's over into the brush. He's going to get away, but still, first blood, solo kill for Keen. Burning both summoners and getting it, but that's bot lane pressure now for P1. If they can get Elise, that could be a turret.
Yeah, they are going to get this turret. I think it should just go down. But actually, Arrow backed off quite a bit there, giving maybe too much respect over.
Yeah, that felt a little bit too respectful. You know nobody's around. Maybe they're afraid of someday teleporting behind, but any fight gets met by double ult from the double marksman.
And Ashe Arrow is still available, so, you know, if Dignitas hangs around, that Ashe Arrow is going to miss.
Going to miss, but they should have the damage regardless. Actually, no, first turret still went over to Team Dignitas.
Wow.
They didn't push hard enough, and it's actually a gigantic gold swing for the red side.
That's actually really huge that Arrow backed off there, didn't have the confidence to stay and get those extra autos, because that is the bonus gold going over to Dignitas, and that's being funneled into Keen, who's already has the CS lead, got first blood, now the tower gold. Look at that lead at mid lane. He's 1,200 up off of this little play, and that's something that seems small, but really it's quite big. Arrow should have gotten an extra auto or two in there, I think, and he needed to go for it.
Absolutely. So unfortunate there. Final hit comes through, and Nori lets it tick down with the red buff. But with the bot lane pressure, and yes, they were down the first turret bonus gold, Phoenix One at least able to grab the Infernal Drake, the internet's favorite Drake. It means more stats. It should mean a lot for Arrow's damage output. Should be quite a bit for Ryu's damage output, to be honest. He's got good attack damage ratios. Adrian the same. So one of the better Infernal Drake team compositions at the very least. Phoenix One going to continue to try to push forward and make up for the 1,600 gold deficit.
One small thing I will say, I'm a little bit surprised that Xpecial decided to not go for an early Frostfang. I think that is something that is very, very common on the Zyra. It's pretty easy to continuously get those procs out, and you do end up generating a lot more gold. It's almost double per hit, and over the course of the entire game, in this 15 minutes, you usually can make up most of that price. So I do think that grabbing that early on is very nice, but obviously it's you have to weigh that against the value of having the faster Moby boots or the sites.
Right now, it's Team Dignitas who just have the control, and hey, able to roam down to the mid lane. Keen helps knock that one out, and it's 2 turrets to 1. Team Dignitas not in the same difficult situation they were in the first game, just in control as a team, taking down Phoenix One so far.
Yeah, they certainly are, and Someday kind of quietly working away, closing in on 20 CS lead here, starting to bully out Zig. Not what you want to see here with this first pick Maokai, you know, where they're trying to get him the advantage. They're banning out Someday. They're giving over the first pick to your top laner. You need to try to make something work here as Zig, and we'll see when he finally does pull the trigger on one of these TP flanks, what can they really get done? Because that's the kind of thing that they're going to have to be able to do.
Look at that.
Oh. I mean, you have to get in behind the Varus, behind the Zyra, behind the Azir, because in a straight up kind of smacking each other's heads against each other, it's going to go their way.
Well, looking to smack some heads around the backside. Arrow face checking into Lod. He's going to lose his life for this one. Wanted to go in forward. Adrian going to flash for the slow. Don't know if he really needed it anyway. Struck could have made him move fast, but Nori's going to reach. But now here's Zig on the other side of the map. Alone in a 1v3. He's going to run out of health pretty rapidly. There's the kill coming through to Chaser. Lod still running away. Finally, kill goes over to Nori, but it felt much cleaner when Team Dignitas executed, so
yeah,
that's just more tempo.
We'll have to see that Arrow fight once again, because it looked like he just flashed forward, started autoing minion, or like kind of went forward, started autoing minions, didn't use his ult. I don't really know if he spent his mana and he wasn't expecting that. I'm not sure what happened, but that looked weird.
It did look a little bit weird. Don't know what it was. Maybe he thought he was behind in tri-brush with the rest of them. Who knows? But definitely a misplay and lost a flash. He didn't have to. And because Team Dignitas had not yet killed top lane Outer, that gank turned into more turret gold. Ryu just alone in the mid lane, only down 11 minions, but it's still Keen who's been much more effective this game, and mid lane Outer still not down, 3-1 in turrets.
And here it is once more. We're going to see Arrow kind of electing into this 1v1.
Hey, he's but just partially AFK, he just face checked into the minion wave a little bit.
Yeah, that was really weird. And had Laud actually hit that Q, he would have killed him there. So that's pretty rough. Arrow not using his ult, maybe looking somewhere else on the map. But either way, they did eventually chase down Laud, and they do pick up that kill. But meanwhile, it was the kill on Maokai and the turret. So Dignitas getting more across the map, really looking strong in this series, Game 1 and Game 2. And you can see, Someday wants to keep the pressure on. He's going to go with his Easy Rot in this matchup because he's starting to bully out Zig, and he feels, this is how I get the most pressure. I aggressively place this down. I get turret pressure because traditionally, tanks cannot clear out those turrets. But with this item, you can.
We do have finally some poke here onto Keen. The rockets landed a few times, and that is 0 down to about 1/3 HP. Might prompt the recall. 15 seconds ago till the next minion wave arrives, and that means a little bit of dead time as Phoenix One walks back into the jungle. They find Chaser, good damage. Ryu's got to be careful. Q into kick would almost kill, but not quite, and that means Chaser does not pull the trigger. Stays in his side of the jungle, heals up with a smite, and he's going to feel okay with this one. You see Someday really working through this bottom jungle. He's got that Zerat portal pushed down right in front of the Krugs. Thank you very much, spectators. That is where it is, and it's going to push into the turret. And that means that Zig is going to be under his turret for quite some time, trying to push his way back.
And this is really smart. He actually doesn't think it's going to survive. He's already rotating mid lane, knowing they have to respond to this. So knowing it will die, they're going to try to force a play mid lane or top side while it's being responded to bot side. So this is really, really intelligent use.
Despite the Hexbreaker and the Merc Treads, you can see that Chaser still takes decent damage out from Ryu, and keep in mind the Devil Marksman in the bot lane do physical damage, so a good team fight will look good for Phoenix One, but they haven't found one just yet. Team Dignitas still on the pressure. Make It Rain doesn't really stop much, and Bullet Time actually used to keep them off the turret, down to half HP, but that is a team fight ulti down. Dignitas can feel even better about their next battle.
Yeah, and we have Zig here on the side. He's looking to get behind them. I think P1 feels this game kind of slipping away from them a little bit. They want to try to make something happen.
Let's see if they can. It's a 3,000 gold departure right here. Mid lane tier 2 still under fire. This time without bullet time to slow it down. Zig once again sees Someday. Inori goes for the stun. Can't quite find Keen. But look at the Inori health bar just dropped down, gets tackled and popped. Someday just needed to find the tackle and it happens. Now Ryu in a world of hurt. CC on a chaser showing up and sends it home. Someday still locking up Zig. And now going to turn back around, but a quick 2 for 0 just outside the turret. Well executed by Dignitas.
Yeah, and I mean, Inori tried to walk through Someday to land the cocoon on Keen, who has his cleanse up. That is just...
that's suicidal.
It is, yeah. Even if he hits it, Keen's going to get out of there, no problem. The turret's going to go down. They lose 2 kills. P1 kind of falling apart here a bit.
I definitely agree. Falling apart's the right term for it. Losing more and more as time goes on. 4 turrets to 1 and a 4,500 gold lead with a Cloud Drake spawning in 10. And no package up means Ryu's not going to get across the map fast, and that should be an easy pickup afterwards between Dignitas.
And here it is once again. Inori just trying to walk through him. There's so much damage coming out. Someday nails the wall stun, backs off, knowing his teammates will be able to finish him there. And you have to think, Inori should have just gone for Someday, tried to do some damage there, but then Ryu gets caught. Bad goes to worse. They take the turret. And Dignitas in these 2 games is just looking so good. Really, I think, silencing a lot of the doubt that has been brought up by some people. You know, Reginald talking yesterday doesn't think these kind of teams work with the multiple languages, with the imports, but Dignitas, at least for now, they look great.
They do look great. I had them personally power ranked as 4th coming into the season. I thought that the total skill would be really good, and you know, so far looking pretty reasonable. P1 I thought was maybe a playoff caliber team. I thought they got some upgrades, but right now it definitely looked outclassed by Team Dignitas. Quick dodge by Lod, but he's still alone. Bullet time has to be cut short as here comes the threat of Someday, and he will arrive. A quick cancel by Zig, and that is at least a small cooldown advantage for Phoenix 1, but will there be a chase right here? A special almost gets stunned up, almost gets popped, has to flash away, and more cooldowns in the advantage.
Good side step by Inori.
Definitely agree that Sonic Wave could have been painful, but you can see how much damage is dealt him by Keen. That Azir does a lot of punishment. Repel gets him away, and Inori stays alive.
And P1, they're looking to make a play here. They're trying to pick off Lod, but Lod not even blowing a summoner, plays it cool, sidesteps the arrow, steps out of the ultimate. And they're going to get themselves an advantage here and another turret perhaps because of that.
Oh, it's Ryu in the backline, actually finds the kill onto a special. This is now a flank and a 5v4. No bullet time, no Ash arrow, only the Maokai ulti. Zig in the front line, taking up Someday. Can they find this? Keen can go big, and he gets one already. He's looking for arrow. A quick snipe by Lod brings him lower, and Zig gets kicked back. Chase is still in the front, looks for a little bit more as Keen refocuses the soldiers. And that's Maokai ulti down, and Inori below 1,000 HP, so Keen wants in. He gets the knockback, and another big play at the Azir. 4-0-1 is looking amazing here. 202 minions to top that one. And now Zig running for dear life, not nearly the same team fight that Someday brought in the previous.
I know, Dignitas cornered there, but they're able to pull off the team fight win anyway. It was a good pick on Xpecial, a good try by P1, but Dignitas playing it calm, cool, and collected. And the carries were able to stay alive. And here it is once more. Xpecial walking back in. He was kind of low. Inori, Ryu, they commit for it. Double flash comes in. Zig is there. Looks like they have been cornered. You know, Someday and Chaser, though, zoning off most of the threat because Adrian is low. He's out of mana. Arrow's out of mana. Keen takes down one, pokes out the other, and they just cannot get to Lod and Keen.
And right here he says, you know what, we can fight top side. I've hit Inori enough that big play time, let's go.
And that was just beautiful. So nice by Keen. Beautifully executes that Azir combo. Looks like he's kept in practice.
Looks like he's very well practiced. This is why Azir has like a 45% win rate in solo queue. Because people like Keen exist who are so good at this champion.
Doesn't look like that when I do it, Freak.
Nor when I do it. But this is what the champion can do. He's incredibly skill intensive. I'll never be as good as Keen, that's okay, but this is what this champion can do in the hands of a master. Keen, known for a wide champion pool, and yet has the depth on Azir as well.
Certainly does, and I mean, he was gifted some early advantages from Chaser and the advantage that they got, starting with that blue buff, and he has made use of it.
Pretty quick cleanse. Yep.
So backs off once more, and Someday back in the bot lane. He's going to set up the ZZ Rod. He's going to be able to join up with his team, but for now, he has no TP, and they're going to have to give up this turret.
And they're going to find a little bit of CC as well. Root and Akeen missing cleanse, but the knockback keeps Zig away from doing more.
And you can see how much damage just the artillery put onto him. Chaser wants in, kicks into the team, but they dodge away from that, so that doesn't mean
Somedays
terribly
behind
much.
the team. They're looking for the collapse.
And
Here he comes.
The pop. He gets the flash done into Ryu. Plenty of damage there. The knockback onto
three-man
3.
knock-up.
Goodbye to one of them. Who's going to be next? It's Arrow. He's got one blinking over his head. Someday wants in. Keen the same, and goodbye. A quick double kill. Bullet time means almost nothing. 5v3 on the map. Dignitas have complete control.
Once again, well played by Dignitas. They disengage the 5v4. They give Someday the time to make the collapse, and he punishes Phoenix One big time. And now it looks like Dignitas' next step is going to be Baron. They're looking to set up Vision here and try to prepare for that. They obviously need Keen to get some time to actually base, heal up, buy, but they can kill this Baron fast with the soldiers.
Needs to respect. Nicely played. That would have killed 90% of players online right there. Adrian juking back and forth saying, I know they can see me, and there's a Zyra over that wall, tries to bait Grasp Roots, finally does so, and okay, it actually stopped the Baron. They weren't willing to look for the Baron rush with Inori still on the map, and Adrian not suiciding there is part of the reason why it was stopped.
Certainly so, and not that easy to stay alive in these kind of fights, but here it is once more. P1 having been pushed off the turret, in comes Someday, flash, stun, onto Ryu. 3-man knockup, just beautiful there. That nets him the first kill, and the chase down onto Arrow. No shot at him getting away. Adrian trying to clean up Keen over that wall, but unable to do so, and it's going to be another Dragon going the way of Dignitas.
Sure, why not? Actually, their first of the game, interestingly enough, Phoenix One was able to solo it, and Digga just played for turret control more so than the Drakes, and that's fine enough for them. They grew the gold lead to a good spot. Scuttle Crab control does go over to Phoenix One. They have about a minute's reprieve of not getting that objective snuck. You can't clear it. You must wait for it to time out. 5,500 gold. Team Dignitas in the advantage. Gonna feel good cresting into the end part of the mid game.
They certainly will, but Someday, once again, back in the bot lane, gonna set up that CC Rod, gonna have that lane pressure there, and he has his TP available. He's up 2 levels again, and this guy is just making it work.
He is. He's making it work. Keen's making it work absolutely. 6-0-1, the best scoreline on the team. Team Dignitas looking to maybe shut this one in. The Void Spawns just barely can reach the turret, and they can get plenty of damage down on this, as Someday looks to keep the pressure up. He has a 2-level lead over his lane opponent. Arrow and Inori hoping to set a trap at this top outer turret. Someone's got to collect that wave, and that someone is going to be almost all of Team Dignitas. They run up the river.
Yeah, they are aware that Phoenix One is behind. They're missing off the map. Stay grouped up, play it safe. Do not give them the opportunity to kind of spring some of these traps, and it may be. Oh, what a quick flash!
Quick flash, absolutely. Lod was dead if he didn't hit that just in time, but well played by him. Wow. Double TP Someday arrives. Zig shows up as well, roots up the tank, and is it going to work well for him? Pops his own ultimate. Looks for the fight. Phoenix One, can they get the opening as Keen is waiting around the bot side, but getting dueled out by Ryu means he's not part of the real fight. There's the bullet time, plenty of damage on a Someday, but they kick in Arrow. Look at that, beautifully executed by Chaser, and Keen drives it home. A trade in for Ryu, no quick knockback there, but Inori not gonna have a home to run to. A triple kill for Keen. Looking for a bit more, can't quite find the opponent still. 3-1, a great fight for Team Dignitas.
And the Voidlings killed off the bot lane turret there, or are about to, so that's going to be going down. The Baron is on the table here. Keen has that red buff, can heal up from this. Phoenix One, they need to make some sort of a miracle play. They can't just give this over. They're too far behind.
Flash Root not quite going to land on any targets, and actually Keen doesn't want to stay in this battle. Looks like Baron hurts them too much. And Team Dignitas must once again abort the Baron.
Yeah, well worth it there for Ryu and Adrian. They needed to stop that. You can't give up a Baron when you're in this kind of position, and they fight for it. They keep themselves alive, but here it is once more, and watch this. This is Wild Turtle-esque. I remember that. Look at that. That is so fast. He has almost no warning of that. Ridiculously good reactions from Laud, and then the team fight breaks down. Both of the top laners TP in, and Keen, he's dueling on the bottom side of the fight. He is really the key here. Ryu looks to try to duel him out, but Keen's able to push him back, able to join in on the fight. It looked like it may be going P1's way, as Adrian had a great ultimate, but then look at that kick from Chaser. Kicks Arrow in, stacks them up, and Keen is able to knock them both down.
That was definitely beautiful. Ward hop into kick flash, I think it was there for Chaser, just to land the angle. It was absolutely beautiful, and his Lee Sin definitely no slouch. Didn't have the same slow start that game 1 did, and just kept running with it. Chaser honestly has made a lot of great plays this game.
And this is kind of what we talked about last game. You know, Dignitas got really behind in the jungle early game, but still were able to win. What would it look like if they got ahead? And this is it. This is a very measured, very controlled game from Dignitas. They've been ahead across the board at all stages, and they are just looking like such a solid team.
I agree. They really do seem to look polished, and we have to see as time goes on, was Phoenix 1 the right test for them, or are there...
That's the question.
You know, more bosses along the way? I mean, it's Mega Man-esque, right? You've got to get through all 9 of them, and okay, we've got the Ice Beam now, thanks we took down P1. I should have picked a Fire Beam because they're a Phoenix, but it's Anivia. We're playing League of Legends Phoenix style. It's still Ice Beam in this case. But yeah, they've got to go through the rest of this to see the next test, the next test, the next test. How will this continue to go here for Team Dignitas? This one looking pretty reasonable. Keen in the right matchup can look insane. Right, game 1 gets solo killed level 2. Game 2, hard carrying the roster from the mid lane on Azir that no one's playing right now. And, you know, maybe that kind of variance is going to hurt Dignitas in the regular season. I don't know. It's only a 2-game sample.
Yeah, it's tough to say, but to be fair, you know, Keen, while he had a bad laning phase in game 1, he was still strong in the team fight stage. He still was able to contribute, and it was not a non-factor whatsoever. And Dignitas moved to the Baron, trying to tank this up with the Zyra plants. They're looking to burn this down. Phoenix 1 needs to contest, but Someday is here to flank.
Looking for it, and always got to be careful. Not going to get tackled.
Disengage.
And Someday, though, look at the amount of health he's losing. Down to 2/3. Arrow just chasing him around. Lod, waiting by a satchel, does jump the wall. Adrian doesn't see him to stop the recall. Someday does not have teleport, but there is a home guard boost available. Infernal Drake in 1 minute. Dignitas blue buff about to spawn, and the Phoenix 1 red buff actually available right now. So there are some things that are easy to take available on the map.
And credit to Phoenix 1. I mean, they've been able to hold off the Baron. They have not been overcommitting. They've not been face checking. They're able to disengage out of Someday there, calmly get away after stopping the Baron. Same thing as we saw previously. And then the time before that, Adrian not face checking again. So Phoenix 1 is playing well around their disadvantages. They are hanging in the game, and they're giving themselves a chance to scale up in this game and really have a fighting shot at taking it later on.
And there really is a real chance. Since last team fight, Adrian finally hit level 11 for rank 2 bullet time and finished Black Cleaver. So, and the thing is, everyone's stacking mostly magic resist on the lineup. You can see the build from Chaser, right? Hex Drinker, Merc Treads, Banshee's Veil, finally gets a Chain Vest. Like, these are kinds of champions that you can work through, I think, somewhat realistically on Arrow and Adrian here when you've got more damage output. So,
especially with the build that Adrian has gone, or sorry, Arrow has gone rather, where he did go for the Infinity Edge instead of that Essence Reaver. He's going for the more aggressive auto attack build that synergizes well with the Black Cleaver, have that extra armor shred, and he has a pickaxe, which is very likely going to be a Last Whisper. Once he has completed that, he's going to do a lot of damage. But Keen over here soloing away Infernal.
Pretty easy to do. You know, there's plenty of damage on a champion like Azir, not a problem for him. Thanks very much. Bonus stats are nice, and Team Dignitas is going to feel much better about that next team fight. Zig slowly but surely trying to work down this top lane outer. He's really not being attacked. The rest of P1 has the ward control he needs.
And
but
Adrian,
but it's close.
Adrian and Nori, nice job kind of zoning out Dignitas so they can't respond to that. He doesn't actually finish off that turret, unfortunately, though. I think they're too worried about the collapse, and they're too worried about the push down mid lane. So doesn't end up getting them much, and Dignitas right back to the scene of the crime. Heading over to Baron, trying to clear out the wards, trying to establish their full vision control once more.
All of P1 is recalled recently. Most are under 1,000 golden pockets right now. There's a couple of Team Dignitas members who haven't spent in a little while, so the gold lead is slightly misleading as far as inventory value. You can see the net worth, right, higher for that left side column of Team Dignitas, where there's just more in pockets, not turning into stats. But still, they've got the level lead. They've got the extra Cloud Drake for the movement speed, for maneuvering around these kind of situations. Maybe you find that pick you weren't going to otherwise. Maybe you dodge that Ash Arrow you weren't going to otherwise. Sometimes that happens. You can see, yes, top lane is low, but P1 have not been able to complete that objective yet. Lod going to get a nice, safe red buff.
I want to give some credit to Ryu, too. I like his build here, picking up the third item, Void Staff. A lot of people would have skipped that for a Rapid Fire, for an IE, that sort of thing. But in this case, you pointed out all the MR across the board, and it's going to add a lot more damage. So good build by him. Dignitas right back to the Baron. Can P1 stop them this time? It's been spotted.
Ryu's running, and so is Adrian from all the way across the map, though. But
back off.
Dignitas are so risk-averse right now. I mean, you can tell Chaser used to be on Jin Air. Because Jin Air only plays 70-minute long games, even when they're winning, and there's like 6 total kills. And he brought it with him.
And while Dignitas hasn't made any mistakes, really, they're playing great. The longer you let your opponents hang around, the more chances they have to make plays. The more Ashe ults that can get thrown out there and look for picks. And that is something that's very risky, especially if you're not continually expanding your gold lead. Because this gold lead means less and less as the game goes on. Down 5K at 35 minutes, not that big of a deal compared to when you're down 5K at 20 minutes.
Of course, but now they've set up for what might be the game-winning push. Tier 2 turret revived by Azir, looking for the mid lane inhibitor. Arrow hits flag, he pops USS. Okay, that's one. But there's still a turret to run to. Keen actually chunked down to 1/3. Look at the damage output. Bullet time forces a flash, and Keen is out of summoners. Ryu wants to get over the wall, but can't quite get the rest of the way, and he's not dumb enough to burn Valkyrie to suicide into his special. But look at that, a quick stop right there, and P1 can get map control back.
Yeah, and they got the flash off of Keen, which means that hard engage is going to be that much more effective. If Zig can get in on a flank, if he can catch out that mid laner, it's P1 now moving towards the Baron. Will they pull the trigger on this? We talked about Dignitas, they're being very risk averse. P1 wants to go straight for it. Can they burn it down?
They've got 3 marks, but nothing but
they're going to try to finish
now,
it.
hoping to steal up against Chaser. Can they make it? Blue team secures Arrow, last hits the Baron, and even gets a free trip out courtesy of Someday. A no casualty Baron take by Phoenix 1, 3,000 gold game.
Right back in it is Phoenix 1. They make the risky play. They call Dignitas' buff, and they come away looking good.
Wow. So we talk about what Team Dignitas looks like coming from behind. I mean, Phoenix 1 coming from behind, like, let's just give up first blood every game. The games look better when you do. P1 have the chance to make this comeback. Now it looks real.
Yeah, I mean, Phoenix 1 just never made the mistake that allowed Dignitas to get that death blow. They never allowed them to get the Baron. They never allowed... Oh no,
dear.
Nori.
That is some damage. Down to 1/3 HP. Jumps to a ward. Thankfully, Phoenix 1. And Nori has the way out, but that looked scary.
Good volley as well from Arrow. Nicely timed onto Someday, removing the home guard. So that's TP down for the Dignitas top laner. And finally, feels like Zig, for the first time, has that TP advantage. He can move around, perhaps get sidewave minion control, and start to kind of look to battle back in that regard.
You can just see, though, the damage output as it increases for Keen. Now, he has to stay safe, obviously. We've seen how much Phoenix 1 has been able to try to pick on him and find those openings, but given time, Keen does ludicrous levels of damage output. You saw him eviscerate a blue buff, he soloed a Drake earlier, and the tank-busting items have come through. Void Staff for both the mid laners, fully upgraded Last Whisper hybrids for both of the bot lane marksmen. Arrow's got Lord Dominic's, Vlad has Mortal Reminder. Makes sense, you're against a Maokai, that's the right choice, absolutely. And they've also got some magic resist itemization as well. Hexdrink on one, QSS on the other, trying to survive the mage damage. Only one item slot really left, one major item slot left for both those marksmen in the bot lane. The supports, of course, still room to grow. Leandry's a big pickup for Special. Moving towards what's probably going to be Ryle's then having that Ruby Crystal.
And these are two very big-time impact supports, right? These are two guys who can bring a massive amount of damage with the right MF ulti. We saw it from Smoothie yesterday. You can carry a team fight, and the same is very true about Special on this Zyra, but it's P1's time to siege. We'll see what can they really get done here. How much are they willing to commit into Dignitas? Because they have their catch abilities too, and it's definitely scary.
And there's a lot of poke on both sides, right? You've got the openings for Cocoon can open things up. Corki, of course, known for the poke, but Azir and Varus, and even, I should say, especially Leandry Zyra can just, from 1,000 or more range away, get a couple hundred health off your bar. And you can see that even despite having a Baron buff, Phoenix 1 not able to make the top lane Tier 2 fall, just running around the map.
And the bot lane is being controlled once again by Someday. He is pushing that out, dropped his Easy Rot down there, and is going to be able to have that wave heavy push. So Ryu comes down here, he's going to be able to collect that up, just finishes IE, which is going to mean he's going to be even better at punching through the tanks. That is actually a very big deal for Ryu there, and you can see the emphasis on vision control that P1 really wants to have. They have 10 pink wards in inventory slot. Well, 9 now because Adrian just dropped one. But he had 3. It was 10 freak. Still counts.
No, I agree. Phoenix 1, I think, is Crepo's favorite team right now. I have heard so many commentaries where he's like, if you're in mid-game, you should sell your Dorans and buy some pink wards. Now they're control wards, but if you learn one thing from LCS, it's the Phoenix 1 itemization right there. Everyone should buy wards late into the game. The vision is going to be there, and they need that to make the picks. They've got Elise, who's not a team fighter. She's landing Cocoon, go off on somebody. You've got Land Asher across the wall, and hope they don't have the reflexes. Hope it's from Fog of War. Look for these openings. Elder Dragon alive now, and
Team Dignitas in position for the 5v5. Baron is already timed out for P1.
Especially because similar to last game, Nori is committed to a full damage build. He's not kind of saying, okay, we're getting further in the game, I'm going to build tank, or oh, I'm behind, I'm going to build tank. He just goes damage. He has Abyssal, Leandries, Sork Shoes. He is looking to zero someone out.
Whoa!
Ryu.
Zeroing out. Look at the damage up that he has on Keen. Takes him down to half HP, lands another rocket. You can see the damage up what Ryu could deal.
They could try to start up the Dragon here if they have confidence. They know Keen is either going to have to stay around very low or he's going to have to base. They've caught Someday.
The arrow lands. He has no Guardian Angel, and Nori's got to be careful. No kick yet for Chaser.
Keen is low on the side.
Bullet time doesn't do a ton, but yeah, you're right. Keen a little bit low. The knockup happens thanks to Special's ultimate, but the chunk is enough to force him away. Some days no flash, some days no teleport.
Now they start Dragon. They have to start Dragon here, you'd think. We'll see if they're going to go for it. I really think with the flashes down, with the health chunked out, you need to start this up, and they finally do. Nori waiting on the side, looking for a cocoon.
And both solo laners of Team Dignitas finished their recalls. They're back in the base. Dignitas knows they cannot fight for this. So 2.5 minutes of Elder Dragon. It's going to go until 43 minutes into the game. They're going to have that buff.
And you have to remember, this is a stronger Elder Dragon than we saw last year. This one lasts longer, and it is something that you have to be much more afraid of because you talked about Poke Freak, and this makes, even a Maokai Sapling can be very damaging. If that hits someone like Xpecial, with that true damage burn, it can really chunk you out.
I believe it ends up being, 90 true damage over 3 seconds. 1 plus the number of 1 plus number of Elemental Drakes times 45 over 3 seconds. 90 true damage is a pretty good amount of true damage against someone like Lod or Keen, who doesn't really have any bonus health right now.
Yeah.
18s across the board for a lot of these champions. Ryu's got maxed out someday, and Keen the same boat. Banshee's Veil actually picked up. Keen really wants some magic resist. He wants to be able to break away from an Ash Arrow and just face tank it, not have to worry about it. Save his cleanse for later.
And I think it's actually a really smart build because he doesn't need any more damage. As long as he can stay safe in the fight, with these damage items, he will shred through everyone. So yeah, great, get a death cap, overkill someone, or alternatively, you get caught and you die. So I think building a little bit more defensively like this can sometimes actually give you more offensive power because it gives you more ability to position aggressively and stay in the fight.
And you can see the graph of gold up and down as the mid game looks so good. Team Dignitas was snowballing up until 30 minutes, and then suddenly it got turned around, and Phoenix One looking to make this turn happen. Everyone's got this true damage poke. Someday arrowed up. He's got no flash. He's got no health bar. Guardian Angel popped, and that is kind of a big deal because suddenly this 007 top laner could be only living once in this game. There's the kickback. Zig out of the turret, tackled it as well, and they will take down the Maokai. What a bamboozle. You thought it was the one team tank dying. It's actually the other.
Zig really overcommitted there. I think that one was way too greedy. Chaser with a great punish. The kick flash knocks him in. They take him down. And now they're going to look over to Baron, which is spawning very soon. So P1 has thrown that advantage right back to Dignitas. They're going to start it up. We'll see if Phoenix One can actually stop this.
Here we go, right into the river they go. Baron Nashor is alive, and the Elder Dragon buff timing out in about 10 seconds anyway, so won't really have it for this. Hawkshot says you're there, and it just doesn't matter. Inori won't be in range. Quick zoning from Xpecial. Red team is slaying Baron Nashor. Team Dignitas now make that 1-1 in Barons, and they were tied in gold until recently, but now back in the lead.
That was just such a good play from Chaser, and we're going to watch it once more. So great catch onto Someday. They're able to burn him down, but then just take the turret, slowly push forward. Zig, he looks for it, but look how far ahead he gets from the rest of his team. So his ultimate, he goes up, and the rest of his team is so far behind. And then Chaser, kick flash, knocks him in, giving Someday the way out with that charge. Great synergy from the two players. Big time play from Chaser. Keeps Dignitas alive.
And that's the thing, is the mark of a really good player is knowing when you actually can focus the tank. The first round, P1 chunked down Someday, and that was great. And Chaser said, you know what? Yes, I will insec a Maokai into my team. It's the right choice in this context because we can pick him off, even despite Elder Dragon. And it did work out for him. And Chaser making a good play, helping Someday get out. And now the fight will continue. Baron Nashor on all 5. Team Dignitas just looking to crack inhibitor turrets, and we'll see if they can do it.
Certainly will. And the Elder Dragon off the table, Baron off the table. And P1 going to have to fight these guys straight up. They're not going to be able to kind of grab any advantages around the map for quite a long time here. But obviously, Dignitas still has to be very, very careful. And if the wrong player gets caught, they can get burst right down.
Well, speaking of the wrong player getting caught, Keen actually does sell his Zonias and goes Death Cap. He says, you know, I'm not getting any value out of this. I don't need to dodge away. Let's go overkill after all. And
Yeah, and I think the important part there is keeping the Banshees, right?
Yeah.
Keeping the Banshees to absorb that first spell, which is probably going to be the Cocoon or the Arrow, something like that. As long as he's positioned far back and doesn't just get it randomly poked off, that's an extremely high value item.
Damage output will be insane. He just needs the uptime, and of course, it's been hard for him to find it. Open item slot for Lod, open item slot for Arrow. The marksman in the bot lane, still room to grow. Zig getting poked out. You can see the damage output actually noticeable there on the Hyper Tank. He has a slot available as well, but Keen, of course, has been maxed for quite some time. Rapid fire soon enough for Ryu. He's got the Zeal. It's going to be nice for his damage output if he gets the time to put it through.
Yeah, Ryu and Adrian, good job there, poking off that Banshees, getting a little bit of damage down onto Keen. Looking for those opportunities is Inori.
Flash, ooh. Special looked for the root and didn't get anything done. I mean, I guess he made Inori flash away himself. Trade of health bars, Zig still holding up the front line as best he can. Keen looking for the opening, more soldier damage. Ryu chunked a bit. Bot lane, look at the pressure. Lot,
the arrow
not gonna
Chaser.
get stunned. Chaser able to walk away. His Merc Tread's helping save his life as well. Half HP there.
Yeah, and Zig with some more strength there. You know, the question is, was it too much? He didn't even want to throw down the root there. Perhaps worried about getting kicked further in or knocked back by Keen's wall, you know, getting separated from his team and getting taken out. So they're just going to keep trying to hold on, keep trying to wave clear. But that turret looks like it may be going down.
Dangerous,
very low.
Yeah, QSS down and Banshees is down. The tackle onto Zig, they finish the turret. Ooh, a lot of damage comes out from bullet time, and Someday, not long for this world, chunked out at the end of it. Now the chase, Ryu wants onto Keen, not in range. There we go, one shot comes through, but that flash was just for an auto attack. That didn't mean enough. He had a 40% chance to crit, and even if he did, it wouldn't have killed.
Here's the TP, though, coming in from Zig.
This could win the game. This could be the game-winning flank for Zig if he gets it to happen. Looks for the play. Standing on a pink board as the rest of Team Dignitas. Here he is, looks for Keen, and he's going to run to the backline, but now that is isolated. Ryu picks up one, takes the support. Lot flash, then can't get the damage. A double for Ryu, and the chase is on. Only 2 members alive for Team Dignitas, and you have Chaser running in the mid lane, trying to buy some time, trying to take down mid lane in response against P1.
Yeah, Chaser is going to go right onto that turret. He should get the turret, but Inori is coming out here, has home guards. Chaser needs to be careful to not overcommit here, because he could lose this 1v1. Inori's going into it.
Smites away the buff. Actually, Adrian doesn't get away from the knockback. It's going to be a rotation from bot lane to mid. There were no minions to push to the bot side. There's no Baron to kill, no Dragon either, and it's Zig saying, Chaser, I can find you. I know you're fast, but let's see if he can get it. There's the root, there's the auto, there's the knockback. Times it pretty well. Sapling slow, arrow's gonna land. Chaser should die for this, and yes, a very desynced jungler death. It'll be a minute without him, and that means more map control. P1 in the 5v4. Still, again, no Baron to kill, but maybe they can find top lane before King clears it out. Or maybe it's literally just 3 kills and a map reset.
P1 just keeps finding their opportunities, refusing to go down in this game, and Nori and Zig camped out here. They are on a ward, but it looks like they want to try to set up a flank here on this mid lane tier 2, try to zone them off the turret. Maokai can walk up, try to position, and allow his marksman to take down the turret, and I think Dignitas should probably just give up his outer.
Adrian nearly dies to the poke from Keen. You talk about overkill, nearly takes him out, 2% health left, and just that, stepping up a little bit, Keen saves mid lane tier 2.
Yeah, good job. I mean, I definitely would have thought they'd give up that outer because they don't have Chaser, but they're willing to fight for it. They keep it alive and keep that little bit of gold out of the hands of Phoenix One.
A little bit of gold still to go on these players. Arrow going to build towards some lifesteal, and I'm not sure what it'll end up being. Ruin King is definitely the best tank killing, and he's got a fairly tanky Poppy and a fairly tanky Lee Sin to deal with. We'll see if that ends up being the build.
Yeah, the question really just becomes, how afraid is he of dying? I mean, he went Maw, which is pretty conservative against a team like this. Does he go Bloodthirster as a more conservative option?
Sure.
Is he worried about getting caught by some CC? You know, can go Mercurial. So he has a few options here. Bloodthirster, I think, is probably the most standard, but I think there's a lot of good options. And Blade of the Rune King, to your point, is something that I think is pretty underestimated as an item, and is very, very good at taking down frontline, of which there are 2 to work on for Dignitas.
Right. Well, we'll see what he ends up choosing. About 2,300 gold in Arrow's pockets right now means the upgrade is not far away with that 900 gold value Vamp Scepter already in. 1,200 in the inventory of Lot as he builds toward his Maw of Malmortius. Only a few hundred gold for him till he maxes out. We know Keen's maxed for a while, and Ryu recently capped his build off with the rapid fire cannon and the earlier Leandries.
I mean, the thing is, a lot of the places where there's these ginormous gold leads for Dignitas don't really matter anymore. There's like 130 CS lead for Someday. Well, guess what? Zig is almost 6 items. It no longer matters. You don't get any more advantage there.
You know, actually, I want to see the build that Huni did in the LCK where you pick up a Knight's Vow on the tank and you bind with someone like Ryu or Arrow because you know they're going to put the damage out. And it's basically just gigantic lifesteal, and it's better tankiness than some other slots could give you. Locket, of course, great for the team. If Zig feels invincible anyway, then it doesn't matter. And just keeps the team alive against some of the AoE damage coming out from Xpecial and Keen.
Now this is interesting from Adrian, picking up, he's building towards a Leandries after going for the Black Cleaver and that Mortal Reminder. You know, what do you think about that kind of a build?
I
is this
like
just
it.
for the tank damage?
Yeah, I mean, it's, what else are you really going to buy? Like, I would have to do the math to know, to be honest, because he obviously has no Magic Pen in the slightest otherwise in the build. Like, maybe Infinity Edge just is the correct item to buy. It's a math problem, but it makes sense. His E will poke, it'll do, like right there, Someday will lose 110 HP. More than he would have otherwise. And sure, it doesn't mean a lot when somebody's got 5,000, but if you're playing poke, it makes sense, I guess.
Yeah.
There's a math
Interesting to
problem.
see even just kind of building full AD, building lifesteal,
Yeah.
will deal with some of that poke. But anyway, Dignitas moving over towards the Baron. They're going to be starting it up. Will they rush it down this time? They've been conservative in the past.
And Nori's looking for the steal, not the team fight. He's around the wing. Can he find the opening? 3,000 health left. Someday winding up, finds no one to knock back. Here comes the battle. They're not going to finish Baron. Zig going to be tanky, and it's not a lot of damage coming out from Adrian. Zig running out of health rapidly, but I believe he has Guardian
Nori in the
Angel.
backline,
The
kill Keen.
shutdown, and Nori picks down the major carry, and Zig still can't die. Adrian alive as well. The flash chase. They're trying to get Chaser, and he gets it. Arrow is on the hunt. Lod running for dear life. Someday running away. Chaser can't live through it, and that's a 4-for-0. Phoenix 1 rise from the ashes. They can close this one out.
They can just go down the mid lane. The res timers are so long, and Nori chasing down Someday. He could win this 1v1, I think, but the rest of the team is pushing up mid. They are going to be looking to deal a death blow. Let's see if they can do it.
I think it's game. I don't think at 50 minutes the death timers are short enough to keep that from happening. And Nori playing a little bit with fire, but doesn't matter. So many people here in the mid lane. Zig back to full
Triple
HP.
marksman.
Yeah, he TP'd back in, and you've even got a blue elixir on Adrian, because that'll keep doing true damage every auto attack. This is going to be the game. I don't see a chance of the Nexus being stopped. All credit to Captain Flowers, but this time I'm going to have the end game call right here, as turret number 1 going to go down. Turret number 2 is next, and Someday, I'm sorry, buddy, but the damage is not enough. It's going to be the turrets. It's going to be the comeback win for Phoenix 1. 52 minutes in the making, and they tie up this series, looking to make it a 2-0 week at the end of it all.
Such a long battle for Phoenix 1. It looked like Dignitas was in the driver's seat for so much time in that game, but they refused to say die. They wouldn't give up the Barons. They took the smart fights, and when it mattered, they came up big. They're able to find the plays. The last fight, Nori flanks around, takes out Keen, and breaks the back of Dignitas to give them the win.
And I didn't see that happen live. I thought he was looking for the Baron steal. I didn't see him sneak through Tribrush and suddenly jump on top of Azir, but there was clearly no front line there to protect him, and the instant assassination onto Keen, the high damage build from Nori, was insanely clutch in that fight. And with him gone, there just is no damage left. You're not going to pick off the rest of that team. They're far enough along in their builds. So that was huge that in the end of it all, the long con paid off, and Nori was smacked so hard in the early jungle, and all of P1, I think, got knocked down quite a bit in the early game. And they just held on. They just didn't give up the free kills, and they found the final kills in the end.
You have to finish off your opponent. I mean, Zig was down ridiculously far. He's down 130 CS at the end of the game. It doesn't matter. He gets to that almost invincible stage of the game where he's Maokai. He has a % damage reduction ultimate on top of full tank items, and he's able to live long enough in that fight to give Nori the time to get into the backline, to give Ryu the chance to go for these aggressive plays, and he was pivotal. And I really think it's an impressive game for Phoenix 1. A lot of teams would have rolled over, would have made that mistake that ends the game.
Absolutely true. When we said, okay, their comeback win over Echo Fox, well, that's cute, but Echo Fox, their power rank kind of low. They're a new roster as well. Maybe that doesn't mean very much. And when you give away the comeback win, like in game 1 against Team Dignitas, it's like, okay, maybe Echo Fox, we overrated you guys. Or sorry, Phoenix 1, we overrated you guys. But this one, a bit more convincing. They found the way back in, and it was a fun game to watch. 52 minutes in the making, but a beautiful one the whole way through. So that's going to do it for game 2. Tied 1-1, but now let's check with our analyst to break that one down a little bit further.
Thank you very much, Freak.
Phoenix 1 striking back here and extending us to our first 3-game series here in the North American LCS. Yes, please. We'd like some competition.
Yeah.
But I'm going to need your help to explain to me ultimately how Dig lost this game.
It was kind of that situation where they had the tools to win and they should win this game, but their lack of actual playmaking with advantages led to the other team, when they finally got like that one small thing, they like clawed with that advantage to get as much as they could. Whereas I think Dig was like, okay, well, you know, we're winning the game, we can take this slow, and it gets to the point where you're going so slow, you're doing nothing.
Right. And then we get to that very late game team fight where just wherever the chips fall, you know, that team's gonna win. So let's go ahead and take a look at the game ender here as it came down to the wire.
Yeah, and Dig is finally trying to start to force onto this Baron. It's a great play by Zig getting in, getting everyone's focus on him. He's the tanky Maokai. This is what he wants to do. And then a great flank by Nori to solo out Keenan. Once Keenan shut down, he was really the really big threat this game, had all the kills, got the early game advantages for them. And then once he's down, it's basically a chase down because the rest of the team have been dumping damage into Zig, and the backline's totally untouched, whereas the backline of P1, or Dig was kind of chunked out. So it was a really nice fight by Zig, starting that all up, absorbing all the attention, and then Honori is able to get that flank and clean it up.
And here's the thing. It is very rare that you can say that a 9-0 Azir will go on to lose the game. And so let's try and break this down a little bit further. You mentioned that, you know, Dignitas had advantages, didn't play with them properly. Let's identify some of the advantages that they created and what they could have done differently within this game to actually have converted a victory.
Right, so given the advantage that they had in the mid game, off the back of Keen, who played really well, got a solo kill, opened the map up for his team, all that stuff. Once you have that advantage and you get into like the later portion of the mid game, they really need to start forcing around the Baron, and they seem very complacent with it. They wouldn't like start it and see what happened. And you need to be smart about it. You don't want to just force Baron or force like a hard engage, but you need to start something so the other team has to react, and then you can get into this match where you're reacting what they're doing. And they never seem to do that. And then once Keen got poked out that single time, you saw on the flip side, P1's like, all right, we got to go now. Like, we have an advantage. Let's get the most we can with this advantage. And they got the Baron. That stalls the game out. They took a ton of turrets with it, evens the gold back up. And from there, it felt like Dig was once again playing too safe. They finally get their own Baron.
Yeah, this is one of those situations where, look, when you have the lead, the onus for action is on you, right? Because as the team in a deficit, I'm happy to sit at my turret and farm for hours on end until we catch back up to you in the goal discrepancy. So for Dignitas, what really needed to happen was once they had secured that first Baron, or even the second Baron that they had picked up within the game, was to actually utilize it in a way that would allow them to get advantages. And I think that maybe it's a product of, yes, a pretty fresh roster for them, and not having gotten to that place where they can get to the late game and know we're 100% confident in executing a turret dive under the inhibs. Maybe they're just not quite there yet as a team, and so that's why they're not comfortable pulling the trigger just yet.
Yeah, but they are still, in the sense that we talked about before, a pretty veteran roster. Like this is all these guys have played in the LCS before, and what happened when they got their Baron, they started a 4-1 where they had Someday pushing the wave in, and then they had the rest of the team rotate down to it, and they just sat there and siege for the remainder of their Baron buff. They get poked out and ultimately lose a fight. You wonder, why not keep the Maokai isolate against the Poppy with Baron buff minions who can start to do things. You put down your Zerat portal, and maybe you try and get some poke down on the other side. They didn't do anything like that. It was just so strange to me.
Probably the thing that infuriated me the most was that you have an item in your inventory that is dedicated to helping with wave control and aggressive turret pushing, and I don't feel like it was used properly. That Zerat, when you have the Baron, you could have essentially used it as a 6th man to create a 1-3-1. You could use it to just make the Maokai's life a nightmare, because he's going to have trouble clearing Baron minions as a tank Maokai himself. Should have kept the team split, probably would have netted a victory. We'll see if they can make the proper adjustments moving forward, but for Phoenix 1, mental fortitude.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that's got to be kind of the note here is, I mean, you mentioned they found that one thing they needed. They got one good fight. They clawed their way back in. They made a good, decisive Baron call to secure one for themselves. So there are definitely elements of a strong team here.
Right. It's not just that, like you said, you know, you sit back and if you don't force us to lose, we'll just farm forever. When they did get their advantages, they actually tried to end the game as hard as they could. When they won that fight bottom, they think about maybe pushing that whole wave into the turret. Chaser makes a good play to push the mid lane, so they have to react to that, of course. But they're not complacent surviving another 2 minutes. They want to actually get the lead back in their favor, which is really, really important and good to see out of a pretty new team.
Yep, and player of the game is going to go to Arrow, one of our imports that we've been wondering how he'll perform here. Really consistent damage throughout the game. played most of the fights safe, and if there was a winning lane, it was in that bot lane just as a result of CS more than anything. And so having at least one lane where you're getting a goal discrepancy in your favor is going to be helpful.
Right, and it's really hard when something's going wrong on the other side of the map as an AD carry to turn things around on your own. So even though, you know, Arrow's early game, you can say, wasn't the craziest thing in the world, I mean, his mid lane kind of got destroyed and they were playing from behind. And he played that situation from behind as an AD carry extremely well out. He was, you know, we're expecting him to move up into the top tier category of AD carries. If he keeps putting performances like this out there, it's going to happen much sooner than later. So it was a really good performance from him.
Yeah, and I think we are seeing very much the relevance of, for example, Maokai as a tank. I mean, Poppy is definitely still a high priority tank in the top lane, but when we did get to say that late game team fight, just the amount of time that Maokai can buy the rest of his team to allow Elise to get into the position to flank is astronomical, and we're really seeing kind of the weight of that pick play through.
Right, I think I heard Jat was the one who said that it's been picked twice as much as the next most popular top laner, and there's a pretty good reason for that. You watch a couple of these team fights when Someday was on it, the same kind of thing happened, and so I think that's going to be a really important pick heading into Game 3, what happens with the Maokai, as well as what happens around the mid lane, because here, every single control mage was banned out, and the Corki actually seemed like a really big issue in terms of chunking out the carries of Dignitas so that they were not safe around objectives.
So what's your assessment here going into Game 3? Since it's our first 3-game series, I'm going to kind of put you on the spot and ask for somewhat of a prediction. Like, how do you see this game going to fall in either team's favor?
Well, I want Dig to go get that Maokai back now that they're on the blue side. Hopefully first pick it, which of course means that P1 on the red side, I'm expecting them to ban it.
Right.
And then the next thing is most of the junglers are getting through. A lot of the AD carries are getting through. And so it's going to come back to that mid lane where Keen is kind of known as that crazy pocket pick guy.
Right.
And this is a pretty good meta for crazy pocket picks. So I'm wondering, I mean, Azir technically is in that sense where he's not meta right now, but he's still control mage. And I want to see if they opt for a more explosive lane.
I would love to see that. I'd love to see something that gives them the okay to go in when they have a lead. Game 3 of this series is tied up, or rather, Game 3 of this series is coming because we're tied up in this series between Dignitas and Phoenix One. We'll be here after the break. Don't go anywhere.
Shock and pick up Ryu. He's running
here
for dear life because Chaser wants in, can't get the Sonic Wave, but the first blood still lands. There's the bullet time, plenty of damage on a Someday, but they kick an arrow. Look at that, beautifully executed by Chaser, and Keen drives it home. A trade in for Ryu, no quick knockback there, but Inori not gonna have a home to run to.
They're going, they're gonna try to
right
finish
now,
it.
hoping to steal up against Chaser. Can they make it? Blue team secures arrow, last hits the Baron, standing on a pink board as the rest of Team Dignitas. Here he is, looks for Keen, and he's gonna run to the back line, but now that is isolated. Ryu picks up one, takes the support, Log Flash, then can't get the damage!
I go Azir, I kill Azir. Azir dead, back up, go. I'm out of mana.
Poppy, maybe.
I'm out of mana. I'm gonna base a TP, look for TP. Just take fight slow.
Go.
Listen here.
Okay, Lucia, you go battles, okay?
It's gonna be the comeback win for Phoenix One. 52 minutes in the making, and they tie up this series looking to make it a 2-0 week at the end of it all.
Welcome back, everyone, to the North American LCS. We are getting ready for the third and final game of this series. Team Dignitas and Phoenix One head-to-head tied up. Dignitas won game 1. They were winning game 2, but just like in game 1, the comeback victory happened. P1 tied it up.
I mean, this one was much more surprising of a comeback to me, though. This was something where it felt like Dignitas had full control. They're really winning by a lot. Chaser and Someday playing great. Keen was massive. They had the scaling. They had everything they needed, but it just felt like they were too scared. They were playing too risk-averse. You know, you talked about it. Oh, 2 guys are up, back off Baron. You know, only wanted to go for Baron if it was a sure thing. They didn't want to take anything that was even remotely close to a 50-50.
Right.
But Phoenix One never gave them the guaranteed Baron, and eventually they gave up the game.
Right. I mean, there were several options of 2v5s and 3v5s where just posturing and said, oh, especially land the root, so let's recall and reset again. We'll just take the 900 gold from the 3 kills we got, and we'll see you next time. And unfortunately, the 900 stopped mattering at a certain point, and it got turned around. So we are into picks and bans, and we're ready to go.
Certainly are, and I'm very excited to see if there is going to be any differentiation here, if Maokai is going to get banned out, because so far P1 is just doing the standard bans. I don't see them wanting to leave up LeBlanc for Keen, but that's what it would take to get Maokai out of the hands of Someday right now on that first pick.
Also worth noting that it was, it was even Phoenix One. Right, you don't need, because they want to first pick Maokai and not trade it, I'm guessing is the situation, right? If that's what you're really looking at, at the same time.
That makes sense,
Phoenix One left up the Rengar game 1, this time banning it out themselves in game 2, or game 3, I should say, when the sides are back the same. Suddenly they're afraid of Chaser's Rengar.
The only thing is, though, I mean, you could make it a trade, but it's like, now I do think that still is nice for P1, but they're not even going to ban the Maokai. They're just going to give it up anyway. So I'm not quite sure about that, but either way, more worried about the Malzahar. The 3 super OPs do kind of get removed anyway. Rise is available. Maokai is available. So there are some big ticket solo laners up, and we obviously have the Zyra, we have all the ADs on the table. There's lots of options here, and you have to feel like Phoenix One has an answer for the Maokai if they're going to leave it up, but it's not even going to be Maokai locked in.
Well, they didn't get to ban away the Fiora and the other scary top laners they had earlier on in the draft. Suddenly, with Kha'Zix gone, now they're afraid of the Rengar matchup. That seemed to be the trade they're willing to do when they played Echo Fox and game 1 of this series. Suddenly that ban means now they have to ban Rengar. They're more afraid of Malzahar than of something else.
And now it's like Dignitas almost has perhaps baited this Maokai out to the point where they're the ones who are looking for it, because Fiora's on the table for the first time. You have to expect Someday to be going to that Fiora, and there's a lot going into this pick and ban, back and forth, trying to get the advantages here and trying to go for something that their opponents might not necessarily expect.
We know as far as marksmen are concerned that there were different priorities. We knew that Laud liked Varus over Ashe, and Arrow wanted Ashe over Varus. This time he says, you know what, we'll just take it away from Laud. Even though we beat his Varus in game 2, let's just take the champion away instead. They're not going to rush pick that. Now we can see if the last round comes through as the Zyra MF type counter pick thing. Of course, Team Dignitas has their last chance to pick Fiora before the second ban phase, so if they wanted it all, they have to do it now, and there's the lock.
Yeah, and this makes a lot of sense. I mean, we talked about it a little bit earlier in the cast, but Someday is a Fiora monster. He was something like 8-1 last year on it in competitive play. He was known for it in the LCK. He's going to be bringing it here up against Zig, and let's be honest, he's been smashing Zig every game in lane. And really been kind of just a much bigger impact on the game. And if you give someone Fiora into a matchup like Fiora versus Maokai, where he can scale, he can get those advantages and really take over a game, they could be looking for somebody to just carry this.
Absolutely. Now, right now, it's worth pointing out that as the last pick comes through, it's going to be Cassiopeia in the mid lane, and we have mirrored roles once again. The unlooked at ones right now, support and jungle. Phoenix One once again gets first dibs in pick phase 2. And as they try to weasel through what's available, a Misfortune ban leaves Zyra unopposed. I guess you play Karma into it and it's okay. Lee Sin ban was probably the best jungler left up, although we had seen that Inori would rather play Elise. That might still be in the cards for him.
Exactly. Inori does not really seem like much of a Lee Sin guy from what I have seen. So taking that off the table is definitely intelligent, especially after Chaser had a dominant game on it. He actually looked really good pretty much the whole way through, making big plays early, late. Chaser was strong mechanically on the champion. Makes sense to take it away. Nami the response, and Adrian did play that yesterday, but it seems weird to prioritize the banning of Nami when Zyra, Karma, MF, etc. are all still up there. So it's very interesting.
Unless you think Adrian doesn't have the champion pool and you think that's actually his best champ, because there's almost no chance Special plays it. And if you think it actually hurts his ability to play a powerful champion fluently, then that helps. You can see Special really talking amongst his team. He'll be the one clicking the last ban, much like in everyone's solo queue games. The bans are now distributed down the row, and in 5 bans, every player gets 1. Special talking with the coaches, saying, here's what our final ban will be, and it's gonna be that Karma after all. You've seen a pretty heavy support pinch, and actually Phoenix 1 looking at Graves over release.
And I mean, the fact of the matter is, Phoenix 1 was obviously not worried about the support role because they had the first pick out of this, right? They could have left Zyra untouched and given that over to Adrian. So he has spoken about the fact that he thinks he has a big champion pool. He's not concerned about it, and this does kind of reaffirm that Phoenix 1 believes that is correct. And we could see him go back to things like the Janna, like the Soraka that he was really known for on Immortals. They're not super in meta, but with most of the meta mages taken off the table, you can very easily go back to something like that.
Exactly. 3 mage support bans if you consider that the Karma can be considered a mage support. Nami, much more of an enchanter in that regard. Interesting to see that after all the jungle picks, Rek'Sai, she never goes away. Elise versus Rek'Sai looks like it'll be the jungle matchup. As Team Dignitas say, that's the best jungler left up for us. And they end up getting first dibs on support after all the bans come through. And the question is, do we go into tanks or do we see like the Jannas and Sorakas of the world, you know, continuing the 80% range support that we've been seeing?
And Special last year was always known for those tanks, right? And this is actually pretty interesting. If you're saying, okay, Adrian, what do you have left? You have the Janna, you have the Soraka. You can go with something aggressive like the Thresh, a playmaker, someone who can land hooks on those champions and will get kills on them. I mean, Varus could struggle to deal with that. So could some of those, but I think Tahm Kench would be a really good answer to it. It's a champion that you don't really care if you do get hooked that much on. It also is a great answer to the Ashe. You position yourself accordingly. You can eat your teammates out of that. And I think it's a smart response from Phoenix 1, and I really like the draft.
Tahm Kench lines up against a lot of champions well. Lines up against Fiora, both in terms of save whoever gets ulted, but also she has to somehow time riposte against an instant cast W, basically. Once the 3 stacks are up there in a team fight, Adrian can make some days' life miserable. So the Tahm Kench coming through as the pick against Thresh, and we are here with, I think, a pretty compelling champ select here on both sides. A lot to consider. It went very slowly. They considered every pick and ban as best they could, but the comps are ready.
This was one of the most complex pick and bans I think we've seen so far. A lot of interesting choices, a lot of inflection points, especially during the banning phases. Teams making some unexpected choices, and I think it's very nice to see the adaptation in the pick and ban. And you know, one thing to point out though is you know, talking to Kobe a lot, he speaks about how he does feel that Rek'Sai, the only jungler it matches well up against in the kind of power picks, you know, of the Rengar, the League, etc., is Lee Sin. He thinks that Rek'Sai is pretty heavily outmatched in the early game by the Elise as far as the early game power, as far as the ganking power. So it'll be interesting to track that and see if that does end up being true.
Sure, and of course you saw that Anori was happy to make that the matchup. Let's put one more ban in Elise in. We'll take Elise. We think she's the queen of everything left over, and we'll wait till the end right there, and that's just going to be how the draft lines up. So we are here and ready to go for the 3rd and final game of the series. Team Dignitas making their North American LCS debut. They've played 2 already. They've been some close games, and now hoping to close the match. Phoenix 1, they got the 2-0 victory yesterday over Echo Fox, and they're going to hope that they can make it another victory here and be the only 2-0 match team in the North American LCS. As they push forward, we're getting ready to get on a Summoner's Rift. Game 3 between Team Dignitas and Phoenix 1. Here we go.
I would be honestly so impressed with Phoenix 1 if they're able to win this after losing game 1, looking like they were losing game 2 for so long, being able to have that comeback, and then if they could battle back, take game 3 as well, that would be very, very impressive. But a lot of eyes are going to have to be on the top lane here. So Fiora is going to outscale Maokai ultra hard in the 1v1. The amount of true damage, the amount of dueling power this champion has is unmatched. That said, if we're giving the early game ganking edge, the dueling power to the Elise, I would also give the early game gank assist and that sort of power to the Maokai. This is a very easy combo to set up and look to try to pick on the Fiora if someday is overextending, if he's making any sort of mistakes. You can also tower dive better than probably almost any other combo with these two.
They can both drop aggro.
Exactly. You have Repel from Elise to drop aggro. You have Twisted Advance to drop aggro from the Maokai. So you can juggle it very, very well and execute tower dives that you would otherwise not be able to.
And some of you may be thinking, but Fiora can riposte. The Maokai CC is super telegraphed. He comes towards me. All I have to do is hit W while he's traveling, and we're good to go. And even if you can do that, he's got follow-up. Riposte has a completely finite channel duration that you then just time your Q against, and suddenly she's knocked in the air.
And part of the problem also is that if you are going to try to wait for the twisted advance every time, you can actually Q the Fiora up into the air and then just be able to land the twisted advance out of that while she is already knocked up. She can't actually riposte there, so it can be very, very tough to deal with.
Absolutely agree.
In the early game, at least.
Quick leash, and Nori gets even more help than last game on his own blue buff. Chaser also got a blue start, but that one was leashed away by Someday, and this is the first time I think we're seeing the jungler start on really different spots in this case, where they're on different sides of it. And Chaser, much like in the Rengar game, going for the Gromp early on, smites it for some health, takes it down, 86 gold in the pockets, continuing on.
I'm a little bit interested to see Chaser elect for this, not only because of kind of the side selection, but also because he's not giving over the blue then to his mid laner. You know, a lot of Rek'Sais love to do this early path where you skip your blue buff, do all the other camps, then you donate that first blue over to your mid laner to kind of give him that advantage. So not only is he electing a different jungle start, but he's electing a different strategy because of this.
Nori just about as fast overall jungle camps. Both of these jungles have taken 3. Chaser diverges, goes for his Scuttle Crab as Inori goes for the Raptors. More total gold and XP will go to Inori as a result. And Rek'Sai's up in the top side. We'll see if more happens. No, it's just a ward. So Chaser, his pathing is to say, hey, I know where Inori started bot side. I know he should be on the top side of the map now. That is about 3 minutes. Let me give you a ward someday so you can keep aggressing in this matchup.
And you can see Inori actually pinging down to the right side of mid, so he may try to work his way down here, look for a wraparound from an unexpected angle, and go for a gank onto Keen. That's something he did yesterday.
And there's some angles that it's available because the Satchel plant has actually spawned. You can repel to that. You can walk into the Drake pit, jump, repel to the Satchel, and go right through Tribrush. And suddenly, I'm ganking bot lane through all the walls that Elise can't normally jump through. Just takes the standard walk through, wards the red buff, sees Chaser doing it.
He's just going straight to bot, though. He's going straight to bot. He's going to be looking for Laud, who had...
The attempt is here. There we go. The slow is on. Looks with a bit more damage. Flashes the wall. And there is Inori landing the cocoon. Landing the snipe on down. But Exhaust blocks enough of the damage. Special to zone him away. Flays arrow back close to turret range. But that is 3 summoners down for Team Dignitas. Actually, 5 used for Phoenix 1.
Yeah. And in the end, the summoner trade not really worth it. Inori with a smart path there to be able to actually get around. But it's not able to pay off because they commit so many summoners. They really wanted the first blood there.
They really wanted to get it, and unfortunately it didn't pay off. There was even some warning because they knew Inori was in that side of the jungle. And just like in the first game, Inori's the more aggressive one, but Chaser more consistent, more golden XP.
Zig is in a little bit of an awkward position here up top as well because he is If he's hanging around too long up near the Fiora, you can get run down. So, you know, Zig is going to have to base up, probably going to have to use his team.
Flash play. They know there's no summoners, and Adrian's in such a bad spot. The shield's not going to do enough for him. Special still looking for a bit more to do. Stun comes out, doesn't matter. First blood through to Laud. Nicely played, Team Dignitas. Chaser's ganks are efficient.
Certainly are, and while the first one was flashy, it didn't pay off. They know the summoners are down. Chaser does not even have to use his flash there to get that kill, and they're able to donate first blood over to Laud, the ideal target. Great start for Dignitas, especially with how top lane already going in the favor of Someday once again.
And even the farm donated away by Chaser. He got the cast minions low and then walked away and said, volley these. These are yours, Laud. I'm not going to take your farm. Actually really helping to make sure that bot lane stays ahead. Good guy, Chaser.
And here it is once more. Special has the flash available, knows Chaser's coming in. He goes for it. There's the lantern a little bit off with the synergy there, but he nailed the flash play, and that was really all he had to do. Inori, too little too late, can't commit to that fight.
Yeah, they're just not going to run down Chaser on that one. Laud far enough back that he wasn't really in danger either. Watching the mid lane play out, Ryu won this matchup in game 1 by getting a level 2 first blood. This time up 13 CS in the reverse of it. So Ryu clearly very practiced in the Cassio Rise matchup, both sides of it. And maybe he can be that pressure point that Phoenix 1 had in game 1.
Yeah, Ryu has honestly just looked really good throughout this season, I think, overall. And I've been quite impressed with him. And Cassio is a champion that really can carry in the late game. It's something, especially when paired with that Maokai. Once again, you have the powerful front line and the Tahm Kench kind of give you that safety. You know, eat up that Cassio, get him out. They're looking for Someday.
Zig gonna pop the ulti. Actually flash away. He's afraid of what Someday could do. Yeah, Someday ults on the Elise, but how much damage will they really get? Well, the knockback is gonna be enough. Chaser getting the kill credit.
They want both.
Suddenly Zig's in a bad spot. Vital not quite gonna get hit. Finally gets it. The snipe comes through. Prey Seeker gets what he wants, and look at that. Keen maybe didn't need to be there, but hey, it still looks good. Team Dignitas gonna look for a lot of pressure on top lane.
This is going to be tower as well. Zig has no TP. They can stay around with all these minions, and someday, very likely, he'll get donated the full tower gold. So that's the first tower. They're going to be disgustingly ahead on the top side of the map. That is just devastating for Phoenix 1.
That is definitely brutal. So a lot here now. Team Dignitas can feel really good about Someday. Solo gold, 650 into his pockets, and suddenly a 2,400 gold lead.
Yeah, that's just brutal. I mean, it's 3,100 gold to 1,800 in the top lane.
Yeah.
The amount that he's ahead is just
outlandish.
Insane. Yeah, and at this point, it's like, we talked about, oh, yeah, great, you can have that gank assist, you can do really well in the early game, but that's gone.
It's gone.
That's gone, and it's never coming back.
See the trade starts. Doesn't ulti yet. He's going to save it until it's really important. Times the W.
Nice parry, and I think this was actually really smart going onto Inori. There's no repel target there. Chaser has not used his Unburrow. In position, knocks him up. Easy first kill. And now Chaser is able to take additional tower shots because he was healed back up from that Fiora ultimate. So really well juggled dive there. He wanders on through. He's fine.
Yeah. Hey, if he had gotten away, it would have been in the right place in the right time. Just his teammates were too good. Right, Keen, that play would have worked for most LCS teams, but for Someday, he didn't need to be there. He's just too good for it, and it's going to be the further snowball. Top lane pressure, great, let's go to the top jungle. Not a problem at all. Chaser stealing away the red buff, and there is very little Nori gets to do, level 6 to 5.
And one of the big problems with this is that when your Maokai falls this far behind, who at any point in the game is going to answer the 1v1 split push?
Yeah.
You know, yes, Cassio, great, team fights, super. But Fiora doesn't have to actually ever come to that if she doesn't want to. She can just stay in the side lane, and it does get to a certain point that you can just start ignoring the Maokai and just hitting the turrets.
How about ignoring the rest of the team? Can we just look at the Team Dignitas vision in this top jungle? There are literally 5 wards across this jungle right now. There is no chance.
Apex is back, baby.
There is no chance Someday gets ganked right here. You've got arguably the best top laner in the world, and no one's going to stop this 1v1.
Yeah. Yeah, it's gonna be really, really hard for Zig now. But Ryu is still doing super well, and it can't be overlooked the fact that he's up, 35 CS in the mid lane at 8-9 minutes. Like, that's insane too. Ryu normally would be the story in a game like this, but unfortunately for him, the bot lane is a bit of a tragedy.
It is a bit of a tragedy right now. The CS, at least, not too bad. Arrow and Adrian have continued to lane really well. Top lane is super rough, and we'll see if something can open up here. 2,000 gold difference. Phoenix 1 hoping it stalls out somehow.
I do like the choice here of Inori, though. Go to your strong point. You kind of have to cut off the limb in the top lane now. And they're going to look for the 2v2 here. If Chaser goes in, Inori is waiting.
Rune Prison flashes Cocoon, and here comes the chase onto Chaser himself, down to 800, but not enough going to come out. Ryu had to flash get away from everything else, and straight to Summoners for that bait.
Well played on both sides, honestly. The reactions on some of these players have just been fantastic. Lot earlier, now this, and just look at the damage from Someday there. Able to chunk Zig down to half health already, and his ultimate is available, so Zig is always going to have to be afraid of that. Probably going to get zoned off some of the CS at least, and misses both.
Yeah. Had Q up, I think, to last hit that.
Oh, they're going to try to dive.
Uh-oh, Chaser waiting around on the wings. I think they know he's there, but they know Inori's not yet around. Green Smite for Chaser just to get the further vision control. Sees, hey, my top lane matchup's winning. Let me ward for him because Special can't get around to do that himself. So Chaser here to make sure the 1v1 keeps happening.
Level 8 to level 6 in the jungle, too, so that is pretty rough. But Ryu looking to chase down here. Adrian is in support.
Yeah, a lot of damage on a Keen. Ryu even managed to trigger his Storm Raider's surge, but wasn't enough to keep chasing through, afraid of maybe Chaser coming down. Takes the top scuttle. More vision control on the top side for the blue team, Team Dignitas. 2,500 gold to lead.
Once again, look at P1 and their emphasis on the pink wards. Everyone has pink wards here. You can really tell they're trying to prioritize the vision control, trying to look for picks. They know that Inori is going to have to land these cocoons. They're going to have to find these pick-offs, and really a big part of that is controlling the vision and denying that from your opponents.
It's very smart of them to do so. It's a sign of a team that's at least had a coach say, hey, we've got to get this, drill this, drill this, drill this. It's a very obvious showcase of that, and it will be helpful. Of course, a few members of Team Dignitas have pinks in the inventory as well. Control wards, I should say. And in fact, there's already 2 on the map from them, so not exactly slacking. Looking for the play is Adrian. Hoping that they can maybe catch off Chase with a flash. The ulti's going to land. A lot of damage available for Ryu. And yes, they get a kill on the board. Phoenix 1 also in time to look at this Drake. Mountains, if it gets later, mean quite a lot. They pick off the jungler and have some free reign over the bot side.
Yeah, really nice rotation from the P1 bot lane. Adrian alting arrow in there, and no hesitation from him. Flashes over the wall, nails the ultimate. They get a kill, and they're looking to try to push this even further.
This feels greedy. You're really trying to get onto Keen Ryu, hoping to time the ultimate. Keen is too ready for it. Phoenix 1 hoping that they could find the outplay on mid lane. They do it instead of Drake, and I don't know if it was the right call. They didn't pay off.
No, it definitely didn't. Nicely anticipated there by Keen, though. Constantly juking, expecting Ryu to look for that. He is able to time it right and avoid that.
It's worth noting this top lane matchup, by the way. It's only plus 16 for Someday. And hey, to be fair, 16 is pretty good for 12 minutes in, but no turret damage, and he's not really denying Zig the farm. So there's just the one-time gold gain. Crustle goes with a flash, pulls in Chaser. Adrian now the target of attention, gets hooked in. He will get the shield in time. And here comes the flank, but also here comes Someday. This could be real dangerous, real fast for Phoenix 1. Fiora's in the fight, looks for the damage, doesn't pop ulti yet, doesn't go for that. Here we go. Inori in the front lines, taking all of the health bar down, repels, jumps back to a ward, flashes the wall. Chaser, though, about to be in range of Ryu. They're going to find the rune prison soon for Keen, and that's going to be bad for the Phoenix 1 mid laner. Cleanse not going to mean much. Riposte is in, and the damage just going to be there. Someday takes him out in the brush, and Phoenix 1 still running out of HP. Zig doesn't have much to run off of. Chaser gets the knockup. The chase is in. Adrian to bring him to safety a little bit. Doesn't matter. Under the turret they go. The shot comes through. Lod gets it. Someday will lose his life, though, and that trade actually pretty worthwhile, getting it back in Phoenix 1. I believe overall it's a 2-for-1. Not the worst it could have been.
No, it definitely could have been worse there. Someday just barely missing the vital on that ultimate. Would have triggered the heal. Would have got back out with that speed boost, but not quite able to do it still. You know, P1, they're trying something. Zig was actually much faster on the TP there this time around, and we can see them looking for it. Xpecial wants to fight, flashes in, Lantern ready there, picks that right up, and in comes the TP from Zig. He's getting in there, but the problem is they don't really have any damage. Arrow is here. They can't really fight, so Zig immediately just has to start backing off, and then there's this kind of awkward situation for Inori where he gets cut off by Keen. We know Ryu doesn't have his ultimate, so Cassio can't really fully commit to this fight, and it just becomes a full retreat for Phoenix 1.
And as the chase comes through, they know they have the cooldowns, they know they have the damage to push onto Ryu. Lots of chain crowd control available. The cleanse means nothing. And then that nice hook on a Zig sets up the opening and say, okay, this time we've got the damage required, right? This time it's us.
Yeah, and Zig, he does get eventually, he does go down eventually.
The ulti was sent for Zig specifically, and he just got immediately eaten, so, you know, at least nothing was triggered there for the heal. That safety was there, but yeah, that dive at the end was a 1-for-1 when they probably could have backed off and played for wave control there, Team Dignitas.
Certainly could have. Gold lead, only 2K. I mean, it's definitely significant, but it's not monstrous, and so much credit of that has to go to Ryu. Ryu has just quietly been plugging away in the mid lane, doing great for himself, and you know, he does have the opportunity at this level 11 with the second rank in the ultimate. He's going to be coming very strong, and we'll see if he can actually have a big team fight for himself and try to get something done.
You can see the hook on Adrian doesn't mean much. If that were a Zyra getting hooked, of course he'd play differently if he were Zyra, but that could have been a kill if that was the case. Tom Kench, of course, tanky enough. He just does not care about thresh hooks, and he can always pull arrow out if that's the target as well. But Team Dignitas continuing to play for that top lane priority. They've given him the wards before. Now they're going to go for the Rift Herald. And so he hasn't turned it into the immediate top tier 2 turret just yet. He's still going to be farther and farther ahead here. And Someday.
You know, it's not super expected that he just completely takes over. It's just Maokai can't really fight back at this point. Maokai can farm under turret, but once you have armor pen plus lifesteal, that's where it starts to get really bad. You have the CDR from the Black Cleaver, you have the lifesteal from the Hydra, and eventually Fioras often do go for, you know, Bloodthirster. And at that point, it's like you can tank the turret and the Maokai and not take damage.
Yeah, it does get to a point that the the scaling gets worse over time for the Maokai.
Exactly.
It gets scarier and scarier. Right, yeah, exactly. In this matchup, though, normally we like Maokai as a late-game champion.
Yeah.
Someday becomes invincible in the matchup at a certain point.
And the pressure is going to be on Zig to make something happen elsewhere, right? He's going to have to pick his time and say, okay, I'm leaving. We have to get something done elsewhere on the map, right? Dignitas, it'll be up to them to not get caught, to avoid those flanks, to allow Someday all the time he wants to go for this.
Well,
but they're going to go for the dive.
Going to go for the time right now. Ulti pop, plenty of damage available. Tries to hug the bottom wall, so he can't give up all the healing. But Chaser just tanking it up for as long as he possibly can. Keen joins the mix as well. Someday flashing to not tank the ulti discharge from Zig. If Zig hits R half second earlier, he gets the trade kill. But it is the 1-for-0 and the retreat for Team Dignitas.
That was about as well as you could possibly play it from Zig. And nice catch there from Ryu.
A crucial assist goes over to Zig as well, meaning 150 gold in the pocket. But look at the bot lane fight. Xpecial very low. Exhaust sent on to Lod. Arrow wants the snipe. Can't get Xpecial, but the stun comes through. But Lod is very damage-wise. They push him back in. Xpecial running out of health. Summoner heal is there. And look how long it takes to kill him off. Lod chasing in, wants to make it happen. Almost has the stun is Adrian, and he's trying to win the duel. It's close, but it's Lod who lifesteal tanks it all through. Double kill for the AD carry of Team Dignitas. Both side lanes now winning.
What a duel in the bot lane. So close there. But once again, Arrow is out of mana. He didn't have any extra in the tank, and Lod activates the Q and takes over the fight. Here is how it started. Once again, you can see Dignitas looking for the engage. So the ultimate spent early there. Xpecial flashes in. A little bit of a flashback to Yellow Star there. And the fight looks like it's going very bad. But the thing is,
for Adrian too.
They're focusing the Thresh, and Lod is free firing. He gets himself in a nice spot. Look at the Hurricane doing work on both targets. Arrow is still on Xpecial there, as Lod is able to take him down. Then life through the Tom Kench. You know, Adrian had no abilities left, and he gets the double.
Yeah, actually some misplays on both P1 members. Adrian exhausted when they were retreating, and it didn't do any damage reduction on Lod. And then Arrow attacked from the brush and gave Lod a chance to attack instead of waiting for Adrian's cooldowns to come back. We can land another Q a bit earlier in the fight. Some of these things could have made small differences, just little mechanical tweaks.
Yeah.
Either way, though, it is advantage Lod. I think he played it very cleanly, and I think Xpecial time is exhaust and lives so long that Lod had the uptime. So, hey, 2-for-1 advantage Dignitas. Well played for them. And it's still Ryu trying to be the one member that's winning his matchup, trying to push it through.
Yeah, and while he is up 40 CS, that hasn't really extended. Keen at least is kind of staying around in that, and his team has the turret. He has that assist. Lod very low.
The cocoon is there. One more hit will do it. One more hit after that will do it. Finally, the kill credit comes through, but it is a trade. Again, Dignitas playing as well as they, I think, could have, and make it a 1-for-1, which should have been a kill. Top lane tier 2 goes down as well. Chaser revisiting the top lane and gets Someday that turret.
Yeah, Chaser has really been putting a lot of focus top lane, trying to just escalate the scaling, get this to the point faster and faster and faster that Maokai can't hang on, but Phoenix One, at least, they get the kill. They will get the turret, so they're answering back. They're trying to keep it close, but they really will have to pick their moments and go for some sort of a big team fight, some sort of a force.
Yeah.
Because the time is ticking on Fiora.
Time is definitely ticking. It's going to get scarier. She's got so much room to work with as well with both those turrets down. There's just a giant field to run down and chase people out with. Arrow had a very unfortunate recall timing. He was like hoping for enough for like a Static Shiv or the Hurricane or whatever. Settles for the settles for Phantom Dancer because it's 50 gold cheaper and waits in base to get enough. I don't know if he wanted to get that. Maybe because of Fiora he does, but just had enough gold to complete the item, so stays just barely on par with Lod.
Yeah, and that's a good call. Traditionally, you would see the Hurricane. That is by far the most common for the Varus, so very reasonable to think that he just didn't have the gold and felt like he needed the item completion now, needed the power now. Because they may be trying to look for a fight. As you see, Ryu has completed his 2 items. And this is kind of flashback to game 1, you know, where Dignitas had that one big fight on their item completions. This could be what Phoenix One is looking for in game 3 here to really kind of find their chances.
They might have those chances, of course. There's always a good chance. Said the same word 3 times in a row. That's interesting. 3,000 gold difference.
Zig.
Here comes the bot lane. Zig just continually sees the same thing in front of him. Chaser is there, Keen is there, and Someday is there. And Zig just doesn't have a huge health pool to work with. Trying to run under his turret, but guess what? Chaser takes the turret. Keen gets it next. That's the kill. The turret's going to be next up. And is there enough that Phoenix One can do on the other side of the map? That looks like no. Arrow going to lose his duel to Lod. Doesn't have the damage. The exhaust for Adrian not in time. And Nori caught on the wrong side of this a little bit. Lod trying to kite it out.
Oh my god.
Finally does go down, and Nori lands a skill shot. But here's the exhaust, and here's the return from Keen. And that's already 2 for 1. Make that a 3 for 1 in a second. Adrian not going to live through that. A double kill. Meanwhile, we had already seen a Nori drop. So yeah, that's actually overall 4 to 1 with the earlier kill on Zig counted. Ryu alone.
Yeah, and while Lod went down there, he got so much damage out and delayed for so long that allows his teammates to collapse, get the extra kills. Someday, split pushing in the bot lane, takes another turret, and Dignitas is really just blowing this game wide open.
6,000 gold nearly is the lead in mid lane. Not long for this world either. Really nicely turned on. You saw why those Fiora bans came out. Phoenix One is so afraid of what Someday could do with that champion, and you see it here.
And to be fair, it's the top half of the map. They're all working together. Chaser, Keen, there's Arrow looking for the 1v1. Misses the ultimate. Lod nails his. He's going to win that duel. Kites this out for so long. The lifesteal keeping him alive. Able to get a lot of damage out on Adrian, and that buys the time for Rise to arrive. Keen comes in. Chaser is here. They're able to pick up both those kills. So with 3 for 1 in the mid lane, plus they had the kill and 2 turrets in the bot lane. Overall, just a disaster of a trade for Phoenix One.
Team Dignitas blowing this game wide open and playing it much faster than the previews as well. It just seems to be what it looks like when Someday is playing a winning lane and a volatile lane, one that you actually get kills
Exactly, and it's a champion that he can take over the game on. They have a clear win condition here. It's not Someday on a tank. They don't need to get Baron. You can just let Someday do his thing. They have given him so much help, so much of an advantage in the top lane now, that he should get them the win just by playing safe, just by not getting caught. And, you know, that's not to say that the rest of the members aren't doing well. It's a 3-0-3 Keen, 6-2-2 on Lod. Everyone is doing very well, and everyone is very strong.
Yeah, definitely, I would say, individual play-wise, it looks pretty sharp right now for Team Dignitas, and they can keep this going. I think they are looking much better than Game 2 did, and that might be enough for them. Ocean Drake on the map, able to be taken if they want it. You can look at the gold differences. As Ale points and laughs, it's 10,000 to 7,000. It's kind of obnoxious in the top lane.
Yeah, that's pretty
Half
rough.
the gold lead is just Someday.
Ooh, Arrow swinging a miss there on the ultimate. Adrian did ult in, and they're looking for those picks. They know they need to go for that. Dignitas, though, can go straight to this dragon. There's not that much that Phoenix One can go for on the other side of the map. I don't think that they have much of a chance of starting up a Baron in this kind of situation. So it's pretty much a free objective, and they can group back up and look to knock down this middle tier turret, which can really unlock the rest of the map and set them up for a Baron or just even better split push situations.
There we go, the push on the Chaser, roots him up, get a bit of damage there, just gotta turn it around. The Arrow quickly gonna be dodged out. Yeah, repel by Inor, but here comes the rundown. Flash over, 3-man flay from Xpecial, and a hook onto Adrian. They're looking for a couple of tanks to kill. Nice poke out of the volley from Lod as well. More onto Someday, half HP there, but look at that. Mid lane priority is in for Team Dignitas, and the Ocean Break to regen the health that was lost. Down it goes.
Exactly what they needed to do. This really does unlock Someday even more. They can more safely get into the topside jungle, get that vision, allow him to push more and more aggressively, and he's now waiting. There's 3 people coming, though. Someday might not want this one.
Arrow phase checks in, flashes away. No quite knocking for Chaser, but also missing his own ulti.
Nice
now
from
Xpecial on the front side. Adrian gonna try to ferry Ryu to safety. Pulls him back out. The ulti is still up for Cassiopeia. It does mean a red buff steal comes through. That one went to, I believe it was Chaser, actually. No, Lod looks like he got it.
I like how they all wanted it. They're all just going for it. No one stopped attacking there.
Yeah, Lod with a fresh red buff. We thank you for the click on it. Appreciate that, Mr. Spectator. Ryu just getting everything that he can, getting his own blue buff, the Gromp as well, which nice type bonus, poison on both.
Yeah, and Ryu really is doing pretty well, but it's hard for him to really find much of an opportunity to actually have a big effect in this game. And, you know, he's up a level. He is a hyperscaling champion. That's great, but as I've been saying, Phoenix One has to find a chance that they can actually commit something, that they can look for a big fight. And the question becomes, is it too late in the game for that? Have they gotten too far behind to even go for those sorts of plays? Because just waiting and waiting, I don't think that this is as winnable of a game just by hanging around because of the Fiora.
I think there is, you asked the question, is it too late? Can you win the fight? I think the answer is yes, only because though Sunday's an incredibly good player, there's still that execution requirement, right? He's not Guardian Angel Maokai, where you click W on someone, you've done almost your entire job. If Someday fails to riposte Ryu's ultimate, Someday will die. And that kill is enough to open up the team fight, because that's about 1/3 of all of Team Dignitas' gold on that champion. And if that does happen, then suddenly you've got the opening to turn it back around. But that is a big if, because Someday is so good.
Yeah, and because he can just avoid those fights as long as he really wants.
I absolutely agree.
Dignitas trying to control vision around here, establishing it's the next step really for them after having unlocked that mid lane turret, moving into the jungle. They want to be able to at least pressure Baron, you know, get these wards. They see everyone on P1, so they can allow Fiora to split push. And Somebody's making a smart move. He's just going to rotate straight over to mid lane, runs over here. He's going to get some damage down on the turret. We'll have to back off, but still, he's just kind of getting damage in where he can.
And poking it down is going to work okay for Team Dignitas. The thankful thing here is it doesn't feel like they're going to get outscaled the same way that they did in the previous game, where eventually Maokai is just actually invulnerable. And Team Dignitas okay to play the waiting game and let Someday find those side lane advantages. Rift Herald buff still on for about 8 minutes more.
And Laud is actually going to be going for the double multiplier build. So when IE's full auto attack damage on this Ashe, we'll have 80% crit, and he is going to be a big teamfight threat. Once again, picking up the QSS, this seems to be like he likes to do, especially when he is a little bit ahead. He feels like he can afford to do that. Did it on the Ezreal, doing it here again. Doesn't want to risk losing the game over one Cocoon, over one Cassiopeia ult. So he is kind of giving a nod to that, and that's something that we could see Someday do as well. You know, if he wants to go into that team fighting, if he doesn't want to exclusively split push, he can grab a QSS to kind of deal with that. Hey, I failed my parry, but I have the QSS.
Absolutely, and we actually saw him going towards what I thought was going to be a Spirit Visage. He got the Kindle gem picked up and then stopped and said, that's enough for me. We're going to finish the Bloodthirster here with the BF sword. So kind of halfway between two builds right now, but there is, ooh, good smite by Chaser.
It can often be that that's just to get the 40% CDR. A lot of people will take 10 in runes. If you do decide to go for that, then you can kind of get to 40 that way. But Someday, they're looking for the collapse.
Looking for a lot of damage onto him. He's going to get away from what he can, but there's a spit out, and that's the opening. That's the pickoff. But now, here's the attempt at turning it all around. Denori's in a world of hurt right now, repels into the air, jumps into the Baron pit, and tries to buy as much time as he can, smites Baron for help, and it still isn't enough. So here comes the attempt to kill Baron and Nashor itself. No Someday could make this fight a little bit easier for Phoenix 1. They kite away and run from Zig's teleport, and he cancels to save 2 minutes off the cooldown. But Team Dignitas now going to restart it. It is a 4 versus 4. No Smite on one side, but no Fiora on the other makes it risky.
I actually think this would be a good 4v4, 4P1, and Ryu wants it.
He's trying to get onto lava, can't quite click. Got on the snipe, not going to land from Arrow either. And Xpecial still holding the front side, takes a bit of damage, gets another snipe in, and Ryu nearly got 2 kills with that opening play. Couldn't quite get what he needed though, and it's going to be a reset.
Yeah, will back off. Arrow even committing for the flash, trying to finish off Laud, trying to get something there so they can edge out an advantage, not able to do it. And I mean, Arrow himself is going for kind of a much lower damage build as far as the straight up auto attacks. He's going for the Hex Drinker. Now he's probably going to go back and try to build towards that IE, but it's going to be a long time before he can match the kind of straight up tank killing damage that Laud is going to be providing with his 2 multipliers completed.
Right, and some of that is, of course, having a gold lead. I mean, individually, it's actually only a 700 gold difference
not that much
across the 2 bot laners, just because of all the extra farm that Arrow's gotten for himself. But yeah, risk averse as it is. Now picking up the BF sword, so Infinity Edge will be next in for Arrow, but he just is going to have those multipliers later. Phantom Dance is done.
Starts it up.
And Phoenix 1 hoping for the risk
They're
on
try
Baron
to
Nashor. It's TP available, and somebody's going to come on the top side. They're rushing down Baron Nashor. Should it be picked up? A bad smite, but they get it anyway, and Nori claims it. But here's the team fight. Quick riposte from Someday, still on the back side. Here comes the re-engage. Can they make it all happen? Chase the front line. Ryu gets one. Laud is down, and Chaser's in the back as well. Someday picks off Arrow. He's looking for Ryu. The damage output is all there. He's got everything he needs, and Someday will not be taken out. The rest of the team is here. A double for Someday. Zig, the last one to follow, despite the Baron Nashor. A 5-1 fight for Team Dignitas.
Phoenix 1 P1, they take the risk. They know they needed to try something, but they can't get out of the pit. They can't win the fight. Someday crushing the backside as Keen comes in from the front with the rest of the team. Very well played team fight there from Dignitas, and that is going to give them a monumental lead as they can just walk right down mid and probably get an inhibitor.
They can get the inhibitor. I think at least if they risk it, they can look at the Nexus, but that's probably a bit more than they want to do. So +4 in kills is already worth more than the Baron. Looks like at least 2 turrets here. The respawns are coming up. They might back after the turret.
They will, yep.
Yeah, gonna give it enough respect. Now we'll see if they rush Ocean Drake or if they recall first. There's nothing left on the map that could even be taken as Vlad clears out bot lane.
And they will back up, clear some of the buffs off the map, and they wanted to pick up all the farms, so a lot is in the bot side. Someday pushing in the top lane instead of grouping with his team to try to take down that inhibitor. They're willing to play it slow. They know they have a very good comp here, and they're doing well for themselves. 10,000 gold lead here. Just means that the amount of power that these guys have in the team fights really takes away any sort of advantage that Phoenix One has had.
Spirit Visage now done for Someday, and he is building towards that Bloodthirster. Dueling Scryer Blooms reveal that P1 is trying to take the solo Drake from Minori. Can he outplay the hook? Yes, he can. Special, a little risky there. Arrow's going to go wide, and now Chaser a bit alone, but here comes the rest of Team Dignitas. Courtesy of Keen's ultimate, and Adrian running out of health. Zig just is not going to kill off Vlad. There's one picked off. It's a Nori gone, and there could be more. Adrian's next up. Zig's going to be third on the menu. Easy pickups there. 3 quick kills in for Keen, and suddenly it's all looking bad. It's 2 alive versus 5.
Yeah, and this honestly could just be the game. I mean, there's already one inhibitor open. They could try to push down and finish it. Depends how risky they want to be. They could just go for double inhibitor. That's certainly the safe play, and it looks like that is going to be the choice here. They're shoving in the minion waves. They want to play it safe, make sure there's no way that they can really throw this game, and as the inhibitor turret crashes down, they're going to get 2 inhibitors for sure.
Yeah, there we go. Double inhib gonna feel pretty good on this one. 10 seconds in the respawn for Onori means he'll be up for the Nexus itself, and it should be Team Dignitas backing off of this. They know that there's no minion wave topside right now, but the pings were, hey, that's where we're going next after we reset once more. Chaser taking away more of the jungle, denying more and more farm and experience from Phoenix One. We can watch this fight again.
Yeah, we can watch this one once again. And the rotation from Keen and Vlad was key here. Special committing to that because Chaser is ulting in. Rise and Ash join in as well with the Rise ultimate. And there's no damage here for Phoenix One, so there's no chance of them actually fighting. You have Arrow in the top side. You have Ryu in the mid lane. So there's no risk, and it's a guaranteed 3 kills.
Right, Adrian even turned around to like, maybe I can save Maokai. No, you can't. They're too fast for you, and he actually could have gotten out himself. The rest of the team probably shouldn't have even been bottom jungle, knowing that the reset was there. Phoenix One not playing, I guess, quite right with their vision, and they could have given up only 1 kill, and that would have looked very different.
It feels like something to me where if you want to go for the dragon, and Nori has to solo it and risk himself only. There's no point in 2 more people being around if your damage dealers are never going to be there in the first place, right? And Arrow is showing top lane. Ryu is showing mid lane. Dignitas knows that they are not there, so there's not even the threat.
Even if they were there, like Dignitas would take that 5-on-5. They're up 11,000 gold. They just reset and got their money back in. So just more ways to agree with you. I think you're right about this one, Azael. And now Someday wants a Nexus turret, and he's going to keep people honest and keep them inside the base. And I think at this point, Dignitas can pretty easily win their 4v4.
Yeah. I think that Someday could, there's a good chance he could actually probably win that 1v2 with Bloodthirster, Hydra at this point in the game. I don't know if they ever actually have enough damage to kill off the Fiora with a Tahm Kench and a Maokai.
I know Adrian can transport him to the double turret, so in the context of the Nexus, maybe not, but in a straight 1v2 where you're just like, you know, Final Destination, no items, yeah, he wins that. Well, sadly, not going to be the case here. Here we go, top lane Siege, looking for it.
Yeah, Dignitas, very clear win conditions here. They're pushing in top lane, pushing in the side lanes here. Multiple players will have to come to answer Someday, and when they do, Dignitas can look for the Siege on the 3rd turret, take the final inhibitor, and look to methodically close out this game and the series.
Well, in the meantime, Phoenix One desperately scooping up the golden XP as it floods into their base, thanks to the dead inhibitors, but it is just Dignitas looking for the death knell, looking for that final push. Someday, the last dregs of his Rift Herald buff lasting through the end of the game. Pushing the waves in, looking for, look at the damage onto Zig. He's at half already.
That's without him using his ultimate.
Yeah.
He could have got a couple more true damage procs there. Didn't want to risk going for it, doesn't want to have a chance of throwing the game, but there's just nothing that Zig can do at this point in the game besides try desperately to clear the waves.
And desperately, he's trying. Back under the turret, is going to find himself stunned up. Doesn't get much more for that one, and the red turret's been destroyed. The top lane siege works. Triple inhibitor, absolutely a guarantee. They find Keen, they flash, they look for it, they can't get the kill though. He's able to grab the lantern, Ryu's ulti, of course. Keen was turned around, it meant nothing.
And that's one Nexus turret down as soon as they move to the other side. But the ping pong ensues. Someday just goes right back in, working on that log going forward.
Goodbye to one, goodbye to two. Ryu wants in the log, can't quite get him, but they're onto the Nexus turrets. And that's going to be Ryu cleansing, exhausted, gonna go down. Lod gets the kill credit. A kill in the backline thanks to Chaser, dropping Zig in his own fountain, but Someday is going to tank these guys up for a while and then work it down. Someday will run out of HP, and actually it makes it a 3v3 inside the base, but the Nexus turrets are gone. And Nori looking for a chase on who's special. Picks one off, actually. This could be more for Phoenix One, tries to cut away, but Lod stays alive. His special's low, but Zig gets in. Arrow, that hook special was super sick, and it means that Lod has all the time in the world. The tree is gonna fall. We're all around to hear it. A triple for Lod, and Dignitas' North American bot lane will close it out in the end. The insurance policy is there, and Team Dignitas find themselves with their first win on the board.
Looking pretty good there was the Dignitas bot lane as Someday was going for some style points, I think. Flashing forward, trying to kill off the Maokai, does go down. Dignitas takes the win in the end, though, and looked really good this whole way through this game. There was really, no question about what their game plan was. They knew what to do, they knew how to execute it, and you can very clearly see why Someday is getting banned out on the Fiora. Dignitas knows well how to play around it.
And it actually poses a question for me, because in my mind, I'm thinking about player of the game, and I know Someday's the obvious favorite. Ooh, he got his Fiora, he got that sweet kill in the top lane, he got really ahead, but like,
yeah, there's a lot of options here.
10, 3, and 11 on Lod is a really good scoreline. He was the team fight insurance. Special mechanically was freaking great in the battles. That hook won the game at the end. That QB2 would have lost if the hook did not land on Arrow.
I mean, all the score lines are quite impressive. 0, 1, and 20 for Special. Chaser really was a guy who got the Rise started, who got Someday ahead, so a lot of credit goes to him as well. You know, he was in the right place at the right time. That gave Someday, you know, that top turret gold, that gave him those kills, and this is something where it's really a team effort, and in those games, it's tough to really single out one guy who deserves it.
Yeah, and it's interesting, and that's nice to see, though, where it was like a team victory where, look, Someday was flashy, but melee versus melee, killing turrets is hard. If you're Kennen or Gnar or something, maybe that's easier, you get to whittle things down, but Fiora has to find those openings and those flanks and everything else. But Lod and Xpecial were consistent. Throughout the series, I think they were generally losing lane in farm. They were typically down CS almost every single one, I believe, but they were real good in team fights, very, very consistent, got the damage up with there. Lod had good arrows, and Xpecial had really, really, really good hooks.
Yeah, it certainly did. And on the other side, I mean, this is a great start, obviously, for Dignitas, but P1, you know, they had some really good plays. They had some strong performances. I think that Ryu, especially for me, like did overall stand out quite a bit in this series, and I think Arrow has been playing quite solid. But you know, the elephant in the room is obviously the top lane. Zig could not hold up against Someday really in any of the 3 games in lane. It looked very bad, and it's obviously not just on him in a game like this where he is just getting dogpiled 3v1, 3v1, 3v1 over and over and over. You need help in those situations, but either way, Phoenix Ones needs to come into a game like this with a better plan of how to deal with top lane, whether it is pick and ban, whether it is actual like strategy map movements, but there has to be something done differently there.
And it's worth noting that Chaser was outperforming Inori in the... You could argue all 3 games in the sense that he was up in farm despite being down in kills. I do want to pull us to a replay. We have the game-ending fight one more time. It was pretty chaotic. 8 total kills in this one.
Yeah, exactly. And all 3 inhibitors are down. Adrian's dead right off the bat. Lod barely stays alive here, which was key because he's able to get healed back up. Ryu is falling. You can see Chaser goes down. Someday flashes forward, trying to kill off the Maokai. Like I said, I think he's going for a little bit of styling, but he does end up getting taken down. And this is where this fight got pretty chaotic because now it's a low HP Keen, a low HP Lod, and it looked like, hey, P1 could actually win this fight. But Xpecial able to flay Inori off, able to back off, and then nail the hook onto Arrow. So that was key and what closed out the game.
Yeah, absolutely. The flash away to be 1 hit away from dead. I figure if Zig maybe went for the route onto Xpecial, like it feels like the wrong call to target support when the AD carry's there and the marksman could be picked off. But yeah, it just ends up lining up just right. You know, and again, that 2-on-2 mechanically played properly. Lod's a player I know you actually have a lot of respect for as a player that some people maybe underrate. He didn't have the best run on Team Envy, but looked very solid, like all series.
Yeah, and honestly, you know, when you look back to the beginning of last year, I think he looked solid on Envy. I think that Envy was a team that obviously had a lot of problems. And Laud, you know, he said it himself. If he fails here, it's his fault. Dignitas thinks he has the infrastructure and the piece to succeed. We'll see if he can this season.
And he was a consistent back lane team fighter by the end of it all. So now let's look for an inside scoop on that series win and head down to Kobe, who's side stage with that bot lane carry.
Thank you, Freak. Yes, this is Laud, the victorious AD carry here from Team Dignitas. Congratulations on your win, first of all. And we just got to start it out. AD carries, we've been seeing a lot of Ashe and Varus. How do you feel about the current meta?
It's kind of weird. Like, you're really utility focused, and oftentimes you're forced to buy like Essence Reaver early and just be like CC for team fights and stuff. But I actually don't mind it right now. A lot of ADs are complaining a lot. And I don't think ADs are actually in that bad of a spot. Like, sometimes it's annoying if you like 5-man dove or something, but for the most part, I enjoy playing champions like Ashe or Varus, so I like it.
I think 5-man dives are always going to be annoying, and I definitely do agree with you there. The other thing is that, yeah, this is a new team, super team. You guys bring in Someday. You got Chaser now. You mentioned it in your video interview. Really good teammates now, and there's more pressure on you to, you know, kind of try and live up to them. What is the team atmosphere like right now and the communication within the team?
The team atmosphere is really good. This is like probably the most positive team I've ever been on. Like, everyone just kind of knows what they have to do, and if people make mistakes, nobody's like yelling at each other, or, like going at each other's throats. Everyone just kind of expects each other to like improve and get better for next game. So it's really good. And pleasure playing with everyone on the team, actually. Yeah.
How's the shot calling going? Because, you know, you got Keen in the middle, kind of the dual language. You know, who's really pulling the trigger?
It's like a mix of all of us, actually. Whoever's ahead or feels like they can initiate fights or like control the game can just always say something, and we'll listen. Just whoever is like speaking with confidence on like what to do, and it works out pretty well. Someday and Chaser are working super hard on learning English, and they know like the basic game terms, so it's pretty nice. Even though they don't speak like full English, we can understand them pretty easily. So yeah.
Well, you guys are off to a very good start today, but tomorrow you have Cloud9, and they dominated TSM in the opening game, looking very intimidating. How do you feel about going up against them?
I'm actually pretty excited. I mean, they beat TSM, and right now, in my opinion, they're looking like the best team. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to playing them without a Pantheon mid.
All right. Well, we're going to send it back over to the casters real quick to wrap it up.
All right, Laud still remembering his playoff run against Cloud9, the Pantheon mid, the last line of his interview. I understand he's on a new team for a reason. Certainly, we can respect that. And honestly, we thought about it while Kobe was giving us the interview, and we actually thought that Laud deserves the nod for this one overall. We thought he actually did deserve player of the game. And look, we know somebody looked really good. He was the flashy play, but Laud incredibly consistent, put out the backline damage at the very end of it all. And we thought as an overall game, more impact came from him than anyone else on the roster.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, he was hitting his arrows. He was playing mechanically very well in all the duels. When you look at the bot lane fight, the mid lane fight, the fight in the base, there were so many kind of very close fights that he performed extremely well mechanically in. And as you said, Someday, you know, he did great as far as, you know, his role in the game, but he also had some pretty silly deaths, and he was put ahead a lot by Chaser and by Keen.
Yeah, and it's worth pointing out that, you know, statistically, Laud highest damage in the game, 32K. Behind him was Arrow at 28, so the two bot lane marksmen were actually topping the damage charts there. Even the utility-focused ones, right? Yeah. The ones that are there for the CC, still putting out the most damage, the most kills in the team, the most good participation. Like, he actually just statistically was the best player on the squad.
Yeah, and to be fair, Ashe generally does a lot lower damage than Varus. Varus, obviously, your poke really does inflate the damage. It's one of, if not, I want to say the highest average DPM champions in professional
As a mid laner, it's, I think, the highest.
Yeah, so
like,
maybe as AD
bot
carry,
laners,
it's different.
Ezreal's maybe higher.
Yeah, but either way, Varus definitely is a strong one for that.
Yeah, so either way, some great play by Team Dignitas. They will, again, play Cloud9 tomorrow on, I believe, the big stage. But now we've actually still got games going on in the LCS. We're going to join NALCS Stream 1 for Game 3 between Immortals and Echo Fox. See you there.
Between middle and somewhere else, but they already have that inhib down, so it'll be something that shoves quite quickly for them. Pobelter will have to spend a decent amount of time actually picking off these minions. They'll get some damage on the spot turret.
Okay, getting poked out a bit, but should be okay for now. For all the viewers from NALCS2, welcome to the stream. You've joined in a very wonderful time here. It's been a chaotic best of 3, but Echo Fox looking solid right now, firmly in the lead, but We've seen this from them before. Closing out's going to be the key. They're looking to see just bottom turret up though, and Immortals, not sure what defense they have. Pobelter looking for something.
Where's for Fish?
Fish is Arcadian, that's not the target you want. Looper gets himself out of the snare, and Arcadian so tanky.
That was a super good block from him too. He got the he got the knock-up off right before, so his Courage of the Colossus goes off, and he actually absorbs a lot of the damage from the Fizz.
You can see poke of their own. Looper moving around the side. That's going to be a simple turret take there for Echo Fox. They're going to run back, I think, towards the Mountain Drake. They know that Siege is in their game. This is such a crucial Drake for them to get here. It's 20 seconds away, but they might want to wait around for it. Looks like a lot of recalls right now, so perhaps I'm wrong there. Buffs are starting to respawn, though. 50 seconds to the Baron. Crucial moment in this game is about to come up.
And right before this crucial moment, looking at the items, and Giant Slayer for Dardoch, even though he does have his Black Cleaver, so he is a little bit over a lot of people in health. He's got more than Gate, I believe, and he's got more than Keith, so he's not damaging those squishies anymore. He's doing a little bit more to Frog and Acadian and Looper, but then also, to boot, he's still on tier 1 boots. He doesn't have Mobies or anything like that, which you normally see from a Kha'Zix that's trying to snowball the game early. You see like an early Moby boots pickup, or you see Merc treads because they have so much CC with gold cards, but he's just sitting on those brown bags the whole game.
And Acadian does stick around to help his team take the Mountain Drake, so those objectives feel way more open now. Pobelter is going to trade, take the top outer top for Immortals and give them some much needed gold, but Echo Fox are over to the Baron. I see Dardoch hitting the recall button. Immortals are grossly out of position to try and defend this Baron take, and Echo Fox, of course, they don't know that exactly, but they're in position to try and take it. Looper setting up the split push. I think they're waiting on his teleport cooldown.
Almost up. Give it about 15 more seconds before it's back up, but he's causing pressure on the bottom side of the map, so even, basically like you said, don't start Baron until they have that, or have Looper walk over, get some poke damage down. Dardoch actually backed for the last Whisper, which is only really going to affect a little bit of armor on Froggen, and Acadian's 2 armor items, so it's only shredding, like,
Ooh, that's a huge arrow on Pobelter. Blocks him down with ultimate. I cannot believe Keith hit that.
Wow, a Fizz just got absolutely deleted, and he couldn't do anything about it. He has the Zhonya's, he has Flash. Great block up there and follow-up. They didn't even have to burn a Flash of their own, like the Malzahar, to get in there, and that's great. He gets rid of it. He gets rid of that. Is perfect.
Okay, excellent heads-up play there. Now Echo Fox just going to try and take this down. The poke is in from Cody's son.
Yeah,
you need to be careful.
They got to go for broke here if they actually want to try and steal it, but no, it's going to be Echo Fox trying to engage a fight.
Froggen does not pull the trigger on the ultimate. Immortals get them off Baron once, and Echo Fox feel it's too unsafe. They can't commit for it.
That was good, though. That was really good from Gate. I feel like supports don't do this enough, where they don't kill the blast cone that's behind the Baron when the enemy team is red side, or even if they have time to do it. But look at that. That was so good, because that was blind. He throws down the trinket afterwards to see, is this one going to hit? Lands right on the Fizz, and he doesn't have time to react.
Love the play there from Keith, who's definitely been caught out a couple times in the series. But really nice to see him shine with a strong individual play there. And Echo Fox, they punish excellently well. Immortals do have everyone back together, but they're going to have to dance around this objective once more. Couple wards to clear in the back. Acadian and Froggen will do that. And they're just going to start. No, not yet. They're going to wait for everyone else. Probably smart to not start Baron without your 2 marksmen.
Yeah. Very unwise to do so.
Seems not good.
Yeah, but that middle inhibitor, something that they need to push down and get towards again. Set up on the sides. Pobelter with teleport in the side lanes now. He's picked up a few decent items for himself. Looks like he might be going for Death Cap next. So it's a bit of a ways away before he picks up another big spike. Actually, he's sitting on 1,800 gold, so he's actually there.
Well, I like to see this from Echo Fox again.
Never mind, sorry, he goes for the Void Staff.
Makes more sense. Pobelter actually quite strong now with those 3 items. Ulti from Cody's son lands to hit Keith, but no one else is in position to capitalize on a nice pick. Echo Fox is trying to shove their way down, but they actually have no control over their side waves at all, so it's a little all-in looking from Echo Fox.
Yeah, after this, they'd have to go push those side waves down, but Immortals don't really have the tools to pick a fight and have it work out in their favor, or have a high percentage of winning it right now.
If Echo Fox go to Baron, this could be an opening for Immortals.
Yeah. If they go to Baron and they lose Baron, then there's enough minions
they go into Baron.
You can end the game off of that.
Oh, they're clearing wards of Baron. Okay, they technically went there, but they're not starting it.
You're not wrong, yeah.
Echo
I
Fox
gotcha.
making the smart play and making sure they maintain control of this side waves. Looper going to go back down. He's got his teleport if he has to join in. He will crush this wave.
Yeah, like I said, it's not worth it. If you lose 2 or 3 people at the Baron or even lose the Baron fight completely,
Probably ends.
The game's over, right? And Immortals will end up taking it. It's what happened to them with Phoenix 1 where, oh, we lost the fight. Time to actually take it. And now that they see Looper on the bottom side, Immortals are going to try to take it. They're going to try to take advantage of this. It's going down.
Hawkshot caught them though. They kind of know, but the damage is there. Echo Fox have to commit for a fight. Looper's in. Froggen finds Ollie, but the shield is in. Dardoch secures the Baron, but Arcadian's into the back lines. Looper now joining the fight as well. Wants Cody's son. Dardoch dodging around. Great off from Froggen. The Dardoch QSS is out. Arcadian on a rampage as he takes down Karjik. Cody's son gets out from under the arrow, but Flame will not be so lucky. Froggen now over the other side. Slays Pobelter as well. Echo Fox 3 clean kills. No knock by Flame. He did live. Cody's son gonna live for a little while longer. Froggen taking damage. Good Sonya's. His team is barely here to join him with Arcadian. Gonna try and do something here. Wild cards! Don't pick it up. Baron to Immortals, but 2-0 Echo Fox.
Exactly. Only 2 members get away with it.
Flame did die.
Yeah, he did. I mean, usually the tank's not going down, but ends up having 4 people on him. Crazy fight as well. Immortals looked like they wanted to kind of half take it, half not take it, and some people were trying to sacrifice themselves. Now, though, knocking on the base doors here, but those are Baron buffed up minions, and Immortals are quickly going to push Fox back.
Yeah, sidewaves aren't there either for Echo Fox. And Elder Dragon spawning in 50 seconds. Smart to go back.
Exactly. Elder Dragon in 1 minute here. And it's all about the setup where everybody had their attention and their wards on the top half of the map. Now they have to put it on the bottom side and get that all ready for this. Sterix Gauge comes through for Arcadian on top of that, so very, very difficult to kill him. This was super interesting because Pobelter gets knocked up, then the Shock Blast goes on to Cody. Dardoch tries to go around, he gets locked up. Pobelter goes through, gets E'd back in a really awkward direction. And so he jumps over the wall. Looper looks like he wants to try to take him out there with the Acceleration Gate. Shock Blast, still not far enough, and Froggen gets it anyway.
And there's Flame tricking me. This Guardian Angel actually is why I thought he was alive.
Yeah, almost got Gate, but this fight was just so difficult for Immortals to actually win from this deficit. But they do walk away with 2 that have Baron.
Elder Dragon ready though. Dardoch in the area. Gate loses his passive. Good ward setup here. Echo Fox gonna eat the honey fruit as well, and they're starting it. They just want the Elder Dragon right now.
Yep, ever since the change where it doesn't take less damage every Drake you have, it's been so easy to take. Half HP already.
Looking good. Ole sniped as well. Gate combos in with the ultimate. Do they want the support? They'll get it. Looper and Pobelter fighting off as well. Flame straight into the lives. But Froggen lives. Oh my god. Heat deleted by Dardoch as he gets a double kill. Immortals still fighting in. There's another kill, but Arcadian unstoppable on the other side. Immortals somehow winning this team fight. Echo Fox get ravaged. Arcadian's gonna go down.
You've got to be kidding me again! Again and again! Echo Fox, they lose another team fight, and Immortals destroy them!
Dardoch goes off with the resets there on Kha'Zix, and they're gonna get the Elder Dragon as well.
Well, Pobelter threw a fish, and it hit past the Jace, and it actually locked on to where Flame was in everybody, and it may have been hard for them to see because Flame had his ultimate on, so you have multiple circles on top of each other, but it actually hit like 2 to 3 people. It knocks up Keith as well, and Keith just gets obliterated because Dardoch sees the opportunity. They use the Malzahar ultimate here. They're poking down with the W. There, it's right there. It's on Arcadian and knocks up Keith. Keith gets killed. That gives a reset to get onto Froggen, and then Dardoch is able to pick up Gate afterwards, and that is absolutely huge and crucial for Immortals to stay in this game.
That's disaster. Echo Fox again. Just can't quite find a way in, and Immortals are back in this game. Don't let the gold lead fool you. Immortals are in control right now.
Oh, the gold leads have meant absolutely nothing so far in this entire series.
Well, no major buff just yet. Echo Fox will regroup. See what work they can get done. Bottom lane looking a little...
I do want to talk about AD carries for a second because everybody says like AD carry, you know, 2017 lol, etc. But if your AD carry dies, then you lose the team fight. Like that's literally how it happens. The AD carry's defense tools are not their own, but they do so much damage if you keep them alive. Keith cannot be getting caught like that. He is 2 levels down. He's not getting as much experience as Cody's son. He is really not performing too well. He's almost Flame Horizoned as well as an AD carry who should be getting gold, who should be on another item right now. And he was so close to that Chum the Waters as well.
Well, it looks like Echo Fox Gonna try and make something out of it and actually run towards the top lane where Looper is setting up. Pobelter is bottom lane with his teleport. Looper does not have his, and Immortals were shoving mid lane to try and get some work done. Easy turret pickup here in the top lane though. Echo Fox will pressure Immortals and force them back away from the Baron side of the map. They might even try and set a trap here. Unfortunately, Baron isn't up for a couple minutes, so Immortals don't have too much reason to go there, but they're actually gonna try and race them.
Race the... All right. I mean, they have a lot of damage here. I actually think Immortals need to back now. They're
Immortals
so
absolutely need to back. Fox take a quick inhib and back away. They can't go for mid, but that's a huge pressure point opened up with Baron up in the next few minutes.
Yeah, the base is getting bodied. It's just immediately it's gone. You can't race against the chase. It's absolute insanity to try and do so.
Well, Immortals, a rare slip actually in their macro game does cost them that top inhibitor. Mid's open as well, and bottom lane's taken a decent chunk of damage. It will regenerate health over time, but Looper's been there pretty consistently trying to push that wave in. And there's that Baron buff coming up in a minute 35. There's going to be something around the buff, whether or not a team just gives it up, there's a fight around it, or a team gets it and is able to end the game. But despite the goal difference, these two teams are awfully close again, and we're kind of back to where we've been all series long. One team fight is going to determine this game.
And here's the thing too, is this next team fight. Oh.
Good QSS from Looper.
There's a TP coming through from Flame as well.
Mortal's gonna force it. Flame. Nice defensive arrow from Keith, actually.
Stops the possibility of Flame getting a W onto somebody. He doesn't have his flash up just yet. He will have his GA and his flash available for the Baron.
Ooh, that's risky. Echo Fox, they've got an opportunity to push the bottom wave, but I don't know if they want to give up Baron for it. They decide, no, they do not. And they'll hit the recall button, try and defend the mid push that Immortals have got going. There's so much push and pull in these late game as far as where you are on the map and where your minions are.
And the fact that this is the third game in a series that has gone multiple 40-plus minute games so far. We're talking like 50-minute games. People are getting fatigued. You are actually getting mentally fatigued on how to position. AD carries have to watch themselves all the time.
He wants it. He gets the car, but it's onto Ole. Arcadian taking too much damage. Looper trying to chase away Pobelter, but Arcadian almost going to go down. Froggen has another card. Looper throwing in what he can. Flame actually eating so much damage on the front lines.
That was super good by Froggen. He used the ultimate to see where is Pobelter, where is he trying to flank from, because he was looking for an opportunity to throw a fish in and possibly tag Keith, Gate, or Froggen, and Looper was able to zone it.
And look, no one died there, but chunking people out, Ole being low still, Arcadian finding Dardoch. The Baron is up. Echo Fox can force something here. They're going to try and do it again. Arcadian eats a binding, a bit of damage there, but Echo Fox should be going straight to Baron.
Pobelter has to clear, so they're going to start this Baron up.
Got TP, don't forget. Baron being started though, Dardoch's in the midst.
He's got flash as well. It's down to 4,000.
Echo Fox smartly pull away. They don't want to force a 50-50. They got the TP they wanted.
Got their TP again.
Oh!
Oh, it's the
Looper!
Giroux!
He's going to try and get it. Froggen doesn't have his ulti, but there's one turret down. They just need to stop them.
This is going to be Pobelter coming up there, though, a little bit faster. If they can actually get to Looper, take out
Cody's on. They're going to try and jump on him, but Looper flashes in. It's not quite there to his team. Fish still there. There's a shutdown for Dardoch. GA's getting popped. That's Arcadian, I think. No, it's Flame. Arcadian's still alive with his GA back up. Looper went all in for the game there.
Yeah, but he got that top turret, so now those super minions, you have to worry about them even more because they only have one turret that they need to focus on. Bot lane, large wave here. Pobelter, no ultimate. He's going to have to be
doing
clear this out.
Well, they want to at least. Dardoch's in the area. Very smart for him to kind of know this is up. They've even got vision, so they absolutely know what happens. Arcadian's too low. They can't commit. And Froggen is just too far away to join from all the way down the bottom lane.
Yeah, but this puts him in a good position to push out bottom lane again. Look at how low that turret is in that bottom side. They stop the backs. Dardoch going in!
Get caught. No, he lives. No, he doesn't.
He got the reset, though.
Gets him instead. Keith gonna get jumped on. He's dead as well. Dardoch!
You can see he's so happy about that. He may have just saved the game for Immortals.
Dardoch is one of those players that sometimes feels very feast or famine, but he is doing so much work to try and win his team this game. Baron is dead. Immortals claim it. Pobelter back in the base to try and clear it out. Froggen got a little bit of vision, but he couldn't even get the bottom turret.
And Immortals are back in the driver's seat again with this Baron buff. They stop the bottom turret from going down on top of it. The series is absolutely insane, just back and forth. What is happening?
And Froggen, he actually changes something here. He sold his rapid fire cannon and gone for a death cab. We've seen how much Dardoch is doing on full damage Kha'Zix. Froggen says, I have to carry this game for my team.
Yeah, when we saw the build previously, it was a lot of utility and range for those picks in exchange for it. Beautifully played by Dardoch. This Kha'Zix, disgusting. Uses the leap, the reset on it just for extra damage there right on top of him. And gets the kill without dying. So,
and
2v1.
And to just tell the story of the series, we're at 44 minutes in almost. We've had a bunch of different kills. Objectives are just flying left and right to both teams. And we're even in gold. Couldn't be any sweeter to finalize the 3-game series.
Absolutely insane. Cody, son, 120 CS up over Keith. 2 levels down. Keith is still not level 18. The bottom lane with Gate, they are just not getting fed experience because they're constantly grouped up and everybody else is split pushing. So the levels start to mean a lot because they're ranks and abilities that you don't have. Granted, for Ashe, usually the Hawk shot, so it's not a big deal. But for the Malzahar, it means he's not having that same duration on the silence or the damage on the E, which will matter at this point in the game.
Still get stats as well for leveling up. Not like the 2 levels mean nothing there either. Arcadian getting himself caught, binding hits. Pobelta doesn't go all in for it. Immortals, though, still have enough Baron buff. They've got more than half of it left. Yep, they take mid. Froggen, oh, he wants it, but Flame's going to go back to stopping Immortals. Do take this in him, but I don't think Froggen can stop Flame. He will get the turret, but Flame's going to chase him down. Froggen isn't going to get chased, actually. Could ulti out if he needed to, but he knows it's safe, and they're pinging that Elder Dragon.
They used the blue trinket. They're tracking Froggen. There's nothing for them to take on the map. Where is he going to go?
He's got the ulti activated. He's trying to, get out. But Dardoch caught him, I think.
Dardoch kind of sniffed that one out.
Oh, no. Good turn around Dardoch.
Oh, it's too late. He did the QSS too late.
And now Arcadian's here.
He's
Flash
caught.
out. No! He's giving the 5 before they need. He leaps out. Heads up play from Echo Fox, but Dardoch gets away. Powered recall still there for the Baron. The in-him respawn mid as well for Echo Fox. This game is just getting closer and closer.
I'm losing my mind as well. QSS too early, not too late, sorry. I mean, I started off on a bad note too. It was a little shaky. I got better towards the mid, and now we're good.
Are you Echo Fox?
I mean, I would have had a great early game then. I don't know how to close out a cast, Pacer. That's why I always have you call the end, you know?
We're going to be okay. 1 minute left to Elder Dragon is up and running. And again, the longer the game goes, the more the tiny mistakes start to matter. We've seen people get caught out. We've seen people use cooldowns too early. We've seen misposition in the side waves. We've seen early teleports. We've seen just a whole range of play from both these teams. The one thing you don't want to do is lose a game 3. We're up. Everything's kind of coming to a head. This will be our longest game of the series as well.
Ooh. They all feel about this long. But it's been Echo Fox in the lead for a large portion.
Big hit! Now Dardoch gets that to kill. Dardoch resets straight to Arcadian. Froggen, he's going for it. He's trying to end the game. His team needs to defend. Lupus here as well with TP.
He's just trying to do damage control because there's no way he gets a minion wave in there because they already have, they have 1 turret down. They don't have the 2nd turret.
They want 2 inhibs instead. That's Immortals going back. Froggen, did you overstay your welcome? Dardoch looking for Arcadian again. He got 2, but I don't think he can get away. Flashes out from under Cody Sun's ultimate. Does he have his ulti? He doesn't. He used it already. Pobelta's caught him. Gate's here as well. Oh, Gode comes up close, but he gets sniped by Cody. And now Gate's been exhausted. Damage control turns to disaster.
And if he can kill Arcadian, nope. Gonna have to back off here, but everybody else is gonna come through. That's a 3 for 0. Immortals have a 5-man advantage for 10 more seconds here on Keith, but then it gets even worse.
Oh, Lupa, no, he's maybe found one. They've got 2 teleports. Do they have to defend the super? Surely they can try and end the game. There's 1, there's 2.
They have been playing from a deficit in the early game in all 3 games, and now Immortals, they're going to try to close it out right here. Here's the counter.
Time. They have to try and do something. Arcadian in. Lupa with the damage, but Immortals will do enough. Lupa force back Keith. Standing so far forward because he has to do damage. There's 1 turret going down. Keith caught him again. Dardoch lifts on it. Flash auto takes him down. Turrets melting left and right. Lupa just can't defend it. And Immortals win a ridiculous series.
Absolutely insane! Immortals take game 3 over Echo Fox. A 48-minute game that was so rough. We're talking about roller coasters, emotional roller coasters, the whole series. 2-1 ends in Immortals' favor. when it looked like it wasn't going to go that way every single early game.
The Echovox early game certainly seems very strong, but Pobelta with a big grin on his face. It's always tough for new teams coming into the league, and Immortals' brand is so big from last year that you have to think they feel that pressure. Echovox will unfortunately not pick up a win just yet over the weekend, but Immortals clutch it out. And it's such a different team for both these teams, actually.
It is very different from both of them. Great early game from Echovox, some of the best that we have actually seen, but then when it hits that 15-20 minute mark, it starts to slow down. 25 minutes, it's a completely reversed game, and the enemy starts to catch back up. Echovox even have great things like Baron sneaks, Baron steals. They're doing such a great job with their jungler, with Acadian, but it's just not working out in the long run here in these games.
No, not yet, but the fans will be happy. Dardak with a big smile on his face as well. He played out of his mind in that final game.
Yeah, out of his mind in that final game, just went off. I think what happened was Dardak eventually went, what are we doing? Just kill Keith every time. Just jump on Keith every time. He's out of position, and then they just capitalize on it multiple fights in a row.
And it's tough because it feels like the big picture was the problem earlier on for Echovox, where they just weren't quite capitalizing and acting together as a 5-man unit. They showed so much promise with the changes in the whole series, but particularly games 2 and 3. It's funny, the game they won might have seemed the messiest as far as their late game goes, but then it feels like they just can't keep it all in their heads just yet. And then someone makes a simple mistake that ends up cascading and costing you a game.
Yeah, and I will say, like, for both of these teams, Immortals, looking at Twitter, Ole only got in 2 days ago. He got off a flight like Thursday night to be back with the team. So Immortals, now they'll have time to synergize. They'll have this game underneath their belt. I mean, they just had basically 2 hours of gameplay, an hour and a half of gameplay to actually look back on and be in-game and comms and all that and actually synergize there. But I do want to talk about Echovox a little bit because I talked to Froggen, and they've been keeping a lot of things secret, right? Like the Twisted Fate and the Anivia and the Twisted Fate Rapid Fire Cannon. A lot of teams don't have a read on them right now because they're scrimming their challenger team all the time. So they're keeping their strats in-house. They're scrimming Delta Fox.
That sounds great, but I mean, we've seen some things from Echovox. Again, I feel like they've aligned their style well, but they just haven't been able to get it together. And I said it takes time. Like, OT for Echovox, it sucks, but things should get better.
Yeah, and I will say as well, like when you're scrimming a new challenger team that you have, it's like, how do you learn how to close a game against challenger players that don't play like the LCS, right? So Echovox, this is a problem that may last for a while here. You're talking about it takes time, but it may be a long time before they actually start seeing big results from what they've been practicing.
And I think that's also true on the other side. Immortals, we talk about them being a new roster. Pobelta, the only original member left. It's going to take so much time. Like, there's so much promise. The players are so good, but like, that was a massive series. It was fun, but like, Immortals know that they've got a long road ahead of them.
Yeah, in this series, it took time. Basically, any LCS, it's gonna take time. So that's like our slogan now, especially for that game. That was definitely a barn burner. That was so long in terms of gameplay that you would see on these patches with something that has Elder Dragon and the Baron constantly coming back up. We saw multiples of both of them in all 3 of these games. Is ridiculous.
Well, certainly a lot of fun. So we're going to get a few words for Immortals. Let's throw it down to Jet, who's on stage for an interview with IMT's new jungler.
Hey, thank you very much. I'm here with Dardak, who you just said one of the longest series you've ever played. Do you want to just kind of talk to me about the struggles you guys have had trying to get practicing and how it feels to get a win after all that?
Well, our support flew in literally 2 days ago. So we only scrimmed with him for 2 blocks, and yeah, we're not very polished as a team right now, but yeah, getting a win feels good.
Yeah, and a lot of times it's about how teams react to adversity, so to speak. And you guys had 2 come-from-behind victories. Although you seem fairly normal in your reaction after this game, not huge exuberance and not necessarily that disappointed. How do you feel like this team reacted to being in a deficit in these games, and how do you fight back?
To be honest, we're kind of used to falling behind early game because we take so many risks in our lanes and in the jungle. I take a lot of risk as well. So, and we've been scrimming, like Cody's been scrimming with different supports since Ole recently got back. So we're always at a deficit somewhere on the map due to lack of synergy or something like that. So we're really used to playing from behind, and we were really comfortable in game.
Yeah, and by the end of it, you ended up having a few clutch plays on Kha'Zix up against a rookie jungler in Acadian who's you know, actually doing a little bit of trash talking, and it started with 5 First Bloods. What do you feel about Acadian, or even your performance coming into the split?
I think Acadian's really good. I've been friends with him for a long time, taught him a couple things along the way. He was the TLA jungler, so that's pretty obvious I would teach him something. Not a BM, by the way. But yeah, I think he's really good, but I think I'm also very good.
Yeah, and just even talking about your split coming up in particular, you started on Team Liquid, you're now kind of on your second team, the next part of your journey. How are you looking to make strides this year?
This is like the most comfortable I've ever felt in a team where everyone kind of just wants to improve and win. And it's not anyone kind of just, everyone is really open to criticism and everyone just kind of wants to help each other. So yeah, we're actually a team. Like, it's the first time I've ever been on something that feels like a team instead of just 5 individuals.
Awesome, good to hear. Glad to see your support made it in. Hopefully you can get some more of that synergy in the future. Thank you, Dardoch. Let's send it to the desk to close out the day.
Thank you very much, Jat. A very long and back and forth 3-game series between Echo Fox and Immortals, but Immortals, they come out on top. They scrape through in that 2-1 victory to start their season off with the series victory.
Yeah, and we heard that they didn't have as much practice time as a lot of the other teams playing this weekend, and I think it kind of showed over the course of the series, just in terms of like shot calling, pick ban. They weren't necessarily on the same page with everyone else in the league. They seem to have different priorities on things. Right. But generally, it seems like their idea on like what they want to ban out of people is good, but maybe their picks aren't quite the same, with the Morgana being a counter to Malzahar, I suppose, but it seems really rough in comparison to something like a Lulu or the other thing people are playing into.
Right, although the win came through, we definitely saw how the Morgana didn't seem to work out against the Malzahar. Really, more than anything, it's that Maokai pick that we see excel in the late game, being the unkillable tank and buying so much time for your team to get your damage dealers in position safely. And of course, Dardoch had a very solid performance on the Kha'Zix, especially moving into the late game. Just of note here, the league average game time for the North American LCS, excluding this series, 37 minutes and 29 seconds, right? So I know we haven't played a ton of games, but that's what we're at. This Echo Fox Immortals average game time was 46:44. So essentially 10 minutes longer per game on that average.
And that's what's going to happen when most of the games are kind of these kind of come from behind victories. I mean, Immortals came back twice to win, as well as, you know, they ended up losing the other game. So I think I owe Dardoch a little bit of an apology. I mentioned how Rainover has, you know, good mentality and seemed to help Team Liquid rebound from behind and take a win versus CLG. I mean, here, 2 come from behind victories, maybe a little unwarranted criticism from me.
Exactly, and we hear in that interview right there, he says that the team environment there is healthy and good, so it's clearly working out for them if they are comfortable playing from behind and communicating and finding their way back into the games. But that was a trend in this series, right? They had multiple come from behind wins, and this is a double-edged sword here, because one is we can talk about Immortals and the fact that they got behind. The other is that we can talk about Echo Fox and persisting issues from season to season, from 2016 to 2017, in that there still seem to be some issues around team play, mid to end game strategy, and actually closing out games.
Right, but on the flip side, you have to say that there's a new strength coming into this season, which is obviously Acadian, who's been a beast in the early game for every game that he's played in, and it's something that hopefully you can build a foundation on to improve, where if he can keep doing this kind of thing where he snowballs one of the laners, a couple times it's been topside with Looper, this game with Froggen, who opened up the TF to start moving around the map and getting stuff done, if they can ever just take that next step to actually closing the games out, I think they at least have that first step, you know, pretty solid, it seems like, where Acadian seems like a rock for this team.
Right, and that's the difference between last year's Echo Fox and this year's Echo Fox, is they have a foundation this time around. If you're looking at that, again, that top triangle where you've got solid solo laners and a very aggressive early jungler, and if he keeps playing the way he does, they might find ways to eventually take those leads that they've built and close the game out. We'll see if they can do that in their practice. Of course, Immortals was the team that came out on top, so let's go ahead and take a look at some of their fights. 36 minutes into the game, we're around Elder Drake. Immortal's going to pick up a big win here. Oh, it's behind us.
Haha. Well, I mean, we see that Echo Fox has been struggling around neutral objectives the whole series. Here they start off onto Ale, they get a pick, they blow him up instantly. That's great and all, but the problem is that Dardoch and the Assassins are running free now. They do so much CC onto that. Dardoch goes in, gets 1 kill, gets another reset here, gets 1 more, one's going onto gate. In the meantime, Flame is on the backside, just trying to tank up as best he can. Pullbelter got his GA pop, but he's going to come back up, and they're eventually going to go turn back onto, actually Pullbelter died, excuse me, but They are going to pick up the Maokai.
I think it's a tough situation to be in Gate's position there because so many QSSs have been built at this point that it's hard to choose a target. You want to hold that ultimate for one of the 2 assassins coming in to threaten your backline. At the same time, Ale is the only guy that you confidently kill because he's the one who doesn't have a QSS. And so they got that catch, but as you mentioned, the 2 assassins running free at that point, and that's what spelled disaster for Echo Fox in that fight.
Yeah, and it's one of those things where you can't blow that much on a support. I understand that a lot of the carries have their QSSs and things like that, but at that point, I mean, you're stuck with the Malzahar pick. Using it on a target you shouldn't bother using it on doesn't necessarily make it the right choice either. It's just you have to be a little bit more patient. And ultimately, I do think that the team comp that Echo Fox had does probably start losing to the one of Immortals the later the game goes. They're clearly focused on being a pick comp with the TF, with the Malzahar, and without those...
And a strong split pusher and lane dominant Jace, right?
Right, so you want to open the map up, go to the Jace, get some picks, and they did that in the early game, but once they started struggling to close the game out and the map ended up where it's like you have to end at the Nexus at some point, they were unable to do that part.
There was that one play where Looper went into the base, and we chatted about this a little bit. Would have liked to have seen more commitment to that play, where actually turning onto the second Nexus turret could have threatened more of an end there and opened up your team to either move to the mid lane and take a turret there or even retreat back to the Baron and threaten that as a trade.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those situations where you can see that they're not 100% confident in what they want to do in the late game. They did have that one good call where they took the top inner turret and then they kind of backed off, faked like they were gone, and they go return to the inhib turret. And that stuff's good to see, but that's like tricky plays. You want to see them start nailing the basic Baron control, get a Baron, 4-1, like that kind of stuff.
Right, those are very in-the-moment situations.
Right.
We want to see them set something up and play it out as a strategy, 5-10 minutes out, per se. But hey, this was a crazy long game. Let's go ahead and get a refresh on how it ended with the final team fight here that, once again, goes in favor of Immortals.
Yeah, and it really is this kind of situation where, once again, they're doing these tricky plays, and it's not just the basic, we got in a team fight here. They're trying to do some split push to finish the game off. Froggen barely gets picked off. Good play by Pobelter to get that, and a good snipe follow-up by Cody-san. From there, Gate gets picked off as well, and prior to this, Dardak had gotten a couple kills as well, picking up Keith, who's also going to respawn eventually, but it's just 2v5, and the TPs are going to come in from the rest of Immortals eventually. Yep. And it's just too hard to expect them to hold here. It's going to be a long sequence where they're going to end up double TPing in before ultimately forcing taking the Nexus, but you can't expect
Right, again, it's akin to what we were just talking about, where Echo Fox made some solid, in-the-moment decisions. Hey, this is a cool way to spread the map out. We're going to get these inhibs. But this isn't a well-thought-out strategy because they don't have an exit plan. It's not safe, right?
This is a reaction to Keith getting picked. Yeah. This is not, we wanted to be in their base doing this crazy stuff. And honestly, if Froggen managed to get out, which was really close to happening, if he's able to get his reset off and defend against the that TP play that came in, maybe they can hold out just long enough because Keith did respawn towards the end. If it's 4v5, maybe they can do it. But at the end of the day, there was just too many errors at the end of the game with people getting caught out.
Yeah, lingering issues for Echo Fox here in the first weekend of the LCS. Player of the game, though, this time around is going to go to Dardak. Again, that Kha'Zix play, especially near the late game, really biding his time, understanding what cooldowns to wait for before he enters the fight.
Yeah, that's really the kind of thing you need to see out of an assassin player, and we are in a little bit of an assassin meta in the jungle with Rengar and Kha'Zix probably being the top two junglers, both assassins, so you need to see that kind of patience, not just in the moment when you're in the team fight and knowing when to go in, but when's the right team fight to take. And they might have struggled with that a little bit, but towards the end of the game, they were basically winning every team fight, and they were getting picks outside the team fights as well.
Well, that's going to close out the Immortals Echo Fox series. Now, those of you who weren't able to tune into NALCS 2, Phoenix 1 versus Dignitas, we just wanted to pull to your attention a couple plays here, and specifically Someday, as there was a lot of hype around him coming into the league. In the first two games of the series, Phoenix 1 opted to ban out Fiora, saying we're not going to give him the opportunity to carry like that. Game 3, they don't ban out Fiora, and here's what happens.
Yeah, I mean, this is what you're scared of when the superstar LCK top laner coming in to carry a team. You give him Fiora, after banning it twice, he's going to start going off. This is going to be an early 2-kill advantage that they're going to get with Chaser and Someday being that tag team that they brought over. They get these, and then the other thing was Keen was actually a big part of this as well. They rode off the back of Someday setting these plays up, but Chaser and Keen consistently came in to get the kills, and Someday is going to be the big carry for this team, especially when it gets into this late team fight that happens as we see that they try to force around Baron, Phoenix 1, and they're able to collapse in. It starts out with the arrow coming in. We see it just on the top side above Baron. Someday's going to come TP in, And it looks like this fight might go really bad for them, actually, as it keeps playing out. It seems like they're pretty grouped up on Phoenix 1. They go into Someday, but as people slowly start getting lower and lower, Someday's going to find the perfect time to re-engage and start picking up the kills on P1.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is, as you mentioned, a situation where we're looking at this and essentially Phoenix 1 took the Baron for free. That's why they were so confident in being able to take the fight themselves, thinking they were going to come out on top. But great positioning by Someday, very decisive charge in there, eliminates one of the high damage dealers, gets that AoE heal out onto the field, and then it's fair game for the rest of Dignitas to storm into the pit.
And it wouldn't be fair not to mention Laud in that game, because as much attention as Someday pulled, and even from his own team giving him a lot of attention to keep snowballing, Laud on the other time was winning his 2v2 matchup, and that was one of the concerns about this team is, how's the bot lane going to hold? Is it going to be able to match up? And it did, better than fine. They carried, actually, and Laud picked up the player of the game.
Yeah, I think that's a really interesting point because, again, coming in, there's a lot of hype around this roster, and people are saying, well, if there's going to be one person that's going to let this roster down, it's going to be the bot lane, maybe specifically the ADC. But, Laud and Xpecial in that 2v2, winning out, and then, of course, as you mentioned, the scoreline and the Ultimate Player of the Game award for Laud to come away with it. Well, that's going to conclude day 2, so let's go ahead and take a look at how our standings are shaping up. C9, FlyQuest, Liquid, and Dignitas all leave the first 2 days unscathed. Immortals remains undefeated as well, and Phoenix 1 falls to 6th with a win and a loss. CLG, NV, TSM, and Fox remain winless so far. But tomorrow, we've got some more hype matchups coming your way that are sure to shake up these standings. So over on NALCS 1, we've got TSM versus Immortals, followed by Team Dignitas going toe-to-toe with Cloud9. And over on NALCS 2, NV takes on Counterlogic Gaming with Team Liquid facing off against FlyQuest later on. So of those 4 matches, what's the big one that's jumping out at you?
I think it has to be Dignitas versus C9. We talked a little bit about the litmus test teams still in the league being TSM, C9, and CLG. This is one of the big, probably the most hyped up kind of team that imported a lot of players, and Dignitas going up against the most hyped up returning team in Cloud9. So this is going to be a huge test for Dig really early on in the season, and they looked a little shaky today, so they're going to have to bring their A game tomorrow.
Oh, absolutely. When you look at Cloud9's play against TSM on Friday, the fact that they looked fairly crisp with a rookie jungler who was playing essentially with no nerves, or what looked to be no nerves. They're putting up big performances. That's a big opponent for you to walk into as this newly formed roster in Dignitas rejoining the North American LCS. But if you can come away with a victory here, then essentially statement win, sky's the limit for this roster at that point. So we'll have to see how it all plays out. From all of us here, though, in the live broadcast crew, thank you so much for joining us, and we'll see you here tomorrow to help us conclude our first week of the 2017 North American LCS. So have a good night. Welcome back to opening weekend of the 2017 North American LCS Spring Split here in our brand new Battle Arena. Appreciate the introduction. Oh, you gotta be kidding. Where's that? Yeah! It's gonna be Hakuo exploded first. Why? Winning this fight, Alex Each exploded. It's gonna be Apollo second. Altek's got the kill. Goodbye, Sarah. Goodbye, Envy. That's what I'm talking about. FlyQuest. That Fly's got a triple kill. Another. Gonna go for it here, Frog. Oh, you spit it! It's the end! Oh, it's so good!
Can they take the turret? Are they gonna be forced to flat? Arrow is wonderful! And there's the wombo combo. Keith caught him again. Done it! Lift on it! Flash auto takes him down! Turret's melting left and right. And Immortals win a ridiculous series!
Zion. I'm on time. Go Baron. Nice job, guys. Okay, nice.
What is villain?
Villain's like the bad guy.
The evil dude. All right. What's your villain name?
Sticks, eh?
They're whoa! Right now.
Oh, he jumps into it like a moth to a flame, and he's gonna go down. Kicks him back, and Darshan comes in. Teleports right into the middle of the fight. Thought maybe Team Liquid would back off of it under turret. Rain over now goes in. Ooh, he's very low. That's gonna be Darshan falling. Team Liquid look to clean up Counterlogic Gaming in their own base, and it is the command move. Well played to Team Liquid. A very clean win over Counterlogic Gaming.